Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. And we are late, and I'm going to lay the blame firmly at Lady Rackets because she was in my office bothering me. And to back me up on that, I have a special guest with me from Anime Outsiders. Cody is with me here on the stream. Hey, Cody, how's it going, man?
Hello, everybody. Hi, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law and all of his Nick Rekieta fans. Rekate heads, I call them. I call them that just now. But it's something I'm going to pretend I've always said. Hi.
So welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining me. You've got to back me up, though. My wife was in here being...
Yeah, I saw her.
Yeah, she was being...
A very pretty lady.
Thank you. She's pretty annoying sometimes.
What up?
So anyway, you are here because I was tagged as you have received some legal pressure from a certain voice actress who happens to voice actress like everything on Earth.
Yeah, especially I don't know. I feel like her profile might be dropping, and that might be contributing to some of her behavior lately. I don't know. I can't verify it. It's been sort of my suspicion because I haven't heard her a lot lately. But yeah, Tara Strong got mad at us because there's some more I guess context to it. But we had been giving her shit and spreading that particularly damning video she put out.
Yeah, and we'll get to that in a little bit.
Yeah.
What I want to do, though, because you and I have just met for a few minutes before this.
Yes.
And so I want to get to know you and get to know, excuse me, about Anime Outsiders. And you know, for anybody in the audience who may not know about your website and what you guys do, we certainly want to talk about that. And find out how you got to annoy one of the, at least of the past decade, one of the most prolific voice actresses who decided to make a complete idiot of herself on election day and now seems to be horrifically regretting it. And of course, as this is live on YouTube, there will be occasionally chats that come in. There's a chat that's going on. There are some super chats that'll come in, and I try and read those as we go if it's not too disruptive to the discussion. And so, and as always to the audience, if you check in the top of the description, you can do a justice chat, which gives YouTube no money, which I'm encouraging people to do because YouTube is a steaming pile of garbage.
And then your stream is immediately cut.
Yeah. So we're trying to get rid of their funding in what small ways that we can and encourage people to give through the justice chat. They will be treated equally to super chats. They do pop up on the screen as well and will be preserved in for time immemorial on the stream. But Cody, do you drink?
I do not. I am a teetotaler.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to. So.
Well, you go ahead. It's your stream. You're the boss, man.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Especially on days like today. I had to do a lot of driving today because I was in court like an hour away, and.
Yeah, when you spend day and day in court, I can see why you would drink.
Yeah, well, this one was a good day. I don't know. Do you care? Like, do you want? Should I
go
talk
ahead,
about it?
man. This is your show. You're the law man. People come for the law, not the anime man.
Well, I don't talk too much about my cases publicly. I like to make fun of lawyers who really do that a lot, like Mark Zaid, the worst, best lawyer on the planet. But no, I have this ongoing case where a woman's house, the bank foreclosed on her house because she, didn't pay the mortgage, right? That's what happens. And we're challenging the foreclosure because there's this weird, they do this foreclosure by advertisement, which means there's no court process involved. They just have to follow very strict procedures, and then they can foreclose in sort of a very summary fashion. We think that they made a couple mistakes, and so we're trying to get the foreclosure overturned. That's the whole, the big part of this. But what happened was we've been in this sort of limbo period for about 6.5 months, where we have this pending litigation, but nothing's really happening, and we were negotiating back and forth on my client just paying off the outstanding balance, maybe plus a little extra, kind of depend, whatever we could agree to. And we were getting pretty close, and then suddenly the bank decides to shut off the utilities to the property. Now my client still lives there. So this is very bad, especially because if you don't know, I live in Minnesota, and it starts to get cold at this time of year. So they shut off the power at the beginning of August, and I immediately called up the other attorney. I'm like, why, what are you doing? Like, this is a really stupid move because you can't do this. This is like an eviction. But he said, well, she's not a tenant, and my client's not a landlord, so it's not. So then we go back and forth. We finally get a court date. Now, this happened August 6th, and our court date was today. So that's how slow this stupid process moves. And it was only...
isn't that like any court process? It's just
a
month late. Yeah,
it's just glacial.
Yeah.
So we go in today, and I reviewed the statute. Now, I've read the stupid statute on unlawful termination of utilities probably 15 times. And somehow, every time I missed that it talks about our specific situation in the statute. And the weird thing is the other attorney missed it too. So this whole time, like, I've been saying this is, you can't do this. And he's like, well, we can because she's not a tenant and you don't really have an argument. And I'm like, I don't think you have to be a tenant, but I mean, maybe. And so I'm looking through case law and trying to back up my position instead of just looking at the stupid statute.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting in the parking lot today, waiting to go into the courthouse, and I look at the statute one more time, and I notice it says that this also applies to a occupant of a residential real property that has been foreclosed upon and is outside of the redemption period, which is exactly
your exact case.
Yeah. So I bring it in, and I show my client, and I'm like, well, I think we're gonna win today, and and she's like, oh, that's good, and I show her, and I'm like, I found this morning. I looked at this and I've just never really noticed before. But so then the other attorney comes in. I'm like, hey, buddy, you want to talk? So we go. There's nothing we're going to do.
Here, hold this L for me real quick.
Yeah, because we're not gonna settle this. Absolutely not gonna settle on this issue because we're gonna win it. So I'm like, let's go talk. So we go in the conference room, and I'm like, why don't you read this? And I slide my phone over to him, and he reads it, and he's like, yeah, it's past the redemption period. I'm like, yeah, it is. Why don't you read it again? And the look on his face was sadness and anguish. It's like the best part. There's
just now just picking you like that scene from South Park with the Scott Tenorman must die thing. It was just tasting his tears. Your tears are so delicious.
Yeah. It's there, like, being a lawyer is a lot of really boring paperwork and motion practice and stuff and I hate all of that. But when you get to watch your opponent break, like the NPC script like goes into loop and he doesn't know what to do, when that happens right in front of you, oh, it's delicious. And then his client came in. His client's a bank, so it's the bank president comes up. He's got a big smile on his face because they're thinking they're going to get this property and everything. And then he's like, "Hey, can we go talk?" To his client. And so they go in the back room, and he comes out, and that guy looks grim. Man, he looks like he just was introduced to the world of Dark Eldar or something.
I don't know what that means, but I still understand it.
40K. Warhammer 40K. Sorry, I'm a 40K nerd.
Know.
You're an anime nerd. I'm a 40K nerd.
Well, I'm proxy to Warhammer 40K nerd, so I get enough. I feel like I should have known that one.
Yeah. How dare you? It's basically a race that murder raped a deity into existence. So that's a good way to discuss it. Okay, so I'm going to read these chats, and then we'll hear about you instead of my weird law stories about drinking the tears of my enemies.
Okay.
So Baron Nathan Dean, before the stream started, said hello. Hello, Baron. How are you, buddy? And then we had Super Iron Bob said, I reject the premise of this stream and wanted to thank Anime Outsiders for helping me demand for better from anime.
Yes, that's one of the things that we do, and I'll get into that when I introduce myself more elaborately and what we do and all that stuff.
Excellent. Keck7Go says Nick Rekieta fans are called Racklings and are part of his beautiful family. What is Cody's favorite chaos god? Also, shill your Patreon and tell people to stop watching you go buy Mechanicus and play it. Okay, so my Patreon is right there, patreon.com/lawsplaining. Keck always reminds me to shill it, but if you join our Patreon at the $5 plus level, you get access to the Discord, and we do live chats, and I'm in the Discord with quite a bit of, well, I try to be in there with as much frequency as possible, and answer questions. We generally have a good time, and we also play video games together sometimes, although I've been bad about it, but that's because I'm moving and very, very busy right now. So what is your favorite chaos god from Warhammer?
I want to say Slanesh, only because I feel like if I say any other ones, my buddy Max, my co-host on the podcast and one of the top guys on my staff, will throw something at me. But probably Nurgle, because I like the disease thing, and I like the fact that it's like the grossest one and the most disgusting one, but technically the best one to follow. Like he of all the chaos gods, that one will take the best care of you. It's just you're gonna be fucking horrifying.
Yeah, Papa Nurgle gives the best gifts, but he makes you look like, well, since she's in the hospital, Amy Schumer. He makes you look like Amy Schumer.
Even when she's not in the hospital, you'll still look like Amy Schumer.
Well, I'm just saying,
I've seen those like big troops from Nurgles with the guts hanging out, the big fat ones. It's like, it's basically Amy Schumer in a horror movie.
Yeah, well, and the main reason I bring her up is because she's in the hospital, and I'm a firm believer in kicking Amy Schumer while she's down.
Well, when is she not down?
Yep, true.
Somebody.
True.
That's a joke. I'm a hack.
And the true story, though, is I wish the best of health to her and her child. I just wish her career would end.
Yes, I think we all do.
Yeah, that's reasonable, I think.
Yeah,
Gulf City Cult of Krill says Tara Strong is a privileged, rich, white liberal woman who at least dislikes legal immigrants. It seems to be the case.
We'll get into that, but she's crazier than you think, because we've actually kind of been following her for a while. She's a nut.
Yeah, and I haven't, other than, like I used to watch Powerpuff Girls, and Bubbles was always my favorite character. That's literally my extent of Tara Strong exposure.
Yeah, it turns out Bubbles was voiced by a lunatic, and I'm not even joking. We're going to get into it. She's a lunatic. She's always been a lunatic.
Good. So then Keck7Go says, discuss Legality of Boku no Pico and why it's Kode's favorite anime of all time. Now, I've heard of that. Is that the one where
don't. Okay, I'm gonna spoil the joke for you, because this is a common prank with weebs and normal people.
Sure.
They look up an anime called Boku no Pico. Boku no Pico is a hentai, which is an anime porn, for those who don't know.
And like the characters get like raped to death, right?
No, that's not that one.
Okay.
Boku no Pico is a rare hentai in that it's about children. It's about little boys that have sex with each other and grown men and one time a girl, but it's gay little boy, like it's animated kiddie porn.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, that's why people use it as a prank. Like, look up an anime called Boku no Pico. Go on, go watch it. Watch it in front of your grandmother. It'll be fun. It'll be great.
So I can say with some level of confidence that Boku no Pico is legal in the United States. It may not be legal in Canada. They have different rules around lolicon and child pornography that is animated. If there's some other non-lolicon version, but what the U.S. does not really treat that as child pornography unless it is virtually indistinguishable from like a photo of a real child. Man,
like really good 3D shit. Yeah. We've kind of argued with, because the anime fandom is riddled with degenerates, which is part of the reason Anime Outsiders is a thing. And again, I'll get into that.
Yeah.
We've gotten to a lot because it is our contention that if you're into that shit, you are a pedophile. Yes, it's only drawings, which only means that there's no crime being committed, which means you're not going to go to jail, but it doesn't change the fact that you're beating your meat to a child. I don't care if it's a drawing of a child. Like, okay, it's only a drawing, but it's a drawing of what? You're the one who saw a picture of a child and like, yeah, that's for me.
Yeah, it's a strange position to have. I will take the position that it is free speech, and in the US currently it is protected.
Yeah,
So
it's not. It shouldn't be illegal. We have stated that before. It should not be illegal, but that doesn't change the fact that if that's your thing, we're going to judge the hell out of you and not going to let you in the room alone with a child. You're just not going to jail.
yes. All right, so we've got Peter Pete who says, "What's up, faggot?" Faggot. There's a long A there, so it's not a derogatory slur. Free speech is awesome. I agree, it is awesome.
It's awesome.
It's a shame. I tweeted out a snippet from an article that talked about a free speech debate that's going to happen at the appropriately named Moot Room at some boring university. And I can tell that if I watched it, I would want to jump off of a bridge and into the California wildfire as fast as possible.
That would be my freedom of expression, to fucking kill myself.
Oh, someone found out it's let's see, I can't pronounce anime talk. It's Urotsuki Doji.
Urotsuki Doji. That's another. They're recommending you horrific hentai.
That's the one where the women get raped to death.
That's
apparently.
the one. I don't know which of this rape to death thing you keep alluding to. No, Urotsuki Doji is like, it's also called Legend of the Overfiend, and it was like, I remember when I was in high school. There were people, and I'm showing my age here. I remember kids in high school had this thing on this and La Blue Girl on VHS hidden in their backpacks because they were trading it around. It's the premier tentacle rape.
Oh no!
Hentai.
Oh no!
Like there's tentacle rape in a bunch of these things, but Urotsuki Doji is like it's like the Schindler's List of tentacle rape.
Well, I'll wait for Kurt Eichenwald's review video to come out on it. Okay, we got two more, and then we'll get into like the reality of the interview.
Okay. Hey, we're having fun. That's what it's about.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Gay and Still at Large.
My boy, I know that guy.
He's
from our community.
Okay, perfect. He says the LGBTQRSTUV community stands by longtime and noted ally Cody Byer. So good. It's good to have allies, and it's good to be an ally.
Yeah, because we have a shitload of gays in our Discord community. Like we made a roll for them just to keep track of them all. There's so many dudes that love dudes. I don't know I think it's our cattiness that attracts gay guys, but we have so many gay guys and bi guys.
They can be fun though.
Like, I'm not even complaining. I just think it's hilarious, and it's just so weird. And when we started Anime Outsiders, you'd have told me that was going to happen. I never seen it coming.
Yeah.
It's like, by the way, you're going to be inundated with dudes that love cock. Like,
are you saying the gays sneak up behind you? Because it's a weird position to take. But I mean,
I'm surrounded on all sides. I mean, it's
Oh, so you're like Stormy
poor little
Daniels.
white boy me.
I just made a joke about a porn star. That was rude.
No. How dare you?
Razgriz Reborn says, "Hey, former brony here. The day Trump got elected, Tara started losing her mind, and she started attacking and blocking people that disagreed with her, even her most loyal fans. I've had to unfollow because it became sad watching a person I looked up to morph." Yeah,
well, I hate to break it to you, but she was always like this. It just sort of now that she's decided to express her lunacy via Trump derangement syndrome, it sort of made it a little more clear to people. Whereas before, you might have had to like look into things to find out. Oh, this woman's off her rocker. Okay.
Yeah,
good to know.
And that's been happening a lot. What I will say is, the one thing I can recommend to people is, as best as you can, separate the art from the artist. Otherwise, you'll go crazy trying to remember all the things you're not supposed to watch. But don't give them any special attention.
Yeah, so many anime voice actors are absolute idiots, but they're really good actors. So we just say, and we've said it before to people on Twitter, look, they're good actors. If they're cast in something, we're happy about it. But man, they need to just stick to playing pretend is all they're good at. Because when they try to have a thought, it's clearly beyond their I don't know what you call it, their skill set to have thoughts. As long as they just play pretend and read what's on the script in a convincing way, they're good at what they do. Once you put them out into the real world, it's like, I don't know what the world is, and they just hit their head on the door.
Yeah, they should never speak on anything. They should only act and dance for us.
Some of them are especially crazy. We did a whole video on our YouTube. I would say a YouTube, but I promote our BitChute more because YouTube keeps deleting our videos because we're naughty boys. We have a YouTube. It's just kind of we just kind of shit post we're doing exposés. We started on exposés. We did a thing on actor DC Douglas. A lot of people know him as the current voice of Wesker from the Resident Evil games. He is actually insane. Like he abused drugs a lot, and we're like 100% sure that has permanently damaged his brain. Like we compiled just all this shit that he said and done. I actually kind of, after we were making fun of him a lot, and then after his video was done, we just kind of stopped because it just felt fucking sorry for him. Like he's just in a sad state. He's a sad man he's broken, just broken dreams, broken brain. He's just broken in every way. But God, he's crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of BitChute, I will be following our interview. I'm going to go over to Stream Me, and I'm going to talk about the BitChute being deplatformed from they had their PayPal
that was disgusting.
revoked.
I saw that.
And so I'm transitioning at least some shows onto Stream Me because they have been committed to upholding free speech apparently. And they've been hosting the people who have been kicked off of other places. And so I'm going to start doing a show over there. And it starts tonight after our interview. And I will be discussing Brandenburg versus Ohio, where the Supreme Court upheld hate speech as protected speech. And then we'll be talking about BitChute. So if anybody wants to follow over there, that should be interesting. But all right. So a couple more have come in, of course. Iron Mater says Lincoln is objectively the worst president ever. A union, like any other relationship, is meaningless if it is not voluntary. There's some merit to that argument. My stream.me is stream.me/Rekieta Law. Very easy to find. Larry Bernard says, how about thoughts on the World War III arc of a certain magical series? Now, do you know what he's talking about?
That sounds like a crap show. It sounds like a doo-doo show that I don't watch because I have taste and value my time. If he's alluding to the franchise, I think he is.
Well, I'm in the dark here.
There's a series called A Certain Magical Index, and there's all these other sequel and spin-off series with a similar sounding title, like A Certain Magical or Certain and it's bad. It's a lot of like, I'm the spiky hair main character man. You can relate to me, average low testosterone Japanese male, except I'm special. I'm surrounded by all these beautiful large-eyed women, many of whom would like to touch me in an inappropriate way. Beautiful large-eyed women, please speak in your incredibly high-pitched voices to the camera while you do glyph magic, and this is basically just shit you saw 20 other times in 20 other animes. Sometimes you can see a boob or a butt.
Okay,
Hooray!
so you're not a fan of a certain magical crap show.
Well, I'll get into, because we're like the one guy said, we kind of have a particular taste in anime. We're not your typical weebs.
Gotcha.
We're special weebs.
So it's all lolly all day over there.
God no.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay, one more, and then you can tell me all about it. Keck. Seven Go Again says, Nick's Discord has a great lack of the gays. Cody, can you donate a few of yours for our Discord for me, please? So,
if they want, I mean, I know a lot of our Discord is probably watching this or watching the recording. So go on to Nick's Discord and talk about the law.
Yeah.
Just talk about law. Even if people don't want, if they're trying to talk about their day or TV shows, just come in and be like, Roe versus Wade, begin.
Well, that happens. But
just begin.
But I will warn you in advance. Again, my Discord is exclusive to Patreon, so make sure you check out the show. And if you like the show and it's worth it to you, certainly join up on Patreon and then come yell at us about Roe versus Wade. And all.
Basically,
and the
what I'm
gays,
getting this is gays are cheap.
The gays are all welcome, though. They're all the cheap gays are welcome and the expensive Milo Yiannopoulos gays are welcome as well. But let's get into this. So tell me about Anime Outsiders.
Okay. There's a bit of a story. There's a bit of a tale to weave. We started as a podcast called The Other Side, which we still do. Me and a couple friends. And we started it because generally we hate anime podcasts. Because every anime podcast is the same thing. You get a couple people that are only barely socially literate, if that. And it's like, let's talk about all the new shows this season. What's your favorite anime girl? I'm very upset about the implications of this female character in this show. And it's just crap. So like, let's do an anime podcast for people who just want to shoot the shit and laugh. Let's do the kind of like a Opie and Anthony for anime fans. Just tell some dirty jokes, talk about shows that are actually good, and make fun of shit that sucks. We've been doing that for a while, and we were on a site called Anime 3000, and we got really popular to the point where we're getting a little too popular. We were starting to become the face of Anime 3000, which neither we nor the guy that runs Anime 3000 wanted. We wanted to be just one of many, but I guess because we were trying to be entertaining as opposed to just sitting around talking about what anime we watched.
Right.
That got us a lot of eyes and ears, and we said a lot of controversial shit. So we ended up splintering off on our own thing. We decided, let's make a website because we also hate every other anime website. You got anime reviews that are either dishonest or just from people with garbage taste. Like, let's get a site where we got articles by people that are funny or insightful. Let's get reviews by people that know what the hell they're talking about and can explain why something is good or bad, like objectively almost. A rating system that isn't some exploitable, finicky score bullshit. Let's just get a website that's just good. No bullshit. And then from there, we host a podcast on that, and put some features on that. Sometimes we talk about shit other than anime because we're not autistic enough to focus on anime 24/7. And we started Twitter to promote it. And the Twitter is pretty much us, a lot of times me, just having fun. Because that's what the site was. It's just a group of friends having fun. Because we kind of have a unique perspective. Because we can't stand and we hate anime fans.
Right.
we hate the anime industry. And we hate 90% of anime. The entire reason that we're anime fans is because that 10% is the best goddamn television that's ever aired. Being an anime fan with taste is like someone telling you there is a city of gold in a sea of an aseptic sea. Like you have to swim across that sea of just piss and shit in order to get to like El Dorado. Are you willing to swim that sea? A lot of people aren't. We don't blame them. But we decided, let's be the boat. Let's be the boat. Like we'll ferry you to El Dorado so you don't have to swim through this septic sea. You don't have to do like waifu of the month. Bullshit action show that's the same as every bullshit action show, creepy shows for perverts because Japan is sexually dysfunctional. Let's just get you to the good shit. Just right to the good shit. So that was the sort of impetus to start Anime Outsiders. And we started getting bigger because one of the things that, well, especially I like to do, see, a lot of anime fans are very non-confrontational. I am the opposite. I love confrontation. I thrive off it like a cursed relic. So not a lot of people were really highlighting just how full of shit like a lot of people in the industry are. They'd complained about it a little bit on Twitter, but never really go after them. Like they might say, "Oh, Funimation changed the dialogue in the English dub for their like own politics to throw in a shot at Gamergate or something." And they'll complain or whatever. But no one really like just went in on Funimation or went in on these voice actors or went in on these people specifically. Just gave it to them. So I was like, I'll do it. I love that shit. So that's what kind of what gave us a lot of notoriety is just like, screen capping dumb shit people say and then making fun of it. And then showing people, hey, your favorite voice actors are retarded. Like, okay, yeah, Steve Bloom is a good actor, but he thinks Donald Trump is a traitor to his country for being diplomatic with North Korea. Like, that doesn't even make sense, you actual retard.
So what's great about your story so far, if I may interject briefly, is I also hate lawyers. I hate the vast majority of legal things, and I hate the overwhelming discussion about the law. So I feel like we're kindred in that, this self-loathing. Like somebody's got to help everybody else out, right?
Yeah, like AO. We did AO to be an oasis. like this whole anime thing is a shit show, but there's some good shit in here. So come on, normal people, let's come to a nice space where people aren't socially retarded and everything's not awkward and weird and there's no creepy perverts, or if they are, they can actually keep it to themselves like normal people. Just come in and let's enjoy actual quality entertainment like normal people instead of like weirdo, socially dysfunctional, just rejects of society. Like, hey, have you seen the new show with the pink-haired girl? I don't know what it's about, but I can't stop looking up porn of the pink-haired girl. I gotta just watch the show now. So the porn has context. Like the fandom is just shit. It's shit. This community is shit. So it's like let's fucking fix that instead of just complaining. Let's make a good community of normal people that doesn't make me want to hit them.
Well, that's it's a noble goal, and I wish you all the best of luck. It's a task that I think is Herculean in many ways. Real quick, Keck says, Cody, tell Nick to watch Goblin Slayer and Overlord.
Yes, those are good shows.
I watched the first episode of Goblin Slayer, and I liked it okay. And then what I really liked, though, was a meme that I saw afterwards where he opens the door. Okay, so he sees the door after he's killed all the main goblins, and the door is labeled Africa, and then he opens it, and the little children goblinettes or whatever are labeled the Rains, and his club is labeled My Blessings. Right? Like, that made me almost as happy as the entire first episode.
That is tailor-made for my girlfriend because she loves Goblin Slayer. She's like read all the manga. She is in love with Goblin Slayer, and she loves Africa by Toto.
Now, does Goblin
that is tailor-made for her.
Does Goblin Slayer stay like ridiculously violent?
It dips in and out. The general. I mean, you've seen the opening, but you've seen the first episode, so you get the general premise. But the sort of, I guess, thesis of the show, it's the you think of the beginning of an RPG, the beginning stuff that you kind of level up through, and then you never see again. Well, those goblins didn't go away. That stuff didn't go away. So it deals with the world of a sort of fantasy RPG, but it's realistically like how would this like operate? I guess
it's a nightmare. It's a constant nightmare.
Yeah. So it sort of dips in and out. Like you'll have just the Goblin Slayer interact, and that the other kind of bigger thing than the violence. The violence I would put it secondary. The primary thing is the sort of the character of Goblin Slayer himself, because he's damaged. He's been through some shit. I mean, if you decide to watch more, I won't spoil it for you, but he's been through some fucking shit. And he is damaged to the point where literally all he can think about is killing goblins.
Yeah. I saw a clip compilation the other day, and it was a comedy compilation. It was like basically all the chicks around him like flirting with him, but all he can think is trying to kill goblins. And it was pretty funny. And I'm okay with a little comic relief, but the general thing is he gains a group of friends, and they sort of try to help him. And Goblin Slayer healing as a person, I think, is probably a little more important to the overall story than the goblin violence. But the goblin violence is a main part of it, and it's one of the best spectacles because it's not just runs around slaughters goblins. He does it. It's like a mental thing, the strategy going on in killing these goblins. Because you can't just run in with a sword. That's how you get killed. So it's the tactical nature of his work. Sure,
I think one of the big draws.
Well, see, I used to watch. I watched anime starting in the 90s and then into the early 2000s, and then I kind of stopped.
I can understand why you'd quit. I can understand at that era with what was coming out in the pike. I can understand why you'd quit.
Well, and I also, was moving into college and just dealing with a whole bunch of other stuff. So lots of different transitions, both in the genre and personally, were going on. I moved away from my friends who were heavily into anime, so I just didn't have as much exposure. But like back in the 90s and early 2000s, it's like everything was ninjas and mecha and vampires, which was cool. I was with it. I like Vampire Hunter D. I like Bloodlust.
That was also what was being brought over here because that's what a lot of production companies thought would sell.
Right. And I grew up on Robotech and Transformers, so I always liked Macross. And Macross has gotten real weird. Um, it started with Macross 2, which I still liked, but then I started watching some of the other ones, and Macross 2 apparently has been retconned out of existence, I guess. But
Yeah, I can't follow Macross. I don't even bother.
well, then
I don't know if it's any good or not. It's just like it's just not. I'm not even gonna go into that room. I'm gonna stay out of that room. That's somebody else's room.
Yeah, in the early parts of Macross, like the singing was like a tool or a weapon that was used, and then in the later parts of Macross, it's like the integral part of it, and they really try and weave it together with the mechs like too much. It's weird to me now, so I don't, I haven't been following. But and I watched Ninja Scroll. I did watch Berserk, which was pretty good, or at least the Golden Arc trilogy.
I would recommend reading the Berserk manga because there was the old.
Like something I won't do.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'll tell you why you should. Because they had an anime adaptation that was pretty good, but it was only like this flashback that is like the first half of the run of the series. It's actually not super long. People say read the manga and they think, oh god, it's like hundreds and hundreds. Like that's like the big shonen shows that are the big shonen titles that are like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of volumes. Berserk, especially with how many hiatuses the artist takes, it's not really that many. You could probably get through it. And I would, this is going to sound like hyperbole, but I would go in, if you gave me a few hours, I could back this up. It is probably one of the best pieces of literature that has ever been made. And the art is the best comic art that has ever been put to paper. The man that draws this is some kind of genius. He's artistic. He's a genius. He's a master storyteller. It is hands down like the best comic, like manga, American, European, Japanese, anything is hands down one of the best, if not the best comic ever written. It is an epic it's a dark fantasy that's based like, hey, the ideas of like, fantasy ideas or things you see in like religious texts with demons and what if that shit was viscerally real?
Yeah, that's
and
what
then
I
you put it
got from the show at least. Although I've heard the manga is better.
Yeah, and then you put it in the context of like a realistic depiction of the Middle Ages, like brutally realistic depiction of the Middle Ages, and then you throw this stuff in there. And the anime didn't even get to like some of the best parts and like some of the real character building, and it is a fucking masterpiece. And then it might slow you down reading it though, because there are sometimes the art is so gorgeous you can't turn the page. You just gotta gawk at it for a few minutes.
Sure. Well, I can tell you with confidence that I might do that when I'm like 85. But do you see the bookshelf behind me?
It's mostly booze.
Well, it's behind the booze is a bunch of Warhammer books, and I have read like I don't know, 5 of them. I'm really far behind.
I would put Berserk in that pocket, or hell, you could find like websites that have it and read it on flights or something. Just put that in your pocket. Like if I ever decide to start checking out comics or manga, that's the first one you should jump to, is Berserk.
Well, I will. Well, but then it's downhill from there, though. It sounds like.
Well, there's other great ones. It's just that shows you. It's like starting with Cowboy Bebop as your first anime. Yeah, you started with the best one, but it has opened you to this is where the medium can go and why it's worth your time. So even if you're watching anime, you're inundated with like 20 different shows with giant-eyed, pink-haired girls talking in such a high register that if they scream, only dogs can hear. You remember that, yeah, but anime can also produce something like Cowboy Bebop. So that's why it's worth dealing with its bullshit, because you'll deal with all this garbage, but then occasionally, oh yeah, by the way, here's a really good story right here. Okay, have fun with that.
All right, I got 2 chats, and then I want to bring this back to what our main subject is. We've got a good audience watching. I think people have kind of come on into the show. And it'll be a good time to get into that and watch a video and make fun of a dummy. Cormoran, this is 12 minutes ago. He said, Lolly is Louis Laveau approved hentai. Okay. Iron Mater says, thoughts on Blue Gender and Gantz.
Gantz is the anime equivalent of an exploitation action movie. It is really stupid, really violent, really adult. But it's dumb fun if that's all you're looking for. The storyline is dumb as hell. If you think too deeply about the things going on, it will make you angry. But if you just want to see like, hey, here's some guys in black suits blowing up big monster aliens. Sometimes they fuck here you go, here's Gantz. That's Gantz. It's an exploitation anime. Blue Gender. I haven't seen it in a long time, but it really didn't impress me. I think most of the people remember it for the vagina mouth bug aliens. It's all right. It's not bad. It's not great. It's just if it's I wouldn't recommend going out and finding it. But if it's gonna play on your, I can't say if it's on TV. Who the hell watches anime on TV anymore? But if it's for some reason gonna auto cue or you just stumble upon it, there's no harm in watching it.
Well, that did not sell me on it at all. It's definitely not going to.
There's so much better than either of those you can watch. But if you're just out of anime and you need something anime, there you go. You could do worse.
Let's move into the Tara Strong thing, and then we'll move back into the general anime discussion, because I have a bone to pick with you. Actually, it's not with you, but you are anime, and so I will pick the bone with anime with you.
I mean, I probably have the bone to pick with anime too that you have to pick, but I think we've established.
We'll figure it out.
I'm not an anime apologist.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me what happens here. Dragon Maid. This is from Quino T. Tiquan says Dragon Maid is good. Change my mind.
No, it's not.
Also, what do you think of Sore wa Tara no Senpai no Chinko? That's just.
I can already tell it's bad by the title. I can already tell it's bad by the title, because any anime that's has a title that's a sentence is crap. That is like that is a universal constant. It is a law like gravity. Like, the only time that you will ever know that an anime with a sentence for a title is good is if you drop something on the ground and it floats in the air. When the laws of the universe stop working, you will find an anime with a sentence for a title that's good. Like, the best anime, it's all something punchy because it's confident in its story, so it can stamp it with a confident title instead of like a brief description of the premise as the title, which a lot of these shows do, and they are all bad. There's one exception, but that's because the title is a joke, and it's often shortened to Watamode, but the full title is "It's Your Guy's Fault That I'm Not Popular." But the title is a joke, and it's a comedy show kind of making fun of obsessive anime fans and shit, and it's really funny. And I guess that would be the exception, but like I said, even then the title is a joke.
Sounds complicated to me. All of this is a comedy. Complicated.
It's a spoof. It's a goof and a spoof. I'd recommend it. It's funny.
All right. So let me see if I can get this properly in frame over here. I'm going to put this over our faces. Okay. Make sure. So this is let's talk about how you get to Tara Strong being very, very mad at you. So what happened there? So we've talked about you're an anime site. You have a unique sort of perspective. You like to be very confrontational. You've started a Twitter page to bring some of that confrontation to the world. And is that what brings you to Tara Strong, or is it one incident, or has it been building up, or what's going on here?
We've only recently focus on like other anime voice actors way more because they're so fucking retarded. Tara Strong only recently started doing stuff, and we kind of grew bored of her because before we started Anime Outsiders, when we were like just hanging on this other internet forum that's now defunct, and as the group of friends that started AO, and we were doing the other side. We talked about the Brony thing and how Tara Strong was making a retard of herself. And after the Brony thing kind of faded away, it just felt passe to go after Tara Strong. But then she went full psycho bitch over Trump and went back on our radar. And then this Uber thing happened. That was really the thing that tipped. I think we once or twice, we've maybe tweeted about her 6 times total in the thousands of tweets that we've had by now since I think we've been around as Anime Outsiders for about 3 years. Which is funny because some of the people that obsessively hate us you've only been able to get that many followers in 7 or 8 years, and to this day I'm still trying to figure out where those other 5 or 6 years came from.
So how many followers do you have?
We're shooting, as of this recording, we're shooting at 3,700 now.
Nice, congratulations.
So it's whatever. It's not like it's a power level, but it's nice that the AO brand resonates with people because, like I said, we tried to make an oasis, and the fact that people like that oasis and want to come and enjoy a little shit talk and find out what's actually worth watching. It's enduring. That's not the word. Endearing.
Yes.
Maybe I'll learn English. Maybe.
Nah. No worries, because you talk about anime, so you don't need to.
Watashi wa Mikodi-san.
Okay, we got 2 chats, and then I want to talk about Terra. So Pony Cordero.
Do I have to open the YouTube to view the video? Because on the Google Hangout, I can't see it.
Yeah, I haven't pulled it over yet. Although I don't think the audio is going to come through for you, so it might be good. I'll give you the link to the one I've got, and we can sync up. Because your audio is not going to come through. I'm going to put it in the Google Hangout chat over there. So we can sync that up, and we'll hit play at the same time, and the audience will hear mine, but you won't. Right. So real quick though, Pony Cordero says, as a brony, I cannot say anything bad about Yaz God Queen Tara Strong, Purple Smart Twinkle Sparkle, but oh God, how bad did she flutter up? You're about to see. We're going to show you live what she did. Ken Tackett says, watch Made in Abyss. If you're not gripped within the first 10 minutes, I will eat my head. Well, I mean,
that show is terrible. Oh my gosh. Made in Abyss is, I'm not even kidding, it's made by a pedophile, and it has a shitload of pedophilic content in it. Like, he tries to tell another story, but the main two characters are kids, and there's a lot of just like, we've posted the pages from the original manga that's based on, like, where it's like little kids talking about little boy erections, and the author made this drawing tutorial of how to draw the perfect child's belly button, and the whole sequence where a little boy.
That's worse to me than if you said the perfect child's penis. Yeah. Like, for some reason, the belly button makes it grosser.
And there's I think he has a belly button fetish because he draws them so prominently, and then there's like all kind of weird things involved with belly buttons in it. And then like there's this one sequence in the real comic where the robot boy, or it's like a cyborg boy or something, is strapped to this big machine with all these like robot doctor monster things hovering around him, and it's like torture porn where it's like they cut off his arm and the kid screams and vomits, and then there's a close up of his crotch as he's pissing himself, and then the doctor monsters are examining the piss, and it's like, dude, someone gotta call the cops. You gotta stash a something somewhere, because you are scaring the shit out of me. Not even the content, just like the close-ups of child piss. Like, no. Like, I can handle gore and shit, but not when it's very clear that you are erect drawing this.
Some guy is ruining everything, though. Rex Warden in the chat says, your belly button is just your old mouth. Oh man, yeah, I don't know the belly button thing, like, the show aside, like the tutorial on how to draw the perfect child belly button, well, that guy maybe needs to free Tibet and set himself on fire. I don't know.
Yeah, we have a review of it on our site if you want in detail.
I don't know if I do. That sounded horrible.
You don't know that part. It's just going into why you should just say no.
Okay,
that's the short answer, is that it's written by a creepy pedophile.
We've got the Coke Master saying, don't brush off CGDCT anime, K-On! And Tamako Market Kino AF.
No. Okay. There is a thing where this is one of the things we can't stand anime fans. A lot of them are basically only watching shows as comfort food. Like, when we watch a show at AO, we value our time. So if you're going to show us a show, it needs to be like entertaining, gripping, have good characters, and worth watching. And they make a lot of anime because there's a lot of lonely shut-ins in Japan. So I know this isn't even a joke. They make shows for the lonely shut-ins, and a lot of it's like voyeuristic shows where you're just following a group of girls being cutesy and getting into non-adventures, and then that's it. And K-On! Is basically that, and it's over-animated by girls starting a band at school where they sing high-pitched tra-la-la music that makes me want to die. And then there's not even really any humor. It's just, oh, I am in an awkward situation. I'm going to act like a 5-year-old. Boo! And then that's it. There's no value in it. It is a show that does not value it. And they'll refer to this as comfy anime.
Sure. Sure.
And we have no interest in the comfy anime because, like I said, we have friends and lives and jobs and significant others, and if we're going to watch a show, it's going to be worth the time invested in it.
Gotcha. Okay, Genshi Fox says Fatal Fury, the motion picture, is the best video game adaptation. Changed my mind.
It's up there. It's kind of dumb, but it's well animated, and if you like the Fatal Fury games, it's good. But the best one's the Street Fighter 2 animated movie. Like, that isn't an actually legitimately good action movie.
I think I've seen that.
Yeah,
I want to say I did.
It's also special because it's probably the only instance of them adding like rock music, like licensed music, into the English dub of an anime and it working. Like, they did that a lot in like the Dragon Ball Z movies, and it was stupid. It's like all of a sudden Goku would be fighting a guy named after chocolate or something, and then all of a sudden Slipknot would kick in just at the time the punch was thrown. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. But the Street Fighter 2 anime movie did it really well, to the point the English version's probably better than the Japanese version. It's really good.
Okay.
But Fatal Fury motion picture, it has a dumb plot, but it's just fun to watch. Like, hey, I like Fatal Fury. Get him, Terry Bogard. This is animated kind of well, but weird at the same time. Everything's off model, but it's smooth. Get him.
So let's see. Xander's rants. I put a picture of Tara Strong up over us for now, and then we'll switch it over to the video. But that's her. I don't know. Her face is kind of haggard in that picture.
No, that's she has large fake breasts, and then but she didn't bother to make her face match the rest of her synthetic appearance, which you can kind of get the idea of what we're dealing with when you're a voice actor doing that. you're never going to be on camera, but needed to go through all that. So and she went overboard with the fake tits, because look at those things, Jesus. They're not even proportional. Like, you could tell there's things going on. Like, I don't know whether she was born with a chemical imbalance or she got Weinsteined and it traumatized her or something. I don't know what the cause is.
We'll have to look up if he was ever a producer on My Little Pony.
She is broken.
Xander's Rants asks what you think about Anime World Order and Digibro.
They suck. They suck so bad. Anime World Order is... My laughter should tell you all you need to know about Anime World Order. And then Digibro is basically a pedophile that looks like a hobo that thinks he's an auteur, that thinks he's like I am an anime intellectual, let me tell you about the subtle the intricacies of the plotting in My Sister is a Fister, or some shit like that. Like, let me tell you why this show about boys that go into a magical realm is actually very intellectual or whatever. But he's always drunk. He looks like a serial killer, and he wants to have sex with a small child or be a small child. I don't know. He's not well, but they're terrible. That's why we started AO. Everybody that talks anime sucks. They're pretentious, or they're socially retarded, or they're just insufferable. They all suck. That's why we started a site, because we hate them all. So we decided, let's do it ourselves.
Have you heard the Digibro Digital Brony song?
No.
Okay, I will.
As a brony, and then he was so awful, the bronies kicked him out, so he started making anime videos. It's not even a joke, by the way. It's not me making fun of him. That's what happened.
Well, he was on the Dick Show, and then after his appearance, people went ahead someone went ahead and made a song, Digibro, Digital Brony, Digibro is a pedophile. We'll play it. We'll play it. I'm gonna do one more super chat. There's a couple more that have come in, but I want to get to the video and then we'll go back to them. But I want to welcome my man Landon Mackinjames. He's the official Rekieta Law anime recommender.
Okay.
And of the channel, and he is here. He says, "Never fear, Nick Senpai. I'm here. Sorry I'm late. Anime and autism. Let's do this." So welcome to the stream, Landon Mackinjames, and we will get to the rest of the super chat, starting with Boag when we go back to it. But let's watch this Tara Strong video.
Cue it up.
I've got it in frame. I've got the volume up, so you guys should be able to hear it just fine. And I'm gonna do a 1, 2, 3 click. Okay. So here we go. 1, 2, 3 click.
Such a racist mind.
All right.
I don't want to talk to you. I'm a racist. You are racist. The lefty are such a...
This is actually not the beginning.
Racist is
Oh, this isn't? Okay, there's another one here. Curse you, Mandark.
Yeah, that because
Maybe it's on this one.
He starts saying you're a racist. I think she says something. I think that's the golden line she says of like we are born here or something like yeah we were I'm an American. I was born here, something like that.
Okay, I think this one might do it.
Let's see, before I immediately pause it, I'm going to just check out, make sure this is the the Memeology video. Yeah, that's the one.
This is the one? Okay.
That has the whole thing, yeah. That actually has the screenshot of the email that I was sent.
Okay, so Memeology, please don't copyright strike us. It's not yours anyway. You're just re-uploading it. Just kidding. All right, so we're going to do a 1, 2, 3 click again. I'm at the very beginning.
Okay.
So 1, 2, 3 click.
All right.
You're not here to change our mind. You're here to drive us because we hired you as an Uber driver.
Right.
We're in your car.
Right.
We're allowed to speak as we want.
You're allowed.
I understand that. But I actually
See, it starts
I don't want to
civilish.
spend the next hour.
She's kind of being a cunt, but it's still civil.
Trump because
But then
you have
Tara Strong, because this is Tara Strong's friend.
I completely respect
But then Tara
that's your
Strong
opinion.
says
I
the
don't need
crazy
you to
shit.
tell me I'm evil. I don't need you to tell me I'm brainwashed. I'm not sitting here saying anything to you about that. You have your opinion. Enjoy yourself.
I'm just curious how you got your citizenship.
How?
Yeah.
See, this is Tara.
You applied.
Yes.
So after you came here,
Yes.
did you go home?
No, I did not. I applied in 86. Yes.
So you came here without the intention of becoming a citizen,
Yeah,
and
that's
you
right.
decided not to leave.
Yeah, that's right.
So under Trump's rules, you'd be kicked out.
I don't
Today.
care what under-
She
under
is
rules.
so
I asked
fucking
for
stupid. You can
citizenship.
see that
I
logic
went through the process.
going
So under
on.
other presidents, you were
What's the
able
big
to
deal?
do that, and
But
this
now
president
Fine,
has
so I would do it
decided
different way. I
that
would have to
nobody
do it
else is
different
allowed
way.
to
I would
do
have
it
to do it different
unless
way.
you're white.
I would have to do it different way unless
Okay.
you're white. You are such a racist. My God, I don't want to talk to you.
I'm a racist.
You are racist. The lefty are such a
The
mental
only way you can be
disorder.
racist
It's
is
a
if
mental
you can
disorder. I think
control.
lefty is a mental
If
disorder.
you can
I don't wanna
control
talk to you.
and
Make no logic.
Maybe you should pull over.
You made no logic so
Maybe
far.
you should get off here.
You want to get off here?
Yeah, get
I'd
us
be more than
here.
happy.
Yeah, you're a terrible driver. Get us off the Lakewood.
You terrible riders. There you go. You see, that's the lefty. It's a mind control.
Well, you've been rude.
It's
love this guy.
rude.
You're very
It's
rude.
Well,
yes.
you involved
Lefty.
yourself in our conversation. It was none of your business.
It was none of your business.
And you've been attacking us and insulting us and yelling at us
That's
the
such
entire
a
time.
lefty.
That's all you
And there
can
you
say.
keep saying.
That's all you keep
Democracy.
saying.
You sound like Trump's mouthpiece.
Really?
You
Yes.
do. You're
Wow.
a lefty. You're
I'm a
evil.
lef- yes.
This is democracy.
Absolutely.
You're terrible. There
Absolutely.
you go. So be proud.
Yes, you
There
guys
go.
ruin America.
All right.
We ruined
You
America.
ruin this country.
So excited to send this video to your boss.
Yeah.
Please send it.
You
Yeah.
will be fired.
I'll be fired.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's your
You're
name?
so rude.
Let's you see. Let me
My
get
name
your
is
I know
Tara
Ben
Strong.
Shapiro personally.
Okay.
I know we live right next to me. We live
Fabulous.
the next to each
That's
other.
probably why you believe
Yes.
his nonsense.
Oh yes, I'm going to
Yes.
talk to Ben Shapiro
You find
about that.
the
Give
you
me your
find the
name.
nearest
My name is
gas
Tara.
station
Give me your
and you
I'm
can
going
drop
to
us
Ben
off.
Shapiro. We're going to put it on
Find
the
the
table.
nearest
You're gonna
gas
fire me?
station and you
guys
you
are
drop
racist.
us off.
Don't let me. You don't
Yeah.
let me have my own opinion.
Because
Yeah,
you're
no
rude.
parking
And you-
anytime.
and
You
you
can't drop us
you
off
would-
here. It's not legal.
Yeah, you
We've
can.
got you on
Anyone
video.
won't.
You drop
Anyone
us off in a
won't.
safe place. I told you the
Anyone
very
won't.
first
This is not
gas
safe.
station you
Look
can
how
send
bad of a
us.
neighborhood this
You
is.
can drop us off,
Right here.
okay?
Right here.
Oh, Ralph,
There you
Ralph.
go.
You can
There
get
you
it
go.
finished. You see, you will get me fired because I don't think like
Because
you.
you're rude.
No,
Because you're
we're not
rude.
getting you fired
This is-
because we don't think like you. We're getting you fired because we hired you as an Uber driver and you've done nothing but yell at us
attack us.
and insult us. No, we didn't ask you, and we have
he
it on
hasn't
video
yelled at her at
that
all.
we asked you to not have this conversation
No,
with
before
us.
that-
Yes,
no,
we
you went to
did.
give your
We
opinion.
said it's your
But
opinion
because
and it's
you
our
can't-
opinion,
you
and
can't
let's
think
let
this
it go.
cut out the best part, but I don't know. I
No,
didn't see it
we
yet.
did not.
Mean.
No,
Mean.
no.
So mean.
You did.
There you
And
go.
you know
That's
what?
the result. I don't think
It's
like
on
you.
video
I'm
from the
fired.
second you started
Good.
talking to us.
Good.
It's
Let's
been
see.
on
That's
video.
not
I don't
true.
think it's your
Yeah,
job
I've got
to
how rude
insult
you are.
us and
Rude.
tell us your opinion when we hire you as an
Good.
Uber
I'm going
driver,
to- give
and
me your
that
name.
you have
I'm
to
going to Ben
then
Shapiro.
that you
I'm
have
going
to
to Ben
then
Shapiro
drop
right
us off
now.
on the side of the road, not finishing your
You
ride.
said to drop you off anywhere. And
Because
you
you've been calling us evil. Because you've been calling us evil and
You
saying
called
that
the
we're
president-
demons the
you
entire
called the
time.
president
You think
evil.
we're gonna sit in the
Because
car
he
with
is.
you? No.
You called the president evil.
No,
You
we did
told
not
me-
call
yes,
him
you
evil.
did.
No.
Yes, you did. Listen to that. You recorded, right?
God.
You call the president evil.
But
You
look
call
how,
our
look
president
how angry
evil.
he makes
Why
you.
are you so
Because
angry?
you call the president evil.
Why
because
are
there's
you
nothing like
angry,
this
you
guy.
dumb hoe?
You shit on
Okay, yeah, this did cut it out because you saw there were some cuts.
Yeah. So
Because there's so many versions of this video. At one point, he
is there
says,
one that you have up on BitChute that we should go to?
yeah, actually, the one of our members uploaded it. But I ask you if you can not show his screen name.
Yeah, send it to me in the link, and I will
Yeah,
see if we can do that.
Yeah, because the Tara's lawyers are trying to go, and they might use it to go after us because she is crazy enough, I feel, to try to push with a frivolous lawsuit.
Yeah, so you have she has actually sent you like a cease and desist, right?
Yeah. It was at the end of that video. And you can where is it? That's
It's
not
at the end of the
one.
Memeology video. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
there it is. Let me see if I can get this.
I'm gonna see if this is the one. Because there were a
Okay.
couple videos she took, and she says there's the first 7 minutes that proves she was telling the truth in her tweets.
Oh sure,
But,
but it
posted
really doesn't. I'm guessing.
I'm trying to see if this.
Okay, so let me, guys, I know you probably can't read the text on here because of the resolution, but I've got it up and I'm going to read word for word from it, okay? So hopefully just bear with me and while my guest Cody here is looking up the other video.
One I found is not the one, because there's one where he says that you lefties are ruining America, and she says we're ruining America. We were born here. I was born here. And he's like, "What is
that'll
it?
be good.
You're a racist," and which is funny because she's Canadian.
Yeah, she's not a natural born American citizen. She was unnaturally born. She was probably prayed into over dark gods. Okay, so Mr. Buyer, so this is to you. I have passed your contact information along to Mrs. Strong and her attorney, from whom I am certain you will hear presently. Have you heard from her attorney yet?
No, I just got that email, and then that was it.
When did you get this email?
2 days ago, like the day that you heard about it.
Yeah.
We read about it.
Okay. Okay.
That was when I.
Yeah. So that was like Tuesday night or
Yeah.
whatever. Immediately, you are to cease and desist all attempts to contact Tara Strong from any and all of your social media accounts, including but not limited to Anime Outsiders and Lord Schmecky on Twitter, and any other account you own, manage, or from which you otherwise post. Cease and desist all attempts to contact Tara Strong from any and all social media accounts on any other platform, whether or not assisted with the Twitter account or associated with the Twitter accounts mentioned above. Cease and desist all harassment of Mrs. Strong. Have you harassed Mrs. Strong?
We tweeted at her like 3 times with an @ and
You added that hoe 3 times?
Yeah, 3 whole times.
Cease and desist all harassment of Mrs. Strong from any of the aforementioned social media accounts, whether or not Mrs. Strong is directly tagged in these posts. It's real hard to actually harass someone legally over Twitter. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Cease and desist all harassment. All harassment, Miss Strong. So he must be talking to her here because he left out the of. From the website animeoutsiders.com and any other website or account on which you control or direct any content, whether or not you directly generate and post that content yourself. Remove any and all copies of copyrighted materials belonging to Miss Strong on the aforementioned website, social media accounts, or any other site on which you share, manage, or otherwise direct others to share content, including but not limited to personal video belonging to Miss Strong, recorded on November 6, 2018, and promoted via your social media accounts. Not promoted by hers. Not promoted by hers with like the hundreds of thousands of followers. Just yours, right?
With a couple thousand, yeah.
Yeah. Cease and desist from sharing any materials for which Mrs. Strong owns the copyright via any of the aforementioned media, whether or not you host that content. Mrs. Strong expressly invokes her copyright protection and explicitly prohibits you from sharing any of her copyrighted property. That's not how copyright works, you dumb dumb Canadian. Cease and desist directing or suggesting. And I'm sorry, Canada. I will take a page from Canada and apologize. I did not mean to denigrate you guys by suggesting that Tara Strong was emblematic or representative of Canadians. Cease and desist directing or suggesting any other individual or group of individuals to undertake any of the aforementioned prohibited or harassing behaviors. Let me be clear. You did not direct me. This is my show. And I specifically chose to show this video and well, it has already been edited by someone else. So we're merely taking their fair use of it. But we will do our own fair use once we have the full video ready.
Yeah, I'm surprised that because there's multiple videos. I think she posted them in chunks on Twitter. I don't know because all the mirrors that you can find are like different, and I'm surprised the Memeology version cut out, or I guess he didn't have the part where we're American, we were born here, I was born here, whatever.
Oh, what a trollop. Failure to immediately comply with any of the aforementioned demands may result in legal action against you, your company, and your associates engaged in said behavior. Sincerely, Benjamin F. Jackson, authorized representative of Tara Strong. Well, Ben Jackson, you can send me a letter next, and I'll send you one back, buddy.
This is clearly a bully tactic by a rich, privileged bitch.
Oh, yeah. And okay, very clear disclaimer here. I cannot give you legal advice. I don't even know what state you're in. She is in the state of California, where I'm not licensed to practice. You are in whatever state you're in. You can tell me or not. It doesn't
which is not the state of California.
And not Minnesota, I think is the important part. Yeah. So I cannot give you legal advice, and nothing I say should be taken as legal advice. If you want an actual legal opinion, talk to an attorney in your state or a copyright attorney. And if you need one, believe me, I know one who would treat you very well. So if that comes to it, let me know, and I will gladly connect you with him.
Well, I appreciate that, Nick. You're a damn saint.
Thank you. But cease and desists that come from anyone other than a court have no power. This is a threat, and the threat is culminated with the limp-wristed words of may result in legal action against you, because you can't say that they will result in legal action against you, because then if you don't do it, you might have actually committed a civil tort of trying to harass someone. Harassment tends to involve an act to cause a reasonable person, or an act that a reasonable person would find would cause anxiety, fear, or trepidation. So adding someone on Twitter is not typically harassment, because as Tyler, the creator, says, just turn off the screen, close your eyes.
Yeah, right? And then she blocked us anyway. So what the hell was the point of this?
Yeah, so
don't at me, but I won't be able to see it anyway.
Now, I will say, like, if you created a bunch of dummy accounts on Twitter and started adding her a whole lot, it could certainly trail into harassment. But people they confuse the idea of like harassment as this is annoying versus harassment, the legal harassment, right? The colloquial versus legal use. And that's very frequent. And Twitter and social media platforms are very bad about this because they conflate those two things with regularity. But I would find it very hard to believe that you were in any way harassing her unless you're like posting pictures of her house or like where she had coffee that morning. That would be harassing behavior. Don't do that.
What set her off was I tweeted that she had gotten one of our guys Twitter suspended for posting the video. And
that's what you said. You said she did that, and then that freaked her out?
Yeah, because he showed the screenshots of the DMCA from her. And then so I shared those screenshots, say, hey, she tried to get my boy suspended, blah. And then I followed that up with a link to the video on BitChute and saying, go ahead and try to get this pulled down now, Tara. Ah, ha, ha. And I believe that is what set her off.
Did he counter the DMCA?
Well, he's back on Twitter, so I don't know what he did.
Okay, that'd be interesting. So the DMCA's are weird. It's a weird act, and it's actually geared to protect the platforms, not the users. Yeah. So this is to all you guys out there in Viewerland, a little DMCA lesson. If someone DMCA's you, the process that happens, at least on YouTube, is they DMCA you, you get your strike or whatever, and they take down the content. If YouTube determines it's offending copyright, or like just with a very cursory glance, like they can show you use my video here. So you get your DMCA strike, and then they take the video down. When they notify you of the DMCA, well, then you can counter notice the DMCA if you believe that you are acting within the provisions of fair use. I've talked about fair use on this channel before, and there is no way to say definitively what is and isn't fair use. Judges have not defined it well. They're like a huge list of tests that they have to go through to kind of weigh and balance what makes it fair use. There are like 4 major ones, but there's like 13 overall tests. And if you want a good breakdown of it, watch my video with Stephen Birch, where we talked about Vox Day's Comicsgate imprint. We talk a lot about fair use and trademark customer confusion. I believe we talked about fair use in there. If not, we'll do another one. But fair use is highly subjective, and there's no hard and fast lines on it. But when you counter notice the DMCA, they put it back up after a 10 to 14 day waiting period, where they see if the person who filed the DMCA notice has actually filed a legal action in court. And if they have not done that, YouTube will actually put the original content back up. Now, to be clear, a DMCA notice has nothing to do with a court proceeding on copyright. You don't need to send a DMCA notice, a DMCA takedown, to assert your copyright. And even after you do a DMCA notice, then you can still assert your copyright even if they counter the DMCA. So the DMCA is separate from a copyright action. Those are 2 different things. The DMCA is to protect the platform and allow them to basically wash their hands of the situation. Say, they notified us that it was offending, we took it down. The other guy notified us it wasn't offending. We asked for proof of a lawsuit from the first person. They didn't provide it. We put the content back up because we don't have any way to know that it's actually offending on copyright, and there's no pending litigation to our knowledge, so it stays up. Okay, yeah.
Real quick, I just want to point out, I linked the offending tweet that is most likely the one that made her snap and sick lawyers after us.
Okay, so I'll bring that on screen here. So it says, Tara Strong tried to get our boy Lawliet901 suspended for posting her Uber video. And then it does have the DMCA notice here. And then I deleted the following tweet just to be safe, because again, we are dealing with a psychopath.
But I linked to the BitChute. With the one that I deleted is one where I linked to the BitChute and said, try to take this one down. By the way, she hasn't taken it down. So.
I saw that video, or I saw that link.
Yeah.
Do you have the link to the BitChute?
Yeah. I think this, no, because I just checked it. This does not have. People are saying the first one that you brought up had the I was born here line.
Okay, I can go back to that. It's shorter, but
I think because like I said, there's so many different versions of this because it's all in pieces.
Okay, let's watch that one. We'll go through it real quick too.
Okay, let me go back to that.
Okay, tell me when you're there.
I'm there. Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, click.
Such a racist. My God, I don't want to talk to you.
I'm a racist.
You are racist. The lefty are such a.
The only way you can be racist is if you can control. If you can control and
make no logic.
Maybe you should pull over.
You made no logic so
Maybe
far.
you should get off here.
I don't think this is
Yeah,
it.
get us here.
We'll see.
Yeah, you're a terrible driver. Get us off the Lakewood.
You terrible riders. There you go. You see, that's the lefty. It's a mind control.
Well, you've been rude.
It's rude.
You're very rude.
well, you involved yourself in our conversation. It was none of your business.
It was none of your business.
And you've been attacking us and insulting us and yelling at us the entire time.
That's all you
There
can
you
say.
keep saying.
She
You
literally
sound-
wants him to
you
be
sound
an
like
NPC.
Trump's mouthpiece.
That's the funniest part of
Yes.
this.
Dude, you're a
Wow.
lefty. You're
I'm a
evil.
lefty. Yes.
This is democracy.
Absolutely.
You're terrible. There
Absolutely.
you go. So be proud.
Yes, you
There
guys
go.
ruin America.
We
here
ruined
it is.
America.
In this country,
We ruined America.
You ruined
We are
America.
Americans.
Democracy.
We were
I'm
born
American.
here.
I'm American too.
There it
Yeah,
is.
but
Oh.
you
damn
You
racist.
see that?
You
There
damn
you
Tara.
go. You're
You damn
racist.
racist.
You're racist. I'm American.
Yes.
You're
Tara, that
racist
wasn't very
because I
aggressive
love
of you.
Trump.
This other
You said
chick.
you
And
born here. What's
I
the
Oh,
was
she's
born
another
here
actress. I
because
forget-
I
you
think she's in
questioned
24.
me as an
What's the
American.
No, I did not. You
Some
made
friend
it.
of Tara's.
You absolutely did.
You're making no logic. I'm getting
Making
I'm
no
making
logic.
no
I love
logic.
this.
You're making no
So
logic.
You're
excited
making no
to
logic. You are
be
the
with
lefty.
us.
Yeah.
Please send it.
You
Yeah.
will be fired.
I'll be fired.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's your
You're
name?
so rude.
Let's you see. Let's me
My
get
name
your
is
I know
Tara
Ben
Strong.
Shapiro personally.
Okay.
I know we live right next to me. We live the
Fabulous.
same next to each
That's
other.
probably why you believe his nonsense.
Oh yes, I'm gonna
Yes.
talk to Ben Shapiro
You find
about that.
the
Give
you
me your
find the
name.
nearest
My name is
gas
Tara.
station
Your
and
name.
you
I'm
can
gonna
drop
do
us
Ben
off.
Shapiro. We're gonna put it on
Find
the
the
table.
nearest
You're gonna
gas
fire
station
me?
and
you
said
guys
you
are
drop
racist.
us off.
You don't let me
Yeah.
let me have my own opinion.
Because
Yeah,
you're
no
rude.
parking
And
anytime.
you
You
will-
can't drop us
you
off
will-
here. It's not legal.
I'll
We've
drop
got
you
you on
anywhere
video.
you want.
You drop
Anywhere
us
you
off in a
want.
safe place. I told you the
Anywhere
very
you want.
first gas station
I'll
you
drop
can
you
send
off
us.
I love the
You can
safe
drop
place
us
as
off,
you see that
okay?
they're in a nice little neighborhood
There
here.
you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's very dangerous. Look at this rough neighborhood.
Oh,
You
man.
look, there's some
There's
criminals
a-
walking by right
Because you're
now.
rude.
That
No,
sidewalk
we're
is
not
gonna
getting you
kill him
fired
right there.
because we don't think like you. We're getting you fired because we hired you as an Uber driver
think
and
those
you've done
palm
nothing
trees are
but
gang
yell at us
affiliated.
So
and
we had-
insult
we had
us.
to have- we had
No,
to
we
have
didn't
something.
ask you, and we have it on
No, you
video
did ask.
that we asked you to not have this conversation.
This is giving me flashbacks to people I really don't like.
The basic gist of it too is that she posted this, and when she posted on Twitter, she said he was driving erratically. We were fearing for our life, and you could see in the video that's bullshit. You can see how he's driving in the background while he's having an argument. He's still driving very calmly. He's respecting the rules of the road. He was trying to pull over to the side to let him out, but no, he was driving erratically. And all this shit, and then bragging that she was going to get him fired, and she ate shit for it. Just ate shit hardcore.
As she
And-
should. As she should.
Yeah.
The entitled middle-aged white woman, let me talk to your manager, is the
Yeah.
worst meme of the present generation in so many ways. In so many ways. Let me tell you how to properly assess immigration. You migrant American. Let me tell you, because you don't know, I do, right? It's me who knows, and you're the dumb brown man. That's it's a bad look. It's a really bad look. It's so patronizing. And the only reason the absolute cuckery of the left won't address people like Tara Strong in doing this, and why they'll rah her, is because she fulfills their confirmation bias, and they're all saying, yeah, Orange Man bad the entire time, instead of assessing what's really going on, which is an immensely privileged white woman who has not only increased her privilege by being a successful voice actress in LA, but has literally increased her privilege by augmenting her cup size. Right.
Oh, not only that, she's married a very rich producer too.
Right. So she has maximized her privilege in as many ways as possible, and make no mistake, the boob job is absolutely purposed to increase her power in various situations, even if it's just with her husband. But I highly doubt it is. It just goes beyond that. And so she knows that there will be a positive response from doing that. And it's the same thing with all of her stuff, with her social media. You can see, if you look her up, there's tons of like cosplay pictures and stuff like that all play into increasing her privilege and clout within a given community. So then,
she was especially when the brony thing was at its peak. She was attention whoring the shit out of herself, just to be their like brony queen. Even like she would do this frequently, tweet out like a picture of her boobs, like not naked, of course, but
right.
like, look at this shirt I got, boobs front and center. Look, I bought a shirt for the bronies, boobs front and center. And it was just a storm until Trump was elected. Her Twitter feed was a storm of look at me, god damn it, just wall to wall attention whoring, making a fool of herself. She did all these things at like brony conventions. It was just Jesus Christ. This wasn't like midlife crisis. This was who touched you when you were a child, or who didn't touch you, because you're clearly looking for attention. So I'm guessing Daddy was a workaholic and you never saw him often. Like it was just the most pathetic. And she's like in her 40s doing this shit. It's just the most pathetic thing. And just all these fucking just spectacles she'd make of herself. And she has an Encyclopedia Dramatica page that doesn't even have this yet. And it's an extensive one. And you know, there's like two kinds of ED pages. There's the one that's like a compendium on an actual crazy person, or just some dumb shit that a bunch of 14-year-olds updated because they think it's funny. This is an actual compendium because she's a crazy person. It's just a list and it's a huge page because this is a huge bitch. Like she's got a rap sheet. She is nuts. So the Trump stuff only just made it more easy for people to see, like, oh, this lady is imbalanced. This lady's got all the screws loose, all of them.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous, and it's I mean, if I can digress into a story real quick, because that's how my life is digressing into stories. But my senior year of high school, some friends and I made the stupid decision to go to Chicago. We're like, oh, cool, we'll go to Chicago for a week on spring break. We'll hang out in Chicago. We'll do all sorts of cool things. Turns out that's a bad choice because Chicago, you have to be like 21 to do anything fun. And as seniors in high school, we were, of course, 18. So we thought we'd be able to go and do stuff. But you couldn't even go to like GameWorks past 7 or 8 p.m. Until you're 21 because they had a bar inside and Chicago has stupid rules. So, but anyway, me and a couple guys, and we're kind of having a weird time, but we made the best of it. But we're going around Chicago, and we actually found out that some of our classmates from high school were there. And so we met up with them. We met up with them at like a McDonald's near downtown, and we had some food, and then we were walking out of the McDonald's, and a guy came up, and he asked for money, okay? And he's like, hey, I just need a little money to buy some diapers for my kids. Now, maybe the guy wants the money to buy drugs. I don't know. I don't care. Right. What I do know is I'm in high school, and I am from a wealthy suburb of Minneapolis. And the people around me are all very well-to-do. For example, it's like 12 high schoolers alone in Chicago, right? If nothing else, we all have the resources to go without our parents to Chicago and have fun. But some of the kids that were present were extremely wealthy, very, very upper middle class to upper class incomes from their parents, don't have to have summer jobs or anything like that. And one of the girls with me, with the group, not with me. She was with the other group. She started lecturing this man, who is presumably homeless in Chicago, or who is struggling in Chicago, and is gonna come up to a group of kids and just ask them for money. She starts lecturing him on his life choices, and I'm like, okay, one, I get it. The guy could be a scam artist. Yes, they're everywhere in big cities. I know. But two, the audacity of an 18-year-old rich white girl who drives around her dad's BMW lecturing anybody in any situation about their life choices made me want to Michael Avenatti her in the face. Just absolutely.
I hope that becomes a term.
just absolutely ludicrous. And so I gave the guy like $20. And I said, here you go, buddy. I'm like, he's like, do you want to come with me to buy the diapers? I really just need diapers for my kid. I'm like, no, man, it's fine. Here's $20. I trust you. I don't care if you blow it or whatever. It's here. And then I turned and I just chewed out that chick. Like, what the hell are you thinking? Like, how dare you lecture some random guy? You're like the most privileged person I could, like, without saying the words, because this is back in the spring of the year 2000, and privilege wasn't in the common lexicon in the way it is today. But it's like, you have everything on earth given to you, and here you are lecturing some guy about his life choices. Like, go go catch fire. Like,
Why don't you just like get rich parents? What's wrong with you?
Yeah. And it's like, if you don't want to give the guy money, just say, I don't have any, and walk away. I don't care. Like, I don't demand people do charity or do individual donations. Like I said, I know that the odds are 95% chance the person's going to go blow it on booze or whatever, because that's what I do. But, you know, that's not my place in that moment. I can just either say yes or no. And she did that. And that's exactly the type of garbage that Tara Strong is pulling here. Like, let me tell you how it is as I live in my extremely upper class LA life while you drive Uber to make ends meet. What a disgusting...
We were born here.
Yeah.
Here is Canada, right? This is Canada. Oopsie.
Canada stan.
Well, I mean, they're on their way.
Well, in Canada, he wouldn't be forced to drive an Uber, and he'd have free healthcare. Let's go through a couple of these chats that I promised to go back through. Boag is where we left off. Boag says Rurouni Kenshi was also made by a creepy pedo.
Yes, he was convicted recently. The author of Rurouni Kenshin, which I remember watching when I was younger. It was an all right show, but it's kind of tainted by the fact that the author of it was caught with oodles of child porn. Not just some child porn. He had a library, and a substantial portion of it was violent. Oh boy. And then he got a slap on the wrist, and now his characters are going to be in this like crossover anime fighting game, which is just like, no. He didn't just have normal child porn. He had like Caro the Wolf, but with kids.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah.
You don't give that guy a slap on the wrist and then let him keep making manga. Normally, I am very much for second chances. I'm not like, oh, you made a mistake at the end of your career. But when you're caught with not just child porn, but violent child porn, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
And that's the one area where it's like, no, there's no forgiveness. Is the brutal pedophilia. Just go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I addressed that on a video I did where I went through a case of a pedophile. He was convicted. So we went through the court documents. And then the crazy thing was the guy actually agreed to come on the show because he had been convicted and served his time and was out. And he agreed to come on the show and did a very candid interview, which I thought was pretty crazy and interesting of him to do that. But one of the things that was, because pedophilia has become like a meme / joke.
You should link that, by the way, because I know just hearing that, so many of the people in the AO community, I just hear them saying, "I gotta find that one. I gotta watch that."
Yeah, I'll send it to you or whatever. I don't know where to link it, but yeah, I'll send it to you. But,
description, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, well, the video was so we read through the court documents, and I get to the section, and it's the section where the FBI collects the child porn and they keep it. They don't destroy it. They keep copies and archives of it, and so then they were advertising these videos. And so then they had descriptions of the content of the videos, right? And so I get to the point and I read through the descriptions, and it really it hammers home the difference between the meme of you're a pedophile or the meme of this guy had child porn and what was really on those tapes. Yeah. And it's horrifying. Like, it's absolutely horrifying when you get to the reality of it. And I think it's kind of important that we always remember what that is that's going on.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't think I can get in trouble for this. The thing that made me stop using file sharing services, because I'm a big old pirate and I steal shit. The thing that made me stop using like direct P2P file sharing services was I can't remember which one it was, but I don't even remember what I was looking for. And I clicked a video that I didn't know what it was, but I thought it was what I was looking for. Again, I don't remember. It was several years ago. And the video loads up, and I thought, oh, wow, it was quick. Because I think I was going for like a TV show episode or something. I don't remember. Yeah. So I didn't expect it to finish that fast. And it was like a brief clip. Like, what the hell is this? And I open it. And at first, I can't tell what's going on because it looks strange. And then it dawns on me what the fuck I'm looking at. And it's burned into my mind because I don't think I've ever just been so full of hate and anger in my life. I knew at that point what people in the antebellum South felt when they saw dark people. The instant that I realized what I was looking at, it was a woman going down on a toddler.
Oh my God.
Kill her.
Just kill her.
Yeah. Well, no, there's a happy ending, and I'll get to that. I deleted the video, did everything I could to scrub it, and just like paste. It's just steaming. And I'm like, can I report that? How would I do that? What do I do? I call the cops? What do I do? So just reminding myself of it's just getting me heated. But
legal advice, delete it immediately and forget it ever existed. Don't.
Oh yeah, I killed it. I scrubbed it to the point I opened up in safe mode just to make sure I defragmented. I was like, kill it.
It's literally such a toxic substance to have. I would honestly recommend, if you guys out in the chat, if you ever accidentally run across child porn, I would literally recommend scrapping the hard drive.
I don't even have that computer anymore, thank God. So
unironically, so
like that oh my God. So but a happy ending. I'll flash forward a few years later and I see on the news that a couple that was producing child porn had a standoff with the cops and were shot dead. And I look at the photos of the couple, and it was the woman.
Oh, good.
From that video. And I was like, I stood up. I stood the fuck. You could not have broken that smile from my face with a sledgehammer. If you had shot me in that moment, I'd have died smiling. Like it's like, I think there is a God. There just might be. Because look at this. Look what I'm looking at here. It's the same bitch. That fat fucking face with the shitty blonde streaks in her hair. That's the bitch. And she's dead now. She's shot dead. Ooh. Feels good. It feels good to remember it. I still remember seeing those faces on the new TV. Oh, it puts me in a better mood thinking about it. I'm in a bad mood. Bad things would happen today. Remember that bitch that died? You know what? Day's not that bad now. Sky's looking a little brighter. Now I remember that she did.
So then we have, and that's, I mean, I am not a proponent of the death penalty in practice, just because I have no faith in government to do anything correctly. But in principle, I am. And that, that type of stuff, anything where you're sexually assaulting a child, I mean, I'm real close to just saying, put him underwater.
Yeah.
And don't let him out. And have a kid put their foot on the person's face. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be bad for the kid too. Cormoran says Tara Strong is a poor man's Arlene Sorkin.
I think I know. Oh, yes. This is one of my favorite things about Tara Strong and why she's crazy and pathetic and sad. One of her biggest roles that she touts is she's the voice of Harley Quinn, except that she's an understudy for Arlene Sorkin, the original voice of Harley Quinn. And Tara Strong's performance is basically a bootleg imitation of Arlene Sorkin's performance. So she goes around touting, you might know me as Harley Quinn. Like, no, I know Arlene Sorkin as Harley Quinn. I know you're her fucking understudy, your bootleg version. But that's one of her biggest credits now in these days, because the days of the Powerpuff Girls are over, so now she just plays a bootleg Harley Quinn.
I love so I don't know if you've been plugged much into the comic book community, but I've been following the Comicsgate thing, and what I've been noticing is just the masturbatory self-congratulation of all these people who are just working off the backs of other people's IP is where they're so self-important. It's like, you didn't actually create this. You just wrote a story and ham-fisted a pre-existing marketed character into it.
Like, well, maybe I'm a little biased because I do my own comics, but I find that these days the Cape comics and the corporate comics, that's just there's no reason to stick with those anymore. The indie stuff's where it's at, like the creator owned. People have a story to tell, have something to say.
Yeah,
it's a little more inspired, and you get a more concrete and satisfying ending than Cape comics that have to continue forever.
Yeah, and that's what I've been liking about the Comicsgate stuff. It's like, we're not doing these periodical weekly releases or monthly releases where we have to do some story and we have to come up with something to happen. They just, when they've got a story, they write one. and
Right.
and that's it. And
That's why I'm so happy that Indiegogo is now a thing, because I'm working on a comic to pitch on there, and that is just such a great avenue now for people that just want to start a comic and don't want to get bogged down a lot of this crap and sending submissions and trying to get a publisher to take you, but they might reject you if you got the wrong politics or if you're not a friend of somebody's or whatever. And now you don't have to play the game anymore. It's a great sort of a quid pro quo thing. Like, the readers find something they want to read. You like, I want to read this. I want to make this. Well, here's the money. Let's both be satisfied in this transaction.
Yeah, and that's what I love about what the emerging, I guess it's kind of the emerging marketplace and what YouTube is allowed and Patreon and stuff like that. That's why I hate so much to see sites like BitChute and Gab and stuff get defunded, is because people want to buy stuff and other people want to sell it. Let's just let them meet, and you don't have to deal with it if you don't like it. But don't interfere with other people's work. So Keck7Go says, I wish there was an anime called My Sister is a Fister. And that was in reference to something you said earlier. Pony Cordero says, I'm no longer a brony. I hate Tara Strong. So that was a quick transition. Larry Bernard says, hold up. She is saying she copywrote that video. In what world or universe did that happen in? Yeah, I don't, technically you own a copyright to words or ideas that you publish, and put into some sort of medium. Typically, someone who records a video does own the copyright to that video. However, I think it's very complicated by the fact that it involves two other people, probably only one of whom would grant her a license to use their likeness in that video. And it was recorded in at least a semi-public place. I would be... And there's no production that's gone into what she's done. There's no artistic eye that has made the shooting unique. She shot it on a phone in public. I don't know that she owns that copyright in the way she thinks she does, but maybe she does. I'm not a copyright expert by any means, but I would think that just about any commentary on it is going to be fair use. Plus, she wasn't monetizing it. So, and if she hasn't registered the copyright anyway, there's real problems there. And even if she did, I don't know. It's mostly going to be public domain or publicly available stuff. So weird lady. Gulf City Cult of Krill. If Twilight Sparkle tripled her udders, it would be gross. Still is.
Yeah.
Rando number 9 says Nick confirmed to be a Chirac savage. I don't know about that. Pixarmoto Nicole says, it's sad you have to act like a mute around these people to appear professional. Just shows the rot of their racist nature. Yeah, and I think Pixarmoto is referring to people like Tara Strong, who will sit in the back and say all sorts of nonsense and expect their Uber driver to be a NPC on a silent script who will just sit there and have to endure listening to two old hags prattle on about a bunch of stupidity. Darking D says, to digress a bit, a couple days ago, Mark Hamill tweeted about how we need to let women have all institutional power. And it's just like, you guys realize Saruman lived in a literal ivory tower for a reason, right? It's only the most influential novel ever. Yeah, I think so. Did you have any thoughts on Mark Hamill's tweet about giving all women all of the institutional power?
I think Mark Hamill has something to hide.
Uh-oh.
The thing is, people that talk like that, we need to do all this for women. Women, man. Fucking women are all out there. Look at Michael Avenatti. Look at that. Look at that
male
other guy.
feminist. The male feminist meme is shown to be shockingly and terrifyingly correct over and over and over again.
Yeah, look at the what's that guy? The guy that was like, oh, people that have the Xeon flag from Gundam are Nazis or some shit, and then it turns out he's a sex pest, going around saying lewd, let me see your lewd to all these women and shit and being weird.
Yeah.
And it's it's every time. So the way Mark Hamill's talking, he did something. I don't know what. I can't prove anything, but that is suspicious behavior. I think we can mark like try hard feminist air horning as like suspicious behavior, because normal people that aren't trying to make up for something generally don't make just goofy statements like that, like to that extent.
Yeah, and I think the indicators are whenever anybody goes like so hard towards an end, whatever the end may be. Like you're going to go so hard for feminism that that you think women should have all power. Okay, well you're obviously ridiculous. That's an unthinking position. It's not controversial. It's just loud and stupid. You can have a reasoned position that says women should have more power, and you can lay out why, or you can have a reasoned position that says women should have less power and we should abolish the 19th and lay out why. And you could reference things like that not all women wanted the 19th Amendment, for example, and didn't want the responsibility of voting, or what they thought would be true would be the selective service. You can reasonably lay out that women, since they have had the power to vote since the early 1900s, that they should also have the selective service, for example, that they should be required to sign up for the army just like men are. But you can have those reasoned positions, but going anywhere all the way, like full into one subject, always rubs me a little bit wrong. It's always like, okay, what, where on the doll did reality touch you that has made you think like this? That's the question, right? Like that for me, anyway. For me, and I have questions about guys like Richard Spencer, for example. Like, where on the doll did reality touch you? But
yeah, like when you go whole hog in like that, like, and it's not even like if people have pet causes, people have things that are important to them, that's one thing. But when like something, just something like that, like obsessive, laser focused shit like that, that's like with the either you got something to hide or something happened to you, like one of the two. Like I think maybe the heavy anti-pedophile thing I have is from the trauma of that fucking video. I don't know. Maybe it's all everybody has a Freudian excuse for everything, but when you're just fucking just laser. I already said laser focus, and I can't think of a better descriptor. But when you're that, and when you say shit like that, like we just give it away power from all men, and even if you're saying like, I get he's probably not 100% serious, but that kind of mindset, like women are just such magical thing. We should talk about how much better women are than men. Women, you are just so much better than us. You are saying that for two reasons. You are trying to get laid, or you got laid in a really nasty way, and you don't want anybody to find out.
Yeah, and I think the funny thing is it's the meme of you enter the hippie drum circle because you think the hippie chick is gonna bang you, but she isn't, right? Like it's still a woman, and no matter how much you defend her rights, she's not your property. And I think that's what gets some of these guys mad when they're like, no, I earned this. Didn't you see what I tweeted? It sounds so ridiculous, but I really think it's true. Didn't you see how I stood up for you? Now you need to date me. Now you need to, come to my bedroom or whatever. I honestly am starting to think that that's the real demented thought process that's going on. They've somehow earned their way into a woman's pants through their virtue, and they're gonna tell all the women exactly how it is. They're gonna tell all the men how it is first, and then when the women don't comply, they'll tell them with fists or kicks to the face or any number of various.
Give me the coochie, God! Yeah. I just want it. Give. Come on. Look, I said you're better than me.
Exactly. Now know your place, ho.
Why don't you give me the coochie? I thought I said I wanted coochie. Why don't you give me the fucking coochie? You got look. Just get confidence and learn to talk to people, man. It's not hard.
Yeah. So Jesse N says, just got on. We talking about John Crickfalusi. I don't know who that is.
No, that's the dude he's the creator of Ren and Stimpy, and he's done a bunch of other stuff. And then it turns out he was creeping on teenage girls, and I don't know if he did anything with them, but he was trying. He was really trying. Like, there is all kinds of evidence out there. It's not just conjecture. Like one of the girls that he was grooming, like, shared some of his shit, including weird mixtapes he made and that he drew covers for.
Oh my gosh.
It was a trip.
Man,
it was a fucking trip.
But that's the 90s. Like, that's straight out of the 90s. Hey girl, I made you a mixtape. Cormoran says, can we rule 34 some Russell Greer hentai? Do you know who Russell Greer is?
That name sounds familiar. I feel like I should, and I feel dumb for not being able to pull it up from memory.
Well, I hate to. I'm not like trying to shill my videos or anything like that. I really am not. Because it's YouTube, and most of the revenue comes during the live streams. But I've done comprehensive work on Russell Greer. He's a guy who he wrote Taylor Swift a song as a gift, not a song for her to perform. Very clearly not to perform. It's a gift for her. He's a guy with something called Mobius syndrome, so his mouth never closes, his lips can't touch, and he can't move his eyes side to side. So he has to do the full head movement.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it's actually a really rough disability. And for a while I felt bad making fun of it, because, that's not his fault. But Russell Greer actually, is on record saying that it should be a felony for a woman to turn down sex with a disabled person such as himself. So that gives you an idea of where Russell Greer is coming from. Now, he wrote Taylor Swift this song, and her agents rejected it and sent it back to him and said, Miss Swift, it cannot listen to any song. So she'll never hear this because she can't listen to it. And there's obvious reasons for that, right? Like, if there was some weird note or chord progression that showed up in her next hit that sounded anything like that other song, that person would sue, and it would cost tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars for Taylor Swift to defend it. So as a policy, she just doesn't listen to any music. Well, he then sued her for not listening to his song, and as a settlement offer for the whole thing, he offered to take her to dinner. So yeah, but Russell, he also wrote a book called Why I Sued Taylor Swift, and I've been doing a video series where we read through chapter by chapter the book, and it's with me and a comedian named Sriracha. We read through, and it's the masterpiece that keeps on giving. And he is the consummate. He loves women so much he just demands that they open their legs for him.
Look, let's just cut to the chase. Come on.
Yeah, it's and guys in the chat, if you have not watched any of those read throughs, you've gotta watch them. They're so, again, not for the ad revenue, because it's none, but just watch it for the laughs, because it's so funny. And watch, like, my Descent into Madness. We just did the first part of chapter 5, so there have been 5 of those videos. But I also covered the lawsuit, and I'm hoping to get his lawyer on, because I think that'd be great. Or not his lawyer, Taylor Swift's lawyer, Greg Skordas. Anyway, so Genshi Fox 2 says, who's worse, Steve Blum or Chris Patton?
Ooh.
And that's for you, because I have no idea who any of these people are.
These are 2 very prominent voice actors in anime and video games who have just bumfuck retarded political opinions, and they say just... You know what? I'd have to say Chris Patton, because recently what happened, Chris Patton had some meltdown. I can't remember what he said, but it was something like... God, I'm trying to remember. It was basically hating on Trump supporters. And one guy's like, come on, man, let's not be dicks about it. And he's like, if you support whatever it was, Trump, let's say, fuck you, unfollow me. And he's like, you're talking to fans, potential consumers of things that you're in. Maybe you shouldn't act like that. And he was, a lot of childish responses. Then he just said, fuck off. And then we highlighted it. we screen capped what he said, and even quote tweeted one of the things. I was like, hey, you probably shouldn't talk to your fans like this. It's not a good look. And
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And so he quit Twitter, but then he couldn't go without the attention and adoration, because voice actors have all these sycophants.
Yeah.
Because like you are my favorite character. You're the voice that makes you them. So he came back, and I guess he's still saying dumb shit. I don't know. Nothing that we've seen thus far has been worth quoting. But yeah, I'd say Chris Patton for that meltdown. Although Steve Bloom comes close with his boomerisms, and he actually is one of those reply to Trump tweets people. And they're as cringy as you'd expect. It is oof. It's hard to read, but I gotta give it to Chris Patton just for the meltdown and leaving Twitter, but then not being able to stay away like a week later.
Oh God, these terrible people.
Yeah.
For the chat, I did put up a link in the chat to the playlist of all the Russell Greer videos that I've done, including the analysis of his ongoing lawsuit with Taylor Swift, and then flowing into the read-throughs of the book. And I definitely recommend listening, because I mean, last night was the first part of chapter 5, and there were parts where I could not stop laughing. It's this horrific train wreck. Akazit says Rekieta law is like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're gonna get. Yeah, sometimes it's child porn, and other times it's child porn. Jake Beal says Hamill is gunning to be a Force ghost in episode 9. Oh, he doesn't know that they could just animate him by now. They don't even need him there anymore. And he's probably signed away his face's rights to them years and years ago. N. Frigano says, it's funny to hear you two talk like this. Neither of you come across as poussé magnets to me. And no, I'd make no claim to be that. I'm a married man. I married... I mean, she wasn't the first girl I dated, but she was darn close. And I've been happily married for, gosh, it's coming up on 15 years. So no, like I'm not suggesting that I'm I'm not the author of the game or anything like that. I couldn't tell you how to pick up a woman at a bar. Terrible at it. But
I mean, I'm in a long time, happy, committed relationship that will probably advance to further things in the near future. And with a gorgeous woman that has amazing taste in anime. So that pretty much makes me the fucking alpha Chad in the anime-osphere. Because most of these motherfuckers don't even know what women feel like on the outside, let alone the inside.
Shots fired.
So, you know, and then most of our staff is like in relationships. So normally among normal people, that's just, normal. We probably have less notches on our belt than, fucking comical Chad stereotypes. But again, in the anime-osphere, in a realm where people print half-naked anime girls on the body pillows so you don't feel quite as alone at night, I think that makes us come out on top.
I'm going to print a picture of myself on a pillow and sleep with me.
fucking Nick Rekieta Dakimakura. Just you laying with your shirt kind of half open. Ooh. Sue me, baby. Wait, no.
I wonder how much I could sell those for on my merch store.
Let's get to some litigation, baby. Yeah.
The Pasami says, if you liked Goblin Slayer episode 1, there's nothing made in Abyss you can't handle. It's great. Who cares if the guy hates the author or whatever? No, and I don't care.
It's not the gore, it's the pedophilia that's the problem. There's no pedophilia in Goblin Slayer. There's rampant pedophilia in Made in Abyss.
Between making videos and doing and like still trying to wrap up all of the legal work that I'm trying to flush down the toilet, because so you probably don't know, but I've announced that I'm reducing or scaling back severely my law practice to focus on doing YouTube stuff, because I want to not stream only at 11 at night. I want to stream during the day and stuff like that, like when normal people are awake too. and have different content tailored for the different times. But to do that, like we said, lawyer stuff takes forever, and I have these cases that are just hanging around, and but between still doing that law stuff, doing the content creation, and then trying to just keep on top of things like Twitter and various aspects of culture that I want to talk about. God, I have no time to do anything, to watch any shows or like read books. Like that's why all these books are sitting unread, is because I just like by the time I get done at night, I lay down and like, oh my God, I just need to eat some ice cream and fall asleep on the couch.
I'm lawyered out.
Yeah. The Sloth Father says to tell Cody my waifu is real.
Well, either he has a real woman, or he's well, I feel sorry for you if it's the other option. Stay strong, fella.
And then yes, you would buy a Rackets pillow just to make me uncomfortable. Wouldn't make me uncomfortable. It'd make you comfortable. That's all. That'd be enough for me. Mega Monster 1234 says, you gonna ever do a video on different judicial philosophies, originalism versus pragmatism versus textualism? I mean, maybe. Yeah, I want to. Like, I still have the dream to do the Rekieta Law School for various patron levels, and I'm still trying to put it together, and that would be great in the in con law when we talk about the Supreme Court, to talk about those things. But it takes a lot of putting together, and I'm doing so many different things right now with buying a house and trying to move a family of 6 and dealing with all my kids' stuff, plus the law stuff, plus this. So I just haven't had time to put it together. But yes, it's on the horizon somewhere. Leopold Duck. I'm curious about how voice actors justify working on alt-right anime. Goblin Slayer, Tanya the Evil, Attack on Titan, literal Jewish monsters.
Yeah, so there he's referencing something directly, and you might enjoy this. So anime YouTubers, people that do YouTube stuff, talk about anime. They're all awful, by the way. So if anyone's asked, what do you think of? Terrible. Just before you even say the guy's name, they suck. They all suck. There's this one, it goes by Pedantic Romantic. He's a mess. He did a video of why Goblin Slayer is alt-right propaganda, because you see, the goblins represent Jews because they have big noses.
Well, so do I. Do I represent the Jews now too?
Well, apparently, according to this asshole, so they represent the Jews because they have big noses, and goblins mean Jews because I read Harry Potter. That's all goblins. So that means that this is alt-right propaganda. This is white supremacist propaganda made in Japan because I'm a smart man. And so he ate all the shit for that. And then he had another video on the show Saga of Tanya the Evil, which is a very good show. Like, it is an excellent show. That it is it's about capitalism because the main character will do anything to win. And he also keeps calling the main character Nazi because she is in World War I German military attire, because it takes place during alternate universe World War I. So apparently the Nazis were in World War I, according to Dr. Pedantic here. So Tanya represents capitalism and not Germany represents Nazis. I'm a smart boy. Subscribe today. So yeah, he's been eating shit for that, and we've been thoroughly enjoying making fun of him for that.
Well, good. People should always enjoy mocking other people. Yeah. Okay, Genshi Fox. Is Full Metal Alchemist grossly overrated?
No. It's really good.
Is it mildly overrated?
I don't even call it overrated. It's more like it's one of the few shows of that quality a lot of people have seen. There's a lot of other shows that are of Full Metal Alchemist level, but like half of them a lot of people haven't heard of. But it is really good. But I would say that to like the manga and maybe a little Brotherhood. Brotherhood mainly, but like it's a complicated thing because there's 2 shows based on this manga. The first one is ass, but the second one was a more faithful adaptation of the manga.
Is the second one Brotherhood or whatever?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I should watch that one, not the first one.
Right. The first one is doo-doo, and the director made half the story like an allegory about the Iraq War because he was mad at Bush. Is the cringiest shit.
Oh, God. Go away.
And the Brotherhood was a more faithful adaptation of the manga, but the only problem is because the beginning of the first anime was adapting the actual manga before it went into its own little crazy town, they rushed through the beginning of Brotherhood. So it's kind of clunky in the first 13 episodes, which is a big chunk of episodes. Not bad, just weird and clunky. Sure. And the first episode is like made up shit. It's like, what's the point of this? But then when it gets past what the first show was, but it still got that like first 13 episode growing pains where it's like, if you really want the best experience of Full Metal Alchemist without the bullshit, just read the manga. Otherwise, Brotherhood. But yeah, I wouldn't call it overrated, just more like the fact that so many people focus on it so specifically is a sign that y'all need to watch more quality shit. Because Full Metal Alchemist is not an anomaly in its quality.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about some animes that I've seen later. Sure. But I'm going to let's get through some of these. Darking D Rackets. Have you considered buying some MREs? Lots of calories. They'll give you plenty of energy. I've had a couple MREs and not impressed with the taste. Not impressed with the taste.
It ain't about the flavor, soldier.
Yeah, it is for me. I'm too old. I'm going to be 37 in 1 month, so I'm too old for the military.
Goddamn boomer.
Yeah. Oh, and it's bad, buddy. I screw up the technology on the reg.
He still says on the reg. What a boomer.
Yeah, I'm pretty old. Wilson, I'm 5 kids old, man. That's really old. Wilson Fisk, if you could replace every actor/actress in a movie with a Muppet except for one, what movie would it be? Every actor and actress in a... Well, it'd have to be 50 Shades of Grey.
Yes.
I think that's what it's got to be.
Yes.
For me. I don't know. What about you?
Sallow, 120 Days of Sodom. I'd like to see that with Muppets.
They're like spooning out the Muppet's eye or whatever.
Yeah. I just with the fucking Muppet shaking with its mouth open.
They got to cut that one's tongue off too, right? Like, didn't that happen? I think I watched that movie so long ago. But yeah, little tongs and the fuzzy tongue pull it out.
I love B movies and exploitation shit and stuff like that. Like really bad, just garbage cinema. I fucking love it.
Let's see. Landon Mack and James currently working on a project. Did I miss his one about 600 anime? I think I did. How did I miss that? I got all the ones around it.
I'm offended.
Well, I am. Yeah. It was between the Rurouni Kenshin being made by a creepy pedo and then someone saying Rurouni Kenshin is great. If I missed that, Pete, you said Rurouni Kenshin is great. Landon Mack.
It is a good show. I wouldn't say it's like one of the best, but it's entertaining action show and with some good plot lines to it. But it's just, I mean, and I'm all about separating the art from the artist. And, there is the grandfather clause and everything, but it's really hard to go back to it knowing who wrote it and what he was doing. It's just hard. Because it was such brutal shit that he had.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like one or two, like just like, ew, like this is a creepy pedo. No, this was like, he had pedo rape. Again, it was like Carol the Wolf with kids.
Yeah.
Like,
have you seen The Counselor? The movie The Counselor?
No.
With Michael Fassbender and Brad Pitt and Javier Bardem and Cameron Diaz and
yeah, I've not seen that one.
Penelope Cruz. Great, really, really a good movie, except horrifically depressing. But yeah, Brad Pitt describes a snuff film, and it was involving a child, and it's like a really just. Yeah, it sets the reality. That the reason I love that movie is actually there's one line in Brad Pitt that Brad Pitt says he's a liaison between people and the cartels, right? And so he sets up like drug buys and drug transportation deals with the cartels. for other people in the States. And he says he describes this snuff film. It's really horrific. And Michael Fassbender's face just looks just like he's trying to keep it together, but he's absolutely disgusted. And Brad Pitt says the error that people make is they think that there's some evil that these guys won't commit. And it's such a perfect revelation of what is actually happening outside of our cushy United States, right? Like if you go on, there are various websites where you can find like the real world gore stuff. And the stuff that's on there is some of the most horrifying stuff you can imagine. And like the thought that this stuff happens is foreign to most normal American people. Like it's so far from our reality. But that line from Brad Pitt that it's so eloquently put it. It's like, yeah, you make the mistake of thinking there's a length that these people won't go. Yeah. And you're not dealing with rational people at this point. And it's good. It's good. Everybody go watch that movie sometime. But the Landon Mackinjames chat that I missed, and I apologize. I just realized I missed that. He said, I've seen over 600 anime. Go Sick is my favorite. So I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that. I thought you might have some chuckles for
Gothic is basically a goth Lolita solves mysteries. It's like Detective Conan, but if like you want to be creepy about it.
So then Landon Mackinjames, and this is what triggered my brain to remember I missed the earlier one. He then followed up just recently with currently working on a project covering Koichi's whole directing career. Screw MD Geist, Nick. What's your guess top 3 favorite anime, Daddy Boo Boo?
My top 3 favorite anime? Cowboy Bebop, Black Lagoon, Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, particularly the second season.
Okay, Cowboy Bebop, Black Lagoon. Someone did ask for your opinion on Black Lagoon earlier, but I ignored it. And
Black Lagoon is fantastic. Black Lagoon is basically the author is heavily inspired by Quentin Tarantino and Coen Brothers films, and it's basically a run and gun kind of action movie, but with deep plot and characters. Like it really goes into like that. I mean, the submarine scene. I gotta say, is the submarine scene, and anybody who's seen the show knows what I'm talking about. You get lured into the badass action, the kind of, again, the Tarantino feel to it, and then it keeps you engrossed with like these really good characters and story and just everything about it. It's just so good. And even the dub acting is impeccable and is the canon version, because according to the author, the characters are canonically speaking English. So luckily it's got a really good English dub. So that's basically the canon version, and it's a goddamn masterpiece.
Cool. What was the third one? Was it a Ghost in the Shell, you said?
Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. Because there's a bunch of Ghost in the Shell stuff, and all of them are kind of bad. Like, even the original movie, I think, impressed a lot of people because it looks really gorgeous.
Yeah, I didn't really care for it, though. I watched it when it came out, and I was like,
yeah,
the
Ghost in the Shell movie was, it was, like, really pretty, but the plot was, like, and then there was like another movie that was really bad, and there was some other stuff. But then they made a series, standalone complex, and it was by like a different director from Production IG, who's a really good company. And they explored a little more of the setting, cut back on the fan service stuff because the original author is a weird jingoistic pervert, so they cut back on that stuff. And just told a really, really good story, especially the second season. The first season's pretty good because it goes into like, with cybernetics, the kind of super future setting, like what are the consequences of that? Like if you could become a full cyborg and have like computer implants in your brain, what would be the consequences of that in both society and just in your day-to-day life? Like now your brain could be hacked by somebody.
Sure.
Or like new kinds of cyber criminals or just new brands of terrorists that could come about, or like the mental viruses you could get from having cybernetic, or like mental illnesses that come up from being cybernetically implanted, like people that get kind of like a cyber brain autism, like they get jacked in and it just engrosses their brain so much they can't leave. Like it goes into all that kind of stuff.
That was Keanu Reeves in what, like Gattaca or whatever?
Yeah, I don't.
I can store like 2 gigabytes up in there.
It's like it's really
downloaded
good.
4
Like I said, especially the second
gigabytes.
season.
God, that movie. No, that's Johnny Mnemonic, not Gattaca. Johnny Mnemonic.
Yeah, I thought it was weird. Like, that's not Gattaca. Is he making a joke?
No, I've just been drinking.
Johnny. Oh, yeah. That'll do it. No, Johnny Mnemonic. You're right. That was the one.
Yeah.
But no, it's really, and especially the second season, because the first season brings in some cool concepts and everything, and then the second season brings in this just amazingly gripping story that's just, it's just every episode, it's like, oh my God, this is just the best TV I've ever experienced. So yeah, there would be those three.
Hold on.
Although there's a lot of good shows. I've been shitting on a lot, but that's because it's a lot of the stuff most people know is pretty bad. I'm not saying that if it's popular it's bad. There's a lot of really good popular stuff that I love. But it's just the flavor of the month anime shit is kind of bad. I'd say about half of the shows that are really popular are good. And then there's like another half that's like nobody's ever heard of. They're excellent, that more people should hear of. And that's why we talk about them a lot on at AO.
Well, that's the point, right?
I've been shilling a show called Garo Vanishing Line, which just blew me the hell away. Like, I didn't expect it to be as good as it was. And it was just like it has the manliest fucking 5 minutes you've ever seen. And then just when you think like, this is the coolest fucking testosterone infused shit, it just hits you with like well-written characters and a gripping story. It's like, this is everything I've ever wanted. And it's beautifully animated.
Would you rather, this is from Nero Altis, would you rather be stuck with Vale or Grell?
I don't know. Oh, the actors. That's a good question. I think I'd rather be stuck in a room with Josh Grell because Eric Vale seems like a dick just overall. Josh Grell is just comes off like a...
Who are these people? I don't know any of these people.
Okay, so these are two more voice actors. They primarily work out of Texas. They work with a lot of Funimation productions.
Are any of them in DBZ?
Yes, Eric Vale is Trunks.
Oh God. Like adult Trunks, I guess?
Yeah, the grown-up Trunks.
Yeah. Well, kill him. Who's the other guy?
Well, he's a lot better. See, there's sort of a, I guess, renaissance with the acting in Dragon Ball Z. Since back when you saw it, when I know you saw it, none of those motherfuckers could act.
No,
everybody in that show has since learned to act, and they've stopped fucking with the script. So now it's like the actual Dragon Ball Z and not this weird like schlock for 9-year-olds. Not saying Dragon Ball Z is super deep, but the old dub took away that charm.
Piccolo's deep.
Yeah.
Piccolo's my boy.
And they recast a lot of people too, because in that old dub, most of the roles were done by one guy because they were like a small company. They didn't have a lot of people. Now they've recast a lot of people, including Frieza, who now sounds like a man like he's supposed to.
I hate the Goku on the English dub of Dragon Ball Super, though. Like, when did Goku, or not even on the dub, on the sub, when did Goku go like he's mentally handicapped?
Well, that's always been him. That was kind of the thing that was lost in the old dub things. Goku became a good person because he got busted on the head. He's crazy. He's always been a crazy person.
But
he's kind of an idiot.
I like that he wasn't stupid. He was just so positive.
Well, he's naive because he's like, that's why in Japan he has a child's voice even as a grown man. Because he's a man child. He's a crazy person.
But I liked that he was just optimistic rather than like questionably present.
Yeah, he's always been that. I mean, that's why the dude, God, like even the old Dragon Ball, he's just like, I'll let you get stronger, bad guy.
The Kai dub does suck. The real SG 125. I watched the first like 10 minutes of Dragon Ball Z Kai, and I was like, this is dumb, and I threw it away.
I don't know why. That's like way fucking better. The script is actually close to the original. The acting is better, especially with the Frieza saga. Like, Frieza has a proper English voice now instead of them getting some old lady to try like, okay, grandma, talk real deep.
Yeah,
I spy with my little eye. Like, no, grandma. They got an actual guy that sounds right.
Well, that's
it was because what happened was Funimation knows that old dub was trash, so they used Kai as a way to make up for it. Okay, we're gonna do the proper script, We're gonna recast like 90% of the characters to actual proper voices now. Let's do this right.
Kai wasn't long enough for me.
Yeah, because they took out the filler. Like, so the fight with... Do you realize the fight with Frieza in the original Dragon Ball Z is longer than some entire anime series?
Oh, yeah. I love it. It's so ridiculous. We have 5 minutes left. 48 episodes later.
It's ridiculous. And in the original manga, it was roughly 5. I mean, he was guessing because, you know, he didn't know exactly, but it was about 5 minutes. And then in Kai, that fight takes like an episode. Like, it's crazy to think. As long as it was in, I mean, not an episode for the entire fight with Frieza, but like from this planet will blow up in 5 minutes from there on. But like, it's crazy to think like what was 20 some episodes. Now we go back to Kai when it's no more filler. Like this is as it was in the original manga. It's like 5-6 episodes. Yeah, like, but Jesus, they padded that out.
I think the problem is like with the Kai thing is I think for me, the lie of extending it out for pure marketing purposes is part of the charm. Like that's part of what made DBZ. So then when you made it into Kai, like sure it might be more concise and a better adaptation, but it's not the same for me because I'm just a normie who watched the original.
I can't get behind that because that stretching out would be brutal if you try to rewatch it. Like I'm gonna watch this again. I'm gonna re-experience the day. Like I ain't got time for this. Good Lord. I when I rewatched Dragon Ball Z way back when, like I remember just skipping through shit just to make this not take days and weeks and months.
When I watched DBZ, the original though, like I had days and weeks and months to watch it. So it was perfect for me. Now, of course, I just wouldn't watch anything. Although
I fucking love Dragon Ball. I absolutely love Dragon Ball.
When Piccolo sacrifices himself in GT, though, I had a man tier. I'm gonna say.
GT. So many people hate GT. I understand if your initial exposure to GT was the dub, but for the first 40 episodes, GT was all right. GT was pretty good. In Japanese.
I was watching it probably a year to 2 years ago because I have them all on DVD. And I just like I couldn't get through it because like Kid Goku pissed me off too much, but no, like that scene where Piccolo's like teleporting everybody off the planet and he like saves Gohan and he's like, but Piccolo, you won't be able to make it. And he's like, I know. Like yeah, good job Piccolo. That's why you're
those first 40 episodes were great, but because that was how long it was supposed to go, and then like the show had to continue to coincide with the release of a game that turned out to be not very good. So they had to come up with 2 new sagas literally on the fly. Like the one that came right after the Baby Saga, the Super 17 saga, was like I think it was written like a week before they started drawing it. Like no, you're not. What do you mean you're done? You're not done. Wait, but our story's over. No, it's not. The game's not out. This game is Dragon Ball GT Final Bout. You're gonna have to. This show has to be on the air when it releases.
Make it longer.
Throw more things at him to fight.
Okay, Jeremy Joestar says Mother's Basement is anime reviewer who deserves it. I don't
Mother's
know if
Basement is one of the worst anime reviewers. For those who don't know, he is infamous for being an absolute paid shill. Like you could pay him for his opinions.
Oh, that's a shame.
He is absolutely bought and sold. Everything that comes out of his mouth is bought and sold. It is absolutely ridiculous. And there's other things about him that's just sad and pathetic, but I'm not going to go into that.
Sure.
Lord knows I could. Guys, don't date a cam whore, but you know, he's a mess. He's an absolute mess, but he's one of our favorites to make fun of because he keeps doing stuff. Like we want to move on to other people. He's like Miles from Crunchyroll. We want to move on to other people, but then he keeps doing something. It's like, well, damn it. Now we got to crack more jokes at you. You're going to make us look obsessed because you keep coming up, giving us material. I can't say no to this material.
Stop being ridiculous. Stop it.
Yeah, I have you on Reddit touting the merits of socialism while in the same Reddit post admitting that the Nazis were the National Socialist Workers' Party. So, like, not even a sentence removed. What? Don't do that. No. Now I have to show this.
Longneck McGee says, if you cover judicial temperament, please touch on Baker v. Carr, one of the more interesting Supreme Court cases and has a lot to do with current issues. Yeah, I'll think about covering Baker v. Carr. It's been a long time since I've read it.
Yeah, when that guy that makes cakes had to fight that car, that was so epic. That was the most epic battle.
Jeremy Joestar says, Soul Eater needs remake. It had BS ending.
Soul Eater, I'm so disappointed, Soul Eater, because it has such a cool aesthetics, like very graffiti art, cool character designs, and you actually watch it or read it, and it's just the most die-in-the-wool, factory-produced shonen, which if you don't know what shonen is, that's action shows. Well, it's shows made for young boys, but it's usually action shows.
Sure.
Like Naruto. Naruto is shonen.
Oh, God.
So it was just the most dyed-in-the-wool, basic bitch shown, and I was so disappointed because it looks so cool. And then the final chapter of the manga is just the word. It's so much of it is just black with word bubbles. Like page after page of just black, no art, word bubbles. Like, go to hell. Which is such a disappointment because you look at it and just it's the coolest aesthetic. It's like, oh man, this is so unique and cool. I'm gonna check this out. And it's like, oh, this is just basic bitch shit for 12-year-olds. All right, cool. I'm gonna go somewhere else then.
So, Gay and Still at Large ask, Yo,
boy.
Nick, what are some of your favorite bourbons? I'm a fan of Maker's Mark, especially cask strength. My favorite bourbon, I actually have it up here. I'll get it down. It just doesn't fit anywhere else on my shelf. Oh, it might fit. No, it's in a wine bottle, I think. So it's just a little too tall. It's this Peg Leg Porker. And to my knowledge, you can only get it from Nashville, Tennessee. The restaurant is called the Peg Leg Porker. It's very good. It's bourbon, but it's got a nice smoke to it. And I really, really am a fan. It's reasonably priced. You can buy it online. You can have it shipped to you. But that's my favorite bourbon. Other than that, like stuff I can buy around here that I like that's a bourbon, I go with Basil Hayden's is a good bourbon. But I'm about to pick up some more very soon. Next,
I'm just drinking Pepsi.
The man named Kiwi says, "What's your take on Welcome to the NHK?"
I have not seen it. I haven't heard anything that sounds bad. It just doesn't sound like something that interests me. It's basically a girl that's trying to get a dude that's a shut-in to not be a shut-in, which is admirable. I hear it's kind of stylish or whatever, but I've never seen it, and I have no real interest in it.
Sure. I have no idea. Mm-hmm. Wilson Fisk's best 3 animes on Netflix, not including Brotherhood.
I don't know what's on Netflix because I don't like Netflix. I was kind of rooting for them early on when it looked like they might help with some problems the industry's been having, but then they're just like, let's just pour more money into awful-looking social justice cartoons. Fuck it. I don't know what's on their catalog. The only thing I know of besides that they have Brotherhood now is Little Witch Academia and Devilman Crybaby. I haven't seen Devilman Crybaby. I'm not super into seeing it. I don't like Go Nagai, just as a personal preference. I get the impact he had on the industry, and I like that Devilman Crybaby is like this faithful kind of like like it's a faithful adaptation of his Devilman story, but like with modern art and everything, like modern looking animation and art, and that's cool. The ending, because I know the ending of Devilman, it's just too goofy for me, especially that it's played so straight. Like it's not goofy played straight in that JoJo way that makes it charming. Instead that it feels like a fuck you mom and dad, take that Christianity kind of thing. And I know it's not supposed to, but it just feels too much like it. And then Little Witch Academia, it's fine, but it's not for me because it's very clearly a show for little girls. And it's a very good show for little girls. If I had a daughter, I would, hey, here's a show you might like. This is Little Witch Academia about a girl. She's going to witch school. She's going to be the best witch because she's going to be just like the witch that she admires. She goes to witch school, and they learn it's a law girl school with magic. And it's like Harry Potter, but girls. And they get into misadventures, and they make friends, and they bond, and there's adventure. That is fine, and it's well animated. There's nothing wrong with it. But I am a grown man, and there's nothing really that elevates it above being just very well made show for little girls. So if you have a little girl, if you have Netflix, there you got something that they'll probably like. Little Witch Academia. I recommend it for your daughters out there.
Okay. My oldest daughter is only 5, so I think it'll be a while still.
Yeah.
Genshi Fox 2 says Space Battleship Yamato 2199 is my favorite anime of all time.
That's a pretty decent one. It's not my personal thing, but it's one of those ones that I can respect. Like, it's well made. There's not a lot of shows where I can say, like, it's just because I just like shows that are objectively good. But there's some times where it's just like, the show isn't grabbing me, but I recognize everything good with it. And Yamato's one of those. It's just it's not grabbing me, but it's nothing that's the show's fault.
No, I know what you're talking about in different contexts. There are movies that I can recognize as good. Like, I can recognize the directing is good here, the acting's good here, the story's got all the, it's ticking real good literary elements, and they've got good symbolism, but I still hate it. Like The Piano. The Piano is a very well done movie. The storytelling's good, the acting is superb. Harvey Keitel is naked, which is horrifying. But like the movie's good, but I just didn't care at all watching it. So I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Next, we've got from Super Iron Bob. For the guest, are there any studios that are consistently good?
That's actually tricky because a lot that are starting to fall off. Even show like stuff that's making good shows are starting to like fall off in like Madhouse used to be really good, and they made Overlord, which is one of my personal favorite shows. But I can recognize that the second and third season had some rough animation. Like, there were budgetary problems. And we know that there were problems behind the scenes, especially with some of that 3D shit they put in. Oof. I still love the hell out of Overlord. I love the hell out of that show, but I can, there. And Madhouse used to do some great shit. So I don't know what's going on over there. Production IG, they make great shit, but they're one of those places or one of the people that you can tell when they care. Because when they are given a production that they don't give a shit about, they will half-ass it. If you give them something like, okay, here's a show about little girls that go to school, hijinks, done by Production IG, it'll just be like the stiffest shit. And then you see their work on Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex or some other stuff they've done recently that's obviously they give a damn about, and it's just fluid and beautiful, eye candy. So Production IG does really good stuff, but only when they care.
We all know that Harmony Gold is the best anime studio. Just kidding. They can die in every fire. Sorry, go ahead.
Studio Trigger does really good stuff. I don't like their shows, aside from like Inferno Cop, which is like, Nick, you need to watch Inferno Cop. I'm not even joking. After this stream, go watch Inferno Cop. Like, the episodes are like 5 minutes long.
Okay.
And there's like 12 of them. You could blow through them all in a sitting. It's the funniest shit you'll ever see. Inferno Cop is love. There's a couple other shows they did that are okay. I have not seen Space Patrol Luluco. I hear that's actually funny from like people I trust. But most of their stuff is just garbage. But it's very pretty garbage. And there's this new studio Mappa, that does a lot of really pretty stuff. They're the ones that did Garo Vanishing Line. And it is, it's just, the animation is just fucking beautiful. So a lot of new studios are coming up.
Sure. They're
sort of picking up the slack. None of the old guard are getting exhausted, because the state of animation in Japan is horrible. Like, they're working slave hours for slave wages. It's grueling. There's the business model of the whole industry is shit. Like, the studios are not getting very much money, whereas the companies that own the licenses that are hiring the studios are making more and more money. And instead of paying the studios more, they just produce more anime. Like, instead of like making 3 good shows and bumping up the budget for the studios they hire even more studios to make the same kind of shows and a bunch of bullshit shows for the same budget they were making shows 10 years ago.
Sure.
So it's you can start to see the effects of that on a lot of big name studios with a lot of the 3D animation shortcuts they're taking that are just kind of ugly looking, and just the studios that used to produce beautiful looking shit is just really stiff now, and it's just so it's not good. It's kind of sad to see, but there's a lot of new guys that are coming up that are making some good shit.
Yeah, the prettiest anime I've ever seen, I think, is probably Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust.
That was a good one, yeah.
God, it was gorgeous. I saw it in theaters too, which was better.
Yeah, I think Madhouse did that actually. I think that was Madhouse.
I can go find it. It's on my shelf somewhere, but I don't want to. The Coke Master says top 3 for him is K-On, NGE, and TTGL. Okay.
Okay. Rip, I guess.
Landon Mack and James says thoughts on Prince of Tennis, Rewrite, and Luluco, and then he immediately said not Rewrite. I hate that show. Meant Re-Life. So Prince of Tennis, Re-Life, and Luluco.
Prince of Tennis is great if you're a girl who likes pretty boys. That's pretty much Prince of Tennis. I don't know if you know what a fujoshi is.
No, I have no idea.
A fujoshi is a perverted lady, usually an older lady. Like I want to see boys with their shirts off. So even better if they're touching each other, like gay boys with their shirts off. Like that's a fujoshi. And Prince of Tennis is like very popular with fujoshi. It's a sports anime. And every sports anime is just about the same. There's a guy. I'm a newcomer at the sport, but I have a weird talent. But I'm also not experienced. Here's my rival. He is very experienced. He's kind of a dick. But I will get to be as good as him, and I will join a team or whatever, and I will go against many people with various different styles of playing the sport, and I will beat them or lose and get better and then beat them. That is every sports anime. Prince of Tennis.
I don't understand the sports anime thing.
Yeah, it's the sports animes tennis, but they're very pretty. You enjoy the tennis. I'm sure there's like character stuff more, but that's the gist of it. I don't give a shit. What was the other one? Re-Life?
Yeah, Re-Life and Luluco.
I don't remember exactly what Re-Life is beyond just it's raising red flags. Like I probably don't like it, but I can't remember. But it's like just the name is like setting off something in the back of my head. It's like no. So I'm gonna obey that little twinge in the back of my head yelling at me. Luluco, like I said, I haven't seen, but I actually hear from people whose taste I actually trust that it's legitimately funny.
Okay, I've never heard of any of these shows. Xander's Rant says Honey and Clover and March Comes Like a Lion.
Isn't it? I think those are. I think they're talking more anime shows. I think those are just kind of romance shows. I generally don't like romance anime because they're very boring. Because romance works as a subplot, but not as the main plot. Because to get someone like me, or
what? Hello?
Or looking.
Oh, that was weird. Oh, I lost you for a second.
Oh no.
You're back.
Where was the last thing I said before I dipped?
It was just like a second in your last sentence. Yeah, I mean, you weren't gone for long at all.
Okay. When like you generally got to get people to give a shit about these people and why, like, oh no, they're not going to fall in love. Like, why should I care? You got to make me care. So you got to have another story going on that has already invested me, so that I'm invested in these characters. So when a romantic subplot comes along, now I care. I think the only romance anime I can think of that I would recommend to people would be Spice and Wolf, and even then, that has other things going on, like all the economics.
The last thing on earth I want to watch is a romance anime. Like, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I want my anime to have like ninjas or robots or like horrific murder violence or any combination of all of those.
Well,
like,
look,
that's
if that's what you're looking for, I'm not even gonna lie. Garo Vanishing Line might be a religious experience for you.
I'll have to check that out. You said it has like the manliest 5 minutes in it.
Yes.
And I'm gonna put that.
Let me set the stage here. All right. it begins at night. Everything is red. All these bodies of dead women are sitting around. It's a very adult show, by the way. It's basically based on a franchise, but you don't need to know dick about the franchise to enjoy the show. It's very self-contained.
Thank God.
Yeah, it's totally self-contained. It's basically like Kamen Rider for adults. Is the Garo franchise. There are other stuff in Garo I have no interest in, and some of it seems kind of bad, but this show is just amazing. So it starts out, everything's red. You get all these dead bodies of women, and then there's a woman being held in like a water tower, and a monster made out of boobs looms over her. And all of a sudden we hear a man get his attention, turn around, and our protagonist is not a regular anime protagonist. He's not a spiky-haired, svelte anime boy with like thin build. No, this is a giant man mountain. whose name's Sword, who loves to eat giant steak and and fuck women with big tits. He's standing on top of another. He calls its attention. The monster attacks him, and he beats the shit out of this monster with his bare hands. He doesn't do some magic anime beams. No, just beats the shit out of this thing until he punches it so hard its head goes flying off, and then he pile drives its headless body into a parked car. Then he goes off to meet a hot blonde who's waiting for him on his giant skull motorcycle. That he takes a moment to appreciate her wonderful boobs and then drives off with a hot blonde sitting on his lap on his huge oversized skull motorcycle. That's the first 5 minutes of the first episode.
That sounds delicious.
It is amazing. And then it turns out Sword is like a deep, rich character, and then you have all these other deep, rich characters, and it's like this show is literally just spoiling you.
What anime was that? That's called Garo Vanishing Line, right? You said
yes, Garo Vanishing Line, and look for the English dub. It's well acted, and the show takes place in a fictional American city.
Oh, perfect.
So it makes sense that everybody's speaking English. It's very America. Like half the show is a road trip through like the American Southwest kind of place. Like all these different Mexican border city, Native American tribe. Like it is just America.
Well, I'll have to. You've sold me on that because that sounds manly, so I'll watch it.
It is amazing.
Ben Cheever says, here late again, so he might have touched on this already. I'd like to know what he thinks of the main animes that are big in the West, like Naruto, Bleach, and even DBZ, and how they are in relation to average anime.
I love Dragon Ball because, like, the fights are cool and everything, but the characters and creativity and even the stories are fun. It's not deep, but God, it's fun, and it could be clever. It could be surprisingly clever, especially with some of the shit they've been doing in Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball's great. Naruto is just shit. Like it's just, but I can't hate it too much because it's just for kids. It's for 13-year-olds. Like, oh, that's cool. Get him, Naruto. Yeah. Like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna shit on a kids show? Yeah, take that, Magic School Bus. I'm a teabag Blue's Clues. Yeah. Someone needs to stick it to Blue's Clues. Like, I mean, it's not for like little kids, but it's still like this is a fucking kids show. It's doing what it's intending to do, and it's achieving. It's hitting the mark. It's for 12, 13, 14-year-olds to go, yeah, get him, cool powers. Bleach is weird because it'll be really good and then shit and then really good and then shit. Because the author was overworked and was being treated like shit by his publisher.
Sure.
So you could see where he was getting burned out, but at least it ended on like probably the best arc. Like the last villain was great. The final fight had kind of a cop-out thing, but it ended on a high note, but it dips. Like it starts out cool and then it says, this is boring. This is great. This is boring. This is great. And just keeps going up and down and up and down. But at the very least it ended on a high. So I love the Quincy arc. That was great. The guy just like, well, this is going to be my final arc. I'm just going to pull out my big creativity dick and flop it on your face. Like, here's all this. Here's a guy he's the strongest in the whole afterlife, and his ability is painting. He paints ink, and he's magic super ink. And the main villain is evil Jesus with the power to know everything. And then he gets like a million eyes. And one of his servants is named Mask Demasculine, who is a giant buff luchador who is literally empowered by being cheered on. He has a little toady with him who cheers him on, and that cheering is empowering him, making him stronger. So the only way to defeat him is to defeat his little fanboy, because the fanboy is literally giving him strength. Like that kind of shit.
None of that sounds appealing to me. Pony Cordero says Sean Schemmel is still a worse person than Tara Strong.
No, Sean Schimmel's an asshole. Like he's really like, I would not want to be in the room with him, but he's not Tara Strong. Like Sean Schimmel isn't sending us cease and desist letters because we made fun of him. Like that is a sad, like that's a sad thing. Yeah. I did send one person a cease and desist letter. I live streamed the drafting of it. He never responded, which is weird.
But is Maddox. Do you know who Maddox is?
Yes, I am fully aware of the Maddox shit. That is
Okay.
just beautiful.
Yeah, so I drafted a cease and desist to Maddox because he called me a stalker and a blackface attorney. So I did go ahead and draft a cease and desist to that, and I'm still awaiting your appearance on my show, Maddox.
Somehow I think you'll be waiting for a while.
I think so too. He kind of hate. I found out how much he hates me, and it was really it was heartening to know that he has spent that much time.
There are certain people. There are certain people that if they hate you, you know you're doing something right. Like, that is Anime Outsiders' Twitter existence. We have people that stalk and obsess over us because we've made fun of their favorite show or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, there are people that have been obsessing over me for 5 years because I made fun of a show they like on a live stream. Like, when people like that hate you, like, I guarantee you these people are so nuts that after this live stream, I'm betting now, I'm putting money on the table that at least one of them, if not several of them, are going to say, the guy from Anime Outsiders admitted he downloaded child porn. He's actually been a secret pedophile all along. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. Like, that's not even a joke. I know.
Someone was already saying it in chat. You're toast.
Like, that's how crazy they are. Like, yeah, forget all the other shit. Like, forget the it still fucking traumatized me to this day, but no, I'm totally a secret pedophile.
So Phoenix Lord Osserman, I'm just gonna breeze back the pedophilia thing. Breeze back. Says, what did you think of Yu Yu Hakusho?
It was really good. That's actually one of the really good shonen because it had a lot of character and heart to it. A show is good when it has a good tournament arc, because that is like the most boring shit in a shonen. It's like, all right, no more story. Everybody, we're just going to line up and feed you opponents with powers to fight one after another. And this is the whole point of a tournament arc. Is look at all the cool powers I came up with to make them fight my character. So the fact that Yu Yu Hakusho had a good tournament arc, or technically two, is a testament to how good it is. It is, and really a lot of what makes it good is just how strong the characters are. It is really, really good.
I'm just consistently amazed by you knowing the answer to every single show that's brought up, except one so far. Like, you're rivaling my boy Landon Mac and James, but he wants to talk to you. I bet you should have him on a podcast or something, because I bet you guys would never end.
Well, we have an open Discord. If you go to our Twitter profile, it's in the link there.
You hear that, Landon? Check out their Discord. Peter Pete. Necro13 says, good stream, guys.
Hey, Necro.
AO is great. So far I agree with him. We'll see if that changes by the end. Peter Pete says, Helsing ?
Helsing is great. Helsing is one of those things where it's like, just go extreme, it's like a well-written exploitation movie. Like, if you were sitting down to watch like Nazi Sisters of the SS or something, and it turns out had like a gripping story. Like, that's Helsing. Helsing is like, here's the fucking vampire in a cool hat with giant guns. He fights other vampires for the British government. He just turns one girl into a vampire. She's like his vampire sidekick. Here comes fucking neo-Nazi secret organization. They've got genetically engineered vampires. She's a crazy chick covered in tattoos with a giant scythe. Here's a cat boy girl thing. You don't know. You can't tell its gender. That's part of its weird powers. This is crazy shit. Here's this crazy Nazi giving this amazing speech about how much he loves war, which is one of the most famous scenes in there. And even if nobody watches Helsing, go watch the war speech. Like, it's just fantastic. It's so extreme and so brutal, but it manages to be entertaining. Like, it's not using the gore and the brutality as its selling point. It really feels like, here's a creative guy having fun. Have fun with this author, because he's having a blast. And you should be too. Enjoy the crazy Scottish priest who fights with an endless amount of swords. I don't know where he's getting them or all these Bible pages that he uses to create barriers or some shit. I don't know. It's the coolest thing I ever fucking seen. The art is great. He has a great style too. It's just It's fantastic.
You don't want to
is
know
fantastic.
where he's getting those swords. By the way. Don't want to.
He just pulls them out. He's got like a magic coat or something. He pulls them out of his coat pocket. And he says, "Where are you keeping all these?" Who cares? That's the answer. It's cool.
Where Tiger Ray says, "What's your opinion of magical girl site Inuyashiki and Batum and the Outlanders?"
Well, anything magical girl is generally bad. I can't think of anything. Maybe Sailor Moon, but that's just good for girls. I wouldn't recommend men watch it.
Sailor Moon had comparable episodes to DBZ. God,
Yeah.
there's a billion of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Inuyashiki's really good. I love the premise. Drink in this premise. An old man and a sociopathic young man are abducted by aliens and turned into super cyborgs for no discernible reason. And while the old man is just like, well, I'm a cyborg now. That's kind of neat. Look what I can do. The sociopathic young man decides he's going to be a goddamn serial killer. And he gets all drunk on his power. And now it is up to the old man, who is also a cyborg, to stop the crazy young man who is a cyborg. It's cybernetic old man versus cybernetic punk. It's fantastic. And what was the third one?
Just a second. Hold on. I'm addressing something in the chat real quick.
Okie dokie day.
We're behind on these super chats, and so someone said I skipped it, but we haven't actually skipped it. It's we haven't gotten there.
Yeah.
Batum and the Outlanders. Btoom.
Batum, I mean, it's basically like, it's kind of like a battle royale. From what I remember, it's like a battle royale knockoff with more titties or something. I mean, I'm not 14, so it doesn't really appeal to me. I haven't heard of the other one though. It does not. The Outlanders does not sound familiar.
Okay, I have no, or it's just Outlanders. I added the because it's like it was like a mid '80s girl band, Batum and the Outlanders. In my
Yeah, it
brain.
sounds like it.
I honestly thought it was one show. I didn't realize it was two. Always use the Oxford comma, guys. Otherwise, people like me won't know what you're talking about. Gregory Hurlshaft says, Nick, I highly recommend FMAB opinions on FMAB. And then I think separate is Full Metal Alchemist. Is that what that is?
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Yeah. And then opinions on UC Gundam.
I'm not big into Gundam. I respect it. I know like the quality of the series kind of vary, but I do respect what it does, the stories that it tells, and all that stuff. It's not, although except for G Gundam. G Gundam is amazing. G Gundam.
I liked Gundam Wing.
I remember. Yeah, I've always wanted to watch that to see if it held up because I haven't watched that since I was a teenager.
It's pretty, and I liked. I didn't like the main character so much, but I liked Duo. I liked Duo Maxwell. He flew the Grim Reaper Gundam, which was pretty sweet.
The Death Scythe. I remember that.
Yeah, that thing was awesome.
Yeah, I remember liking it. I'm actually curious if I would like or dislike the same things today. I've always kind of wanted to revisit Wing, maybe do something for the website. I don't know. And I'm curious like what I'd think of it today. But G Gundam is the shit. G Gundam, it's like, okay, every other Gundam series is like really serious and it's like, oh, it's a war show. You know, you think it's like, oh, this is to sell toys like Transformers. It's selling models, but this is a war show. This is a show about just even like both sides have their own views kind of things, just the horrors of war and what it does to people and just all this social shit.
Yeah.
And then you get G Gundam, which is basically like, just fucking giant robots, man. It's the coolest shit I ever saw. Let's get giant robots. Let's get giant robots from like every country, and they all fight to control like every year. We don't do elections anymore. We have a giant robot fight, and the country that wins runs the world for a year. Like, that's how this world works, and every country sends in their Gundam, and all of their Gundams are insane. Mexico has a Gundam with a giant sombrero.
Yeah.
The Gundam from Canada is a goddamn windmill lumberjack. No, the windmill was the Swedish Gundam. No, not Swedish. Norway.
The Canadian one just apologizes to the other Gundam.
The Canadian was a lumberjack and got his ass beat. The American Gundam, the one that's because the American is like because of course the main character is the Japanese one. But his best buddy, his number 2 guy, is the American dude, and his Gundam looks like a football player until its football like shoulder pads turn to boxing gloves and it boxes. That is what we're working with. And then the main villain is an evil psycho Gundam that's called like the Devil Gundam that takes over people's minds and turns them into horrific cybernetic abominations. And it's like a virus matrix thing. And it is crazy. And there are space colonies. There are like all the countries. Like there's Neo America, Neo Mexico. And they look, Neo Japan is literally just the shape of the island of Japan floating in space. Neo Mexico is a giant space station shaped like a sombrero. Neo America is a giant star-shaped island in space that has the Statue of Liberty and Mount Rushmore like right next to each other.
Yes.
It is the most ridiculous thing, and every moment of it is just pure undistilled joy. Egypt has a mummy Gundam that is literally called the Mummy Gundam. Just it is a spectacle of pure just joy. It's just joy.
Sounds like a whole bunch of Japanese appropriating culture of other people.
It is the most un-PC thing you'll ever see. But it is amazing.
Okay, Keck asks, what's your opinion of No Game, No Life?
No watch. That is bad. No Game, No Life is part of the genre called isekai, for those who don't know. There's a whole genre of guy from our modern times world, from some means, gets sent to a fantasy world. And he's like the hot shit in the fantasy world now. And No Game, No Life is the ultimate in fucking pandering to a fucking neat losers. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, because like I said before, there are entire shows because they have a problem in Japan of all these neats. So they just make shows catered to them.
Sure.
And it's like I'm gonna tell you the premise. And you drink it in. You tell me. You'll be able to see what I'm throwing out here, and you'll understand why I say this. Is the guy? He's so good at, I think it's like dating game. Was it dating games, or am I thinking another show? It might be dating game. No, not dating games. That's a different one. No, he's so good at games. He gets sent to a medieval fantasy world, and he's like instantly the best. And I think it's like sisters with him or something, cause he knows all the shit from games. And now it's real. So all those times that mom said you were wasting your life in front of video games, guess what? Maybe one day I'll get sent to a fantasy world, Mom.
I thought that was like what Sword Art Online was.
Yeah, no, Sword Art Online is they're all trapped inside a video game.
Isn't that what you're describing?
No, he goes to an actual world in this. It's like another
God.
world. But for some reason, his video game know-how works in this other world.
Sure.
But this is like a living, breathing world, whereas Sword Art Online it's in a video game, which is just fucking hilarious because it's based on books. And there's a sex scene in the books, and in the sex scene, the girl literally unequips her clothes in a menu. It's the most romantic shit I ever saw. Just tease me, baby. Oh yeah, open that menu. Unequip your shirt. Unequip your pants. Unequip your top.
Oh my goodness. That sounds horrific to me.
Yeah,
it really does.
There's only like 2 good shows that count as isekai, but it's because they do something with that premise. Like Saga of Tanya the Evil. It's a sociopathic businessman is killed by a man that he just fired. But right before he dies, God appears to him in a really cool scene, one of the coolest scenes I've seen in years. And basically tells this guy, you're not worth reincarnating. There's too many people in this world. Nobody believes in me anymore. He's just venting to this guy. He's like, I'm not going to reincarnate you. And this guy goes back and forth. He doesn't even believe this is God because he's an atheist. Like, you must be something else. I'm going to call you Being X. And so he says something like, oh, people don't believe in God because they're too comfortable. It's like, so God basically says, oh, so you mean if you were put in dire straits, you'd believe in me? And the guy's like, oh shit, what did I just put in his head? No, that's not what I meant. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you one more chance at life. I'm gonna put you in dire straits. You have one more chance, and if you don't find faith, you're not gonna be reincarnated when you die. So he reincarnates the guy in an alternate world during World War I, in a world where magic exists, but it's not like, Lord of the Rings magic. It's actually really well done.
Sure.
As a girl, and he retains all his memories from his life. So like, it's really cool how it goes to the next scene, and he wakes up as a baby, and he like looks to the mirror, and it's all from his perspective, and he sees that he's a baby girl. And it's like in this world, like he gets in the military as a child, or she now is in the military as a child because of like incredible magical acumen, and you realize, oh, it's a God-given gift because God is trying to put this guy in dire straits by giving him all this magical acumen, so he'll go in the military and he'll be in war. And magic just makes World War I even more brutal. And it's basically the story of a sociopath and God having a petty fight with each other, where she's trying to be as comfortable as possible. God is trying to put her in dire straits so she'll find faith. And it's hinted that he's starting World War I in this world just to win this contest. Like that is how you do that.
I mean, I guess, but to me that sounds very complicated.
Well, yeah, but the way it's complicated to explain because there's so much to the premise, but the way the show presents it, it's much easier to digest.
I'll take your word for it for now. I have a question for you.
Nice.
I have my boy Landon. He's been waiting for an anime stream forever. I have never taken a random call in on this show. Would you be open to having Landon come on?
Sure, I'm having a blast right now.
All right, we'll get him on. Landon,
let's do it.
I'm gonna DM you on Twitter, my dude. Don't disappoint me. Just kidding. Come on in, buddy. And in the meanwhile, we're gonna go through some more of these chats because we have a backlog going here, which is great. Great for me. I like making money, of course. Oh, and
Yeah,
I think I just doxed the stream.
Oh no.
Not really. If you could type in that thing, I guess you deserve to come into the show as well. All right. So next is Nero Alti says rate dub actors from tolerable to insufferable, excluding Vale, Douglas, and Patton. That sounds like that could be a really long conversation, though.
Well, I'll say this: there are some dub actors that are not dicks. Or voice actors in general. Vic Mignogna is actually a conservative and a devout Christian, and he is the nicest man on earth. He is a pure cinnamon bun, too pure for this world. But that gets him a lot of shit because, a lot of far leftists don't like when other people have other opinions and worldviews. He's talked about that. Like, people have threatened to boycott conventions if he's at them, despite the fact that he's super popular. But he is just the nicest dude. Apparently there are other voice actors that are conservative, but they keep it on the down low, which is understandable. If any of the voice actors that were in Vic Mignogna's Star Trek fan thing, you can put in the not douchebags category.
What about the guy who did Broly?
Yeah, that's Vic Mignogna.
Oh, okay. So he's actually decent.
Oh yeah, he does the main character in Full Metal Alchemist, one of his most famous roles, and he's just the nicest dude.
No, his only role is Broly.
Yeah, and he's a devout Christian, so he's really good with that too. Like, I've seen him talk about that. He's not weird about it, but he's very open to teaching people about it and all that stuff.
Sure.
He's pretty good. Roger Craig Smith is a voice actor that does a lot of stuff. A lot of people recognize him as the current voice of Sonic the Hedgehog. He is a decent dude. I think he leans left, but he's not an asshole about it, and he's actually pretty down to earth. So there are voice actors that are not dicks, and there's some that just keep their politics out. They just don't talk it, which is, I think, the way to go.
Yeah, that's what it should be, because you're appealing to a broad audience, and you don't want to cut off half the people because they can't take the fact that you like one thing or another.
Right. It's not professional because you're representing yourself as you are a business, and when you're a freelancer like that.
Right. Absolutely. Let me welcome to the stream Landon Mac and James. Hey, buddy, welcome to it.
How you doing, Nick? It's good
Howdy
to see you
doody.
guys.
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
So you're on. We're talking anime. This is like your bowling alley of heaven is anime. And,
yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys getting me on. This entire conversation has been super fascinating because your guest here is one of very few people I've talked to who has a lot of anime knowledge. Excuse me. And it makes me so happy because as a fellow otaku, my friend, cheers to you. Thanks for having me on, Nick. I appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah,
as your personal anime recommender.
Yeah,
I don't know if I could call myself an otaku because I mean that is a really derogatory term, at least in Japan.
Definitely in Japan, but I mean,
I feel like using it as a not derogatory term, like trying to reappropriate it in America, is like that come off like if we saw in Sweden there was a fandom that were calling themselves faggots. Like,
oh wait,
you want to come to Faggot Con?
Hold on. I have to warn you. YouTube hates that word.
Yeah, they do not like that
And
word.
and I have been known to throw a pedophile off my stream for using that.
My boy Nick made a meme by absolutely going off on a dude, and it was the funniest shit I have ever seen.
So I have
but
to.
with the otaku thing, yeah, I agree with you. I just would say I actually kind of am, because I'm a guy who, when I'm not working, just wants to sit in my living room alone and watch anime and collect.
So I have to part of the channel. I don't care what words people use, but please don't use words that will get YouTube's attention.
Absolutely.
So that's.
Well, I was only talking about a bundle of sticks.
Well, and I understand the context, but the algorithm, the echo algorithm, does not care about context. So
Nope.
so yeah, it's just, and honestly, like, no problem. Don't worry about it. It's just it's part of the meme. It's part of the meme.
Yep.
Of throwing a disgusting pedophile off of my show.
Look, man, you downloaded child porn, but we don't say those words here.
No, not
Don't
you.
do it.
I meant the other guy. The other guy.
Okay. Oh, okay.
He's the artist. Have you heard of a webcomic called Clarissa?
It sounds familiar.
Clarissa
I'm
is
not.
it's a webcomic that this guy did, and it's about a girl whose dad molested her. I don't know if I should reduce it to that, or whatever artistic vision he's frantically flailing about. I don't really care. He was very hostile. He asked to come on my show. He then tweeted out to people not to super chat on my show, which I thought was a little rude, since he was asking for my platform. Like, I didn't invite him. He asked me to host a debate with him and someone else who otherwise probably wouldn't really have talked to him. And then he asked people not to give me money for that. So he was already hostile. He dictated all of the terms of the debate, which I acquiesced to. And then he would not abide by the simple rule of, please don't get my stream flagged by using slurs that YouTube doesn't like. So I was like 6 drinks in, and I lit him up a little bit. So it was good times. But
yeah, the FA censor is don't do it, man.
Yeah, but to be brutally honest, that guy was being a pile of garbage the entire time, and you have been nothing but friendly and courteous, so you're not in any danger, my friend. It's like I said, it's all part of the meme. All right, so now that I have 2 anime experts, and we've broached the uncomfortable subject of YouTube sucking. And by the way, remember that after this stream, I'm going over to Stream Me to talk about hate speech on a platform that will not censor and flag stuff just because there's a slur taken out of context.
Sure.
Callus 9000 says, "How about Rosario plus Vampire? Manga's pretty good in my opinion."
No. Rosario and Vampire is like, I can't watch that show. I'm not lonely enough for this. I'm not in the target demographic. I know what a vagina feels like.
Yes. Rosario Vampire to me has always kind of felt like I've seen it before, and it's a lower tier of any anime of that subgenre that I could watch. I don't get it. I think
you ever wanted to fuck a vampire that looks like she's fucking 16 years old?
Exactly. I just don't get it. It's easily, I think I only got about 5 years ago. I've been watching anime for 13 years. I think I maybe got 3.5, 4 episodes in and dropped it in high school. I don't get it.
It's basically, it's one of those shows for guys that are lonely. I mean, there's so many shows that are, and that's not even me taking a shot at it. That's the point of them. Like, a lot of these shows, the editors or the people behind it will tell, like, the authors, don't let the main character hook up with any of the girls, because the point is that the guys watching it project themselves into the main character, and then they imagine themselves with one of the girls. And so the point is, like, you can't let him, like, actually get with one of the girls, because then the guys that were into any of the other girls will get mad and won't buy our merchandise. Or they'll
Well,
send us
that's,
death threats.
That's like Jackie Chan, right? There's a rumor that Jackie Chan had entered into like a long-term relationship, and some girl came and killed herself like at his door.
Oh God.
Yeah, Asia's
Well,
weird.
that was the thing, because that was made by Studio Gonzo, and the one thing that bothered me about them is really the only show I ever liked from them that is not good at all is called Kimi no Itamachi. They just kind of absorb themselves into this like weird fetishistic production. I don't know. Reserve Empire. I never got into it.
Yeah,
Kimi no
lonely enough for
Iramachi.
that.
Yeah, Kimi no Iramachi's good though. It's got a shit rating, but it's in my top 50. I'd give it a look, but it's not perfect.
The apparently people are saying the manga is far better than the show, but I don't. I wouldn't know. I don't have time to.
I've never read it.
I doubt it.
I've never read it, but yeah, I absolutely don't doubt it.
The next one is from this weird guy, Landon Mackinjames.
Fuck, who's that?
Oh God, Nick, you gotta link me this voiceover to sell him Luluco. I get he doesn't like Trigger a whole lot, but I need to talk to this guy. Let's do that in a little bit. Because
I've heard Luluco's good, but again, I haven't seen it.
I'm on here. Oh well, just to say, Luluco, and I'm sorry if my mic sucks. I didn't have time to set up my good mic. But
how dare you?
I'm sorry. I didn't know you guys were gonna let me on. It's number 6 in my top 10 out of over 600 anime. So maybe we can talk about it later, despite the lack of Studio Trigger interest. But yeah, anyways, keep on going, Nick.
Yeah, we're just like 30 minutes behind on these super chats, which again is a great problem to have.
No
but
shit.
I want to keep rolling through them. Jesse,
you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Jesse N says, I like 70s through 90s anime like Fist of the North Star. And Kenshiro is a hilarious character.
Yes.
Nothing else I can say about Fist of the North Star other than like that guy just cracks me up.
I respect Fist of the North Star, and the manga has amazing art, but I really don't like it because Kenshiro has the Superman problem.
Yeah.
He keeps fucking winning to the point like, and it's one thing if the show is based around the protagonist being overpowered and then thus the conflict comes from something else. That's one thing, but that's not what Fist of the North Star is. Just here's this dude that goes from place to place and wins, and it gets to the point where you just want to see him get his ass kicked because you're tired of him winning all the time. And that's basically Fist of the North Star. Like, there's cool things about it that I respect, but I just can't. I get tired of seeing Kenshiro just go from place to place, have the same expression on his face, and win.
Let me contextualize that into my knowledge. That's my problem with Dragon Ball Z. That's like, I love Dragon Ball Z. I love GT. I liked what I've seen of Super so far, but I really wanted them to take the opportunity in Super to not make Goku the Superman.
Oh boy, keep watching Super then. How far are you in Super?
What? I mean, I know the ending.
How far are you? No, because they're... Did you finish the Future Trunks saga?
Where
with Zamasu?
Well, yeah, I know how that turns out, but no, I haven't watched through it. But no,
yeah,
like I mean, through
that's
Tournament.
Exactly what you're looking for.
Tournament of Power, though, is
Tournament of Power. Even then,
he has help. I know, but like I wanted Goku to be knocked out of the tournament. That's what I want. I want Goku out.
It wasn't him that was the last man standing that got the wish.
Was it? It was 17, right? Or was
it 17?
Yeah. But I wanted but still it's because of Goku.
Here's the thing, too.
I want Vegeta. I want Vegeta. Okay? I just want Vegeta to be
He's getting his build up.
Vegeta's
he's getting his thing. That's like a little character arc Vegeta. He's got to get there. Because the thing with the Tournament of Power, and I was saying this when I aired, Goku had to win. Because damn it, he was due. Because look at the 2 arcs that happened before that. You had the Future Trunks saga where just the bad guy won. And it was the greatest fucking saga in all of Dragon Ball, and Zamasu is one of the best villains I've ever seen. But then before that, you had the Universe 6 tournament, where Goku flat out lost to Hit. He lost. It wasn't even that like Goku struggled, but he won, but he also lost. No, he just straight up lost to Hit. So he lost that arc, then he lost the next arc, and I was like, he has to win the Tournament of Power. He's due. He lost, flat out lost the last 2 arcs.
I don't even care because I want Vegeta after the Saiyan nationalism speech when he defeats whatever his face is,
Kappa?
Justice. I wanted so much for Vegeta to carry the end of the tournament. Like I was like, yeah, he just Vegeta slapped a god of destruction, and that made me happy. And that's all I wanted for the rest of the show. I want stupid Goku out, and I want Saiyan pride nationalist Nazi Vegeta to take over and win everything.
I got plenty of problems with the Tournament of Power. Of the 3 real arcs in Super, because I don't count the first 2, they're movie recaps. Of the 3 real arcs, that was probably the weakest of the 3. But like Vegeta, they're building him up. I mean, he's co-protagonist now. He's not just Goku's rival anymore. He's the other main character.
Yeah. But he still gets no love in the end.
Now, do you know this? Are you aware of Dragon Ball Online?
No.
Okay, Dragon Ball Online was an MMO that is canon. It was the story and characters were done by Toriyama, and now they're because it's now defunct, but they're readapting the story in these Dragon Ball Xenoverse games. So the Xenoverse, people probably heard about those.
Yeah. I've seen the Xenoverse games.
Yeah, though the story, not everything about the stories, like not the individual missions, but the characters and the overall plot is canon. The Toa and Mirror, the Time Breaker, they're all canon. So in Dragon Ball Online, Toriyama did finally give a final thing of what happened with Goku and Vegeta.
In honor of this, I'm drinking some Suntory Royal Japanese whiskey, by the way.
Fitting. But yeah, in the end, the 2 of them do have their final fight. And both of them take each other out.
Oh, no!
And the resulting battle leaves a supernova.
That was Arnold versus Stallone in Celebrity Deathmatch. No, thank you.
Like they take each other out. Like we don't know who got we'll never know who got like the overall victory, but they both died.
It was I can tell you who it was. It was Goten. Because Goten is the
Goten just jumps
powerful. He's the supremely
This is for mess with my date, Dad.
But okay, let's move on. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
I love Dragon Ball Spurging. It's my guilty pleasure. Everybody in AO knows that.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, let's make sure. All right.
The man named Kiwi says, "Is there any deep lore on the creators of Yamada's first time? The concept is just so creepy. There has to be something there."
Not that we know of, but I wouldn't doubt it. For those who don't know, Yamada's first time is the story of a 14-year-old girl desperate to lose her virginity.
Well, that just sounds like Japan, doesn't it?
Yeah, she's just trying to get fucked, but she's too much of a bitch to take the dick.
That's a lot of anime.
Yeah.
I mean, if you watch, what was that one anime with the girl who wanted to fuck 100 dudes?
I think that was Yamada.
Is that it?
And her overall goal was to fuck 100 guys.
B got a HK. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, B got a HK.
It also has an opening that makes you want to kill yourself. Like when you watch that opening, it's like, oh, I thought life was worth living. Guess not.
Yeah, well, I was interested on the premise, and then I watched the show and realized it became a barely ecchi dog shit romance, and I was like, well, she never fucked 100 guys, let alone one. That show can go fuck itself. 4 out of 10.
You watch, it's just like, am I going to jail for this?
Yeah.
Is there going to knock at my door?
Someone just said someone's going to get arrested for that somehow.
At some point.
Okay, in Fragano says anime became shite after it became popular.
I wouldn't even say that because the thing
I don't agree with that at all.
Anime becoming popular, all that really did was expose us to the crap that was always there.
Yeah.
But anime became bad when anime became about being cute. Because it used to be when you were pandering to nerds back in the day. Now I hate to sound like old anime is better because technically the best anime was made like the 2000s and on.
It was Lensman.
But like,
well, no, it was. I think
Lensman.
I want to jump in here.
It was Robot Carnival. No, I'm just
Let me
kidding.
finish my thought, and then
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead,
Go.
sorry.
Sure. Sorry.
When it used to appeal to nerds, it would be like, okay, here's a cool robot show. Oh, here's a show with like, oh, this sci-fi, future technology and gore. Like that's how you appealed to nerds. Now you appeal to nerds like, here's a pretend girlfriend for you. Here's a show about having a pretend girlfriend, or pick a pretend girlfriend out of all this. Like that's what panders to nerds now. So anime got worse when it got to be about the big-eyed girls with no noses and dot mouths. That's when it turned to shit.
Yeah. Because I kind of attribute this, and you could probably jump in upon it, because I'm assuming you know about at least about as much as me as the mecha genre, which kind of died off. It's changed so much from say Senshi Dunbine and Space Runaway Ideon into now where like K-On! Is a big thing. Kyoto Animation has, as much as I don't like some of their shows, they're kind of improving like the animation aspect of it. And when you talk about like the mid 2000s, the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, I think, was kind of like when it comes to character designs and animation, it I don't want to say set the bar, but kind of evolved how animation works. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to talk about like, well, I guess I should ask you, what do you think about like moe shows? Do you still kind of think that's kind of like
Hate them.
Hate them? Yeah.
If you have a well-written story, you don't need to dangle. Look at my cute girls. You just have a well-written story. You might have a character that you could classify as moe, but if it's a moe show, you're doing it because you're trying to get like a lonely nerd to watch and buy your merchandise of the girl. If you had a well-written story, you wouldn't need to do that.
Right. And actually that'll
what if the girl gets blown up by a bunch of missiles? Because that's what I like is the anime missiles, like 5,000 missiles coming out of one Veritech. That's what everything should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. We can make it simple. I mean,
Lin
there's all
Min-Mei
sorts
can
of
get
like historical
blown
aspects
up.
we can talk about, but
I'm on Team Min-Mei, by the way. I'm not on Team what's her face, the other chick.
It's been so long since I've seen that show, but man, Robotech was the show that got me into anime, because I was like, whoa, it's like I'm watching a cartoon, but the people are dying, and sometimes the bad guys win.
Yeah, when Ben Dixon got it raw, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but Max is my dude.
And then like they shoot down the planes, and instead of people like parachuting to safety, you hear them scream and die. I'm like, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Because I was growing up, I love animation, and all I wanted was for cartoons to grow up with me.
Yeah.
And then like I started seeing anime, and that was filling, because there were like, comedy cartoons that were like telling dirty jokes or whatever. But like I wanted like the stories to grow up with me. And then anime came in, and it's like, we got you, fam. Look at this.
Yeah.
Watch these people fucking die. Like, it's so cool.
Anime will ruin your life in the best way. And that's actually why I'm curious, because I know that Nick's a fan of Robotech, which actually wasn't the original adaptation that was supposed. Well, Macross is the original.
Yeah.
Full story.
Know.
Robotech was what happened when it came overseas to America, I believe. They kind of changed the story.
And they hacked a couple Macross series together.
No, it wasn't Macross. It was 3 completely unrelated shows that they spun to be one continuous series.
It was like Macross and Southern Cross or something?
Southern Cross, yeah.
Yeah,
I always
Southern
wondered,
Cross.
like, how did the daughter of the guy in the Zentradi who had green hair suddenly get a blonde afro? When did her hair color change? That's weird.
Right. And I'm actually kind of curious to ask you, my friend, because I know me and Nick, as I get older, I'm getting way back more into old mecha anime, like, Space Runaway Ideon and Martian Successor Nadesco, Seisenshi Dunbine. But after he told me that he liked Evangelion and Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, I'm curious to ask you, how do you feel about Mazen Kaiser, Great Mazinger, and Mazinger Z? Because I really enjoyed those.
I understand the historical context. I have zero interest. I get into anime. I get anime for like either a spectacle or a story, and it has to be a big,
Sure.
like a really big one either, because otherwise,
Okay.
like I said, I do a lot of shit. I'm I'm getting into comics. I do a web comic, and I'm trying to do this Indiegogo comic. So like if I'm gonna
Oh, that's awesome, man.
yeah, if I'm gonna spend my time watching some, it's got to be worth it.
Gotcha. Okay, I was just getting on the mech aspect of it,
Yeah.
but
I
yeah,
don't
that's
like a whole
awesome.
lot of mecha shows, and it's nothing against mecha. I just feel like either it's like Gundam, which it's good and I respect it, or it's just mecha. Like it's you can kind of recognize the trope. Oh, there's the young pilot who's very talented. He's very young
Yeah.
for the war. It's got a lot of the same trope. I did like though Code Geass, but that's barely mecha. That's like
Barely, yeah.
yeah.
I was just saying, because like I said, I'm pretty young still, but I've watched anime for 13 years, and mecha was kind of what I came up on, and I think I'm fairly knowledgeable about it. But Mason Kaiser and Mazinger are, I mean, those are shows that I hold, close to my heart. But I understand why, like what you're saying, like why the mecha genre is kind of just not there anymore. It's just not the 80s anymore. It's just not around. So I can get that, but I also, I like, actually, uh, out of popular anime criticism, I actually have not seen Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion. So
Yeah, it's really good. I would
yeah.
only the 2 seasons of Lelouch of the Rebellion. Everything else is hot garbage, and it was clearly only made to cash in on the popularity of Lelouch of the Rebellion. But Lelouch of the Rebellion is really good. Just it even starts with a cool premise. It's like in the future where Britain won the American Revolution and then became an even bigger empire.
Oh, okay.
And like an exiled British prince, now it's called Britannia. An exiled British prince is living in Japan where Britain is taken over, and he wants revenge on his father and the people that killed his mother. And
Yeah.
he starts conspiring, and then he's given by this mysterious girl a power to control people's minds with his eyes. And he has to like learn how that power works. Like he gives them an order, like it's the power of the king. He gives them an order and they have to obey it. This is the coolest fucking scene I've ever. One of the coolest scenes ever is when he first gets it, and he's got a whole fucking army of people with their guns trained on him, and he says basically, "I order you all to kill yourselves." And this guy just, "Happily, Your Highness," and they all turn their guns on their heads and simultaneously blow their brains out.
Yeah. I don't. Just to add Nick back into this.
Don't you dare do that.
No, not this, because I'm about to say something about Gundam, but sorry, I just saw somebody in the chat say that the Big O is great. The Big O sucks dick.
Big O does not suck dick. Big O is just frustrating because it was left unfinished.
Well, no,
his arms are comically oversized, and the controls are literally like this. I love it. It's just punching. Who can't? How can you not love it?
Big O is the problem of studio. Like Clamp makes all of their characters looks like 7 feet tall.
I don't think Big O was Clamp, because Big O was styled to look like Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm a 6'6" man. I see these tall, lanky motherfuckers. I'm just like, all right, bitch. But anyways, the only other thing I was gonna say, just so we can take it back to Nick, was you guys were talking about Gundam earlier, and since we're talking about mecha shows, I thought that was interesting. The only Gundam series I've seen as a funny story is back in middle school, I watched all of the original 1979 Yoshiyuki Tomino. Well, obviously he created it, but Mobile Suit Gundam, the original. 0080 War in the Pocket, and Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam. Those are the only Gundam series I've ever seen, and I love all 3 of them. And you guys were talking about like Gundam Wing and all this stuff, and I haven't seen them. And I know Nick's a mech head, so
Eighth MS Team was pretty good. I actually did see that one. I like that one.
Gundam Wing was also a viewing of opportunity because it was brought on by Toonami. Back when Toonami was new and bringing anime over, so you have to realize that my childhood was the start of anime in the United States for me, outside of Robotech, right? Was
Robotech.
They brought over Showtime, I think it was either Showtime or HBO brought over Vampire Hunter D, Lensman, Robot Carnival, and Akira. And they would do these anime Saturdays, And that was the beginning of anime, and I will credit that. I don't care what the real story is. I will credit that with the anime explosion in the United States. It was those 4 movies that started. And then after that, there was like a lag where you could get anime and you could find it and you could import it. And there were these shows coming out that my buddies would like import the tapes or find the subs as soon as they came out, and they would get them. One of my friends worked at Suncoast Video just to get anime. And then after that, Toonami comes around on Cartoon Network, and they start bringing over some of these bigger anime titles and integrating them in. And Gundam Wing, like, I knew Gundam existed because I actually had long before that bought a Gundam book at a bookstore because I liked the cover. And then it sat on my shelf for years, and I read it later. And I liked the story. Not a manga, by the way, a novel published by Del Rey or whatever sci-fi publisher it was. And I read that. And then, so I'm watching Toonami, and then Gundam Wing gets announced, and I'm like, oh, hey, I know Gundam because I read the one book, so I know all about it.
That's what pissed me off about Gundam was, and this is really dumb because now I'm older, but like, I watched the 3 originals and like played the video game adaptations growing up, and then after I kind of fell off of anime and my like 13 plus years of watching it, I came back to it remembering that I fondly remember like the original Mobile Suit Gundam being like my 5th or 6th experience into the entire medium. And then I got on the internet and there was like fucking 4 dozen adaptations. And I said, nope, I'm sticking with Mobile Suit Gundam original, 0080 War in the Pocket, and Zeta. I'm done. And I still, to this day, I'm 21 years old, and I still have not picked up any other Gundam franchises.
Well, Wing was good, I think. I liked it. I know there's some controversy about that, but I did really enjoy Wing.
Well, no, it's successful. I get it. Like, people, you can eat up how far the franchise has come for sure, but after 3, I'm a guy who binges seasonal anime and goes through a lot of stuff, and I like to write. And at this point I was just like, well, even as like a 14-year-old, I was like, all right, there's a lot of Gundam and I'm never gonna watch all of it, so I'm not dodging any Gundam fans, but I definitely do I definitely do get it.
All right, let's start moving through because we got, again, we're way behind. Landon Mackinjames again says, get your personal anime recommender on. DM me again. You're on now. So
Damn it. I'm already on. Sorry.
The Coke Master says,
as I'm grabbing my whiskey.
Attaboy. The Coke Master says, dubs less than subs, less than speaking moon.
I mean, generally, there's so many people that are annoying with the subs thing. Like, the sub-only people are some of the most obnoxious people in the anime fandom, full stop. Like, they are just fucking annoying and weirdly smug that they watch anime in another language. Like, they think it's more superior, the acting's more superior because they can't understand the language, so they can't tell when someone's acting poorly. But
yeah,
90% of the time it's interchangeable. You can watch the dub or the sub, get about the same experience. There's like 10% of shows where either you want to stick to subs because it had a botched dub, or you want to stick to the dub because the dub improved on the original.
Absolutely.
I will go with the Evangelion sub for one reason. Only one, and it's only one episode that makes me want the Evangelion sub. And it has nothing to do with the language itself. It's when Shinji breaks. It's one of the last episodes, and he has this blood-curdling scream. You know the scream, right?
Yeah, it's from the meme, which compares the languages, but then it goes to Italian and it plays Mario's death scream from Mario 64.
Wait, is that not from Enda Beva? Was that in the original show?
No, it's in the original.
But I'm not sure.
Because episode 25 and 26 wasn't really the real ending because Studio Gainax fucked up on their budget.
No, and I think it was like episode 23 or 24 of the show.
Okay.
It's when Rei like pops out of the angel or whatever. I can't remember the exact scene, but Shinji sees Rei like in front of him, and he's in the Eva, and he screams, and it is It's better in the Japanese. His scream is better in the Japanese.
Fun fact: Shinji's English voice actor hates him.
Hate Shinji? Well, everybody
Yeah.
should hate Shinji. Shinji sucks.
Yeah, he would say like after recording him, he would want to like go outside and like smoke a cigarette or box or something, do something manly.
Yeah, Shinji is basically Maddox, like, but 20 years before. He's a fucking cuck.
Yeah. Oh, I could save all of humanity, but I don't want to because my dad's mean. Shut up.
My dad's mean, and I want to watch, after I start dating Asuka Langley, just fuck her while I watch you.
Shinji gets the bullet. That's all.
We did a thing that became a meme among the AO community in one of our podcast episodes. I don't remember how it got started, but I just started. I was making fun of the whole cloning thing, like Gendo was doing, and then the joke that he would have cloned Shinji, but then a fly got in, and there was a fly Shinji clone, and then just Gendo talk about the superiority of his fly son. We have that clip on YouTube. If we haven't added to BitChute, I'm gonna get my YouTube guy to add that because that's like a meme among the community now. Is fucking fly son. You just bring up fly son. People say I love fly son better. He doesn't cry on my floor glyph and shit like that.
Darkman McEdgeface says, "Have you seen Ideon? Have you been invoked?" I've heard Ideon mentioned.
Okay, here I'm the expert on this. Okay, because I have a god awful YouTube channel I've made, and I won't. Well, I guess I'm already fucking on. I got really drunk and made like a 2-minute analysis on it because Space Runaway Ideon is a mech show that was directed by Yoshiyuki Tomino, and I think it was very prevalent that between his obvious depression with his creative control of the Gundam franchise not going the way he wanted. The final, I believe, 4 episodes of Space Runaway Ideon were canceled, and he made a movie called Space Runaway Ideon Be Invoked. And I don't, this is a law stream, so I don't think it doesn't matter if I spoil it, but basically, instead of finishing the show, he makes a movie and says fuck you to all the fans and the network and just nukes the fucking universe and kills all the characters. And my video is called Space Runaway Ideon is the funniest shit I've ever seen for that reason. Out of his detriment, it is literally the funniest thing I've ever seen. He kills off all the characters he spent 39 episodes with, and it's golden. It's a mecha show that I think aired from 1980 to 1982, and Space Runaway Ideon is in my top 20 favorite anime of all time. But oh my god, Ideon! It's kind of formulaic. It is a very light 6 out of 10 anime for most people because it is just like its title. Space Runaway Ideon is it's very much it's an overpowered mech that is running away from these characters that they call the Buff Clan, which are quote unquote aliens. And overall, it's a good ride, but it's Ideon, yeah, man, it's whatever you interpret it. It's kind of long, not long for 80s mecha shows because most of those go over 50 episodes. But it's a good watch, and I love it for that reason. Yoshiki Tomino is like my dude.
I'm kind of getting hung up on the fact that we haven't addressed the reality that every time Shinji enters the plug and goes into Ava 01, he's basically having sex with his mom, and it's really pissing me off.
Well, that's because.
God, you're bringing me back shit.
That's because Hideaki Anno is a crazy man who had a mental breakdown, and now he is Japanese Milton. Like, if you've ever seen him, he's like, I'm going to set all my characters on fire.
Hideaki Anno is a genius in so many ways. As much as I love Aim for the Top Gunbuster, he's a genius. But Ava, despite the budget issues, because people shit on me for watching so much anime, and they're like, well, I make my blogs, and I'm like, well, why is Ava not in your top 30? And I'm just like, what do I say? What do I say? If I don't like it, I'm not going to shit on it. It's definitely at least an 8.5 plus out of 10 show, at least to me. It's not a 10 out of 10 like most people, but it is very, very Hideaki Anno, and it's I don't know. You guys take over. I don't know how I feel about Ava. It's definitely better than MD
That thing
guys.
is crap.
What? You think Ava's crap?
Yeah, it's crap.
Yeah.
It starts out
Thank you.
kind of normal enough, like this could be okay, and then Hideaki Anno has his mental breakdown, and then it has some of the most hilarious shit I've ever heard, like the thing where Shinji gets sucked into the one angel shadow, and then he's in like a magic subway, and then he's like,
oh god, I hate that episode so much.
I am myself. The self is composed of another self. The self is composed of two selves.
Stop reminding me that that's in there.
and that is unironically spoken dialogue.
Absolutely.
And then it's just so like, no, just make it. I want to spritz Evangelion like a bad cat with a water bottle to stop. No.
But at the same time,
I don't. I'm a guy who will wear. I've got some Evangelion shirts, but I just want to ask you real quick how you feel, because obviously we're both kind of in agreement. I'm not a huge Ava fan, which is why it's not in my top 30 out of all the anime I've seen. But what do you feel about the rebuild films? Because I don't get it.
They're just as bad, but now he added a Mary Sue.
Thank you.
It's like, you know what Ava needed? Coherency and maybe some actual structure to its plot. No, man, I need to add a chick with glasses who's good at everything. That's not what you needed to add. That's the least of what you needed to add.
Yeah, just so Nick can move on, just real quick. End of Evangelion, the movie. I love it. I mean, I give it like an 8+ out of 10.
No, wait, hold on. Was it Rebuild or the original where Third Impact is started when something penetrates the Earth's rainbow anus?
yeah. That fucking I just liked End of Ava, but then Ava 1.0, fuck it. Ava 2.0, I kind of dug it, and then Ava 3.0, that can go die of cancer. I don't get it. I don't know. You guys may be killing my reputation for me not being a huge Ava fan. I love it as much as I can, but anyways, you guys move on. I don't know.
No, there's real problems with Ava, but the problems with it for me are overweighed by the one episode, like, and this is me. This is how I watch stuff. So you can hate on it all you want. That's fine. I don't care. But I love finding moments where things are great. I talked about this with God, who's my guest? I don't remember who it was, but I talked about it the other day. Oh no, I was on Doug TenNaples' show, and I was talking about this theory where I look for the one moment in things that really just make it and sell it for me. And in Ava, it's the string quartet episode of the original is great, and then the scene where what's his face, Kaio, who's the 17th angel? What's his name? Starts with a K.
Is it Cairo?
Whatever that guy's name is.
I stopped remembering it because by this time I was checked out and wanted to die.
I think it's Cairo.
It's
Cairo.
Yeah, when he takes control of Ava Unit 2.
Why am I hearing Moon Room music?
We don't even want to know. But
I just got text.
It's when Cairo or whatever takes over Unit 2, and they have Ode to Joy playing in the background, and he's going for Lilith. Like, those two things undo the stupid parts of Evangelion for me enough that I still like the series. But let's move on, since I
go ahead and move on. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Proximoto Nicole says Hirugashi and Angel Beats. Higurashi. Sorry, that's my American drunken.
Higurashi no Nakukoro ni. Is that what he's saying?
Isn't Higurashi the really edgy
that's
high
the
school thing?
Yes, Higurashi no Nakukoro ni is a kind of edgy horror show that I feel like its story. A lot of people shit on me because on Mal I gave it like a 5 out of 10 or like a 6 out of 10. It's kind of like this story where like there's this town and these certain characters disappear, and it kind of goes along with this big long side plot.
Isn't
I
that the
think.
one where the show thinks that an accurate representation of psychotic murderers is just make enormous fucking smiles and laugh crazy?
Well, that's also Corpse Party, but yeah, it's that. Yeah,
Like that is the dumbest, worst
yeah.
depiction of crazy. Like, ah ha ha! It's like,
Higura-
okay, if like the Joker is crazy, I'll do it harder, and they'll seem more crazy.
I
I'm
think
a good writer.
Higurashi's problem is I'm not going to say budget, but the lack of any. They have no intellectual idea of how to make horror seem like horror. And you're talking to me, a guy who is the least knowledgeable on anime horror because I've seen very few. And Higurashi, I see it in a lot of people's top tens, and I watched all of it like twice. I never got it, so I don't have a whole lot to say about it. But yeah, it's kind of a clusterfuck.
Did you guys watch Blood Sea?
I did watch Blood Sea.
I watched that.
Is
Is
that the one with the girl with the sword that kills bat demons?
Yeah, and then the only good part about it is watching all of her classmates get eaten. That was funny.
I remember Blood Plus because that aired on Adult Swim and it was hot garbage. Everything the Blood franchise in general is just bad.
Well, and I tried to watch it on Hulu, and Hulu censors out all the violence, so that was.
Oh, jeez.
It's like, oh, good, you got rid of the only point of the show. That was
At least it could do what I think the Danganronpa game did, where all the blood was colored like Pepto-Bismol pink. So you see this murder scene, it just looked like someone just had a really bad stomach and just free-based Pepto-Bismol.
I'm loving this. I'm getting a huge insight that Nick has seen way more anime than I thought he has. It's fucking awesome. That's awesome. Except MD Geist blows dick, my guy. Sorry.
Oh, come on. That guy gets torn up by the
MD Geist just
torn up.
MD Geist is basically another exploitation anime. It's just fun. It's dumb as hell, but like,
yeah,
what a cool thing. Bah!
You gotta realize that I watched it like when it was coming out, though. So like,
okay.
we're talking MD Geist in like 1996 or something.
Get you, yeah. Because I watched, what is it called, Sokume MD Geist, and then there's the second OVA. I've seen both, and I rewatched them the other day, and that's what kind of inspired me to like want to like work on like an analysis video of the entire director's career, because that's like it's kind of sucks in this one, but I get it. It's like they obviously had no budget, but it's a one episode OVA and then a sequel 1 episode OVA, which is fine. But you like Tengen Toppa and Lagan, so I'll respect it.
Nicholas Allen says, "Oh, sorry, what was that?"
No, I was saying that makes 2 of you. I hate that show.
You can hate it all you want.
That's fine. Yeah, Earlier when I mentioned Go Sick, you said it was a Lolita show, but I've been watching anime for 13 years, and that show.
Well, it's not a lolicon show. It's just basically like it's Detective Conan
Lolita.
is a goth loli.
Yeah, like
Gothic Lolita, Detective Conan.
Yeah, I'm not wanting to debate it, but it just my top 10, because I've been watching anime for so long. Like, it's a show that kind of personally touched me, and I love it for that reason. So I'm not gonna like debate you on that. Like, I'm sure some people get that out of it. But
oh God, like I said, we have stalkers because I made fun of their favorite show.
Oh well, I'm not gonna make fun of you, my friend. You're obviously very anime knowledgeable, but Gosick means a lot to me, and it's to me was I've only ever rated 3 anime out of 600 10 out of 10, and I gave it to Gosick because for over 6 years now, or almost 6 years, it's been at number 1 and nothing's ever topped it. But that just comes to personal taste. Yeah. But sorry, Nick, you can keep going.
No, that's fine. Nicholas Allen says my first anime was Elfenlied because I'm this.
Oh God!
Because of this, I'm deep in the anime dumpster fire. Thoughts?
Elfenlied.
Elfenlied is great if you're in the mid 2000s and you're a boy who hates his parents and listens to a lot of Korn.
Yeah,
Elfenlied's the coolest thing you ever saw.
If you like edgy nonsense and a puppy getting murdered, go ahead and watch Elfenlied. That shit,
I thought that was John Wick.
I see what you did there.
No, hey Nick, go smoke a spliff and watch the first 3 episodes of Alpha Lead and let me know how you feel about it.
Smoke a spliff.
We'll see. Like I said, my
Yep.
my time to watch anything is so minimal these days.
That's why you'll love Garo Vanishing Line is 23 episodes of greatness.
You've actually
Well, no,
sold me on
well,
it, so I'm gonna check it out.
Well, that's his fault for having 5 kids.
In Fragano says Angelic Layer would be good for young girls, in my opinion. Maybe I have no idea.
I've heard that title. I don't know that show off the top of my head.
I have actually never seen Angelic Layer, so I can't comment on that.
We have 2 experts on who have never seen it. In Fragano, you win a prize.
I've seen Battle Angel Alita, but not Angelic Layer. I've heard about it, but I'm a guy who is mostly savvy in the mahou shoujo genre and mech genre. So yeah, I've heard of it, never seen it.
Landon Mack and James says, got my mic, link me on Twitter DM, which I did.
Oh, god damn, this is old. Yeah, we're good.
This was an hour ago still. The Diggus sent 2 consecutive super chats. The first one was, good morning, Nick. What's this anime stream? Here's my question to AO. Who is the biggest cuck in anime, and why is it my boy Shinji?
And why is it who?
My boy Shinji.
Yeah, it's Shinji.
It's definitely Shinji.
Well, no, I feel like there's more, but Shinji is the most famous. Definitely, he's the most famous.
Shinji does suck. Although, isn't it Guts technically? Like, isn't Guts the biggest cuck in anime?
Well, no, because it's not like his girl got raped and then it traumatized her. Like it's not like he was down with it. He's like, here, Griffiths, you want to borrow my girl? It's okay. Like, no, it was demon rape.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Griffith demon rape, and I feel like he might have been okay with it if Griffin hadn't gone demon rape first. Like if it was just
because that was part of the reason that he gave himself to the demons was like. Casca, like he was a burden now, and Casca was no longer into him, and she was into Guts now, and that's one of the reasons he raped her. And then he did it in front of Guts. It's like, she's mine, bitch. And I'm gonna make you watch. You're gonna learn who she's mine.
We all know actually the biggest cuck in anime though is Claudia from Macross when she watched Roy get raped by Zentradi.
I just don't. I don't. The biggest cuck in all of anime has to be like, it's got to be either, if we're talking about actual cucks, Shinji or, God, my least favorite anime of all time is called, which is weird because it's kind of new, but I feel violated that I watched it weekly. And your guest here might know, Watashi ga Motete Desunda. It's a reverse harem show. And I just felt like every boy who was going for the girl in that show was a cuck, and there was only one good character. And it was the first time in a long time I gave an anime like a fucking 0.1 out of 10.
I think most harem protagonists are cucks because they just get surrounded by women and they can't do anything. And he's like, oh, I got that nose. She wants to do me.
Watashi ga Watashi Desunda was a reverse harem. So
yeah, but I'm saying I'm just going into.
Oh, I see what you. Okay, I see.
Yeah, just any harem protagonist is like, dude, just go for it, man. Fuck it. I mean, some 15-year-old's gonna dig it. Go for it. Fuck it. Keep on going, Aaron. She wants it. Say yes. Quit with the nosebleed.
The problem. I'm gonna spoil it. The fucking problem. God, I need to make a video on this. Watashi ga Motete Desunda's problem is that nothing ever happens.
That's too much. Yeah. That's too much weeb speak for me. The Diggus, he then followed it up with, here's another $5 because I got to run to work. I'll check the answer later. Greetings from Germany. Greetings right back to you.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag, bye.
That's more weeb speak. Iron Mater says, thoughts on Legend of Galactic Heroes, and please crap on Wolf's Reign.
Yes, I can do that. I can easily do that. Legend of Galactic Heroes is pretty damn good. I have not watched it, but I've seen bits of it. It just seems like very big, and I was like, I got this. That's gonna be a project to get through that. I'm especially kind of bummed that it can never get a dub for technical reasons. But Wolf's Reign is basically they took the studio that made Cowboy Bebop and the people that made Cowboy Bebop on a technical level, but not the people that wrote Cowboy Bebop or made Cowboy Bebop good. So it's just like it lies to you. Like, look, it looks like Cowboy Bebop. The character designer is the same. It's all you like Bebop, you like this. Like, oh, it's pretentious shit with magic wolves that look like people, but are they transforming into people or is it just an illusion? I don't know. It's not very consistent because sometimes they operate things and it's like, well, if it's an illusion, are they just doing that with their mouth? What are they doing? It's weird. And then the fucking ending. And the middle is like it's a magic paradise, but it's fake. The girl with the opera mask made a fake paradise. What the fuck is paradise? I don't know what the fuck. But here's some trippy shit. Is deep. Damn it. Love it. All right. The only good thing about Wolf's Rain, I'm going to spoil the ending, is that the main villain turned into a giant wolf and he murdered all the characters. And that was so cathartic. The main villain was played by Steve Bloom, and although he is a jackass, he is a great actor, and I like his performances. So you get Steve Bloom voiced main villain dude, murders the shit out of all these characters I can't stand. Also, when this giant walrus started talking, I laughed so hard I burnt my nose because Pepsi came out my damn nostrils. They fought some giant walrus and they kill it, and all of a sudden we weren't warned that walruses could talk, and the walrus just started talking, and I lost it.
It's walry, please. That's the plural of walrus.
Now,
we have hold on just a second, Landon. We've got breaking.
Sure.
We've got a breaking event happening in the chat, and that's from Captain Thunderwolf, who points out the biggest cuck in anime is the yellow-haired lab scientist who wanted Gendo's dick in Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is Ritsuko. And
But
yeah,
Ritsuko. God
Yep.
damn it.
Yeah, she does,
She got
but
cucked.
she
She
gets
got
cucked by
cucked
Ray.
real hard.
She gets cucked by an underage clone. That's pretty bad.
My God, Ritsuko got
Not
cucked.
even when you made love to me.
And her mom, who's in a computer. Like, Gendo is opening the CD-ROM drive to bang one out before Ritsuko. Yeah, Ritsuko
I would
is
hope.
ultimate
my
cuck.
God.
I'm gonna defragment this drive with my jism. So I believe that's adding fragmentation, technically. You shut up.
God, you guys are gonna take my fucking Ava 8.1 out of 10 to fucking 4.2 out of 10.
Where's
just
the
'cause of
D
cuckery.
drive? I'm gonna get in that D drive, if you know what I'm saying. Gendo, please. I think you're gonna short out the circuit. There ain't nothing short about this circuit. Gendo, please.
Not today, boy.
And it's actually, like, Gendo's little lackey is probably pretty bad. You know he's watching, too. Where Tiger Ray says, what's the other isekai you like? Thoughts on Gate and ReZero, Drifters, and the Slime one. Also Outlanders, and is Juoi Manabe.
Well, the other good isekai is Overlord, because it takes two genres of isekai that are garbage and combines them into one of the best things I've ever seen because it's really creative. Because the idea is that there's like the future. It's another one of those virtual reality MMOs. It's the last day. The main character, he invested a lot of time. He's kind of a loser. He spent all his time on this game. But the guys that were in his guild were like his best friends. They made NPCs like that are in their guild headquarters. They were like the strongest guild. And it's the last day. The server shut down. He's reminiscing, and he decides he's going to go to sleep with the game on. He's got to wake up for work. And he's saying goodbye to the game that was such a big part of his life. And he wakes up, and he's still in it. But then he realizes, no, it's real now, not the game. He's become his character. He's still in the guild headquarters. Now all his NPCs are real. All of the little joke backstories that the guild members gave these characters, now real. They have all these personalities based on that. The magic from the game is real, and he's been taken to this other world. And it turns out people from this game have shown up in this world. The mechanics and magic from this game have been turned real when like they function different now because they're real. And they've affected even the society of this world to the point where it's like this medieval fantasy thing, but it's not the kind of Japanese video game fantasy. It's more like a Lord of the Rings type fantasy. So that makes the characters from the video game, the stuff from the video game stand out. And it's influenced their society to the point they use gaming terminology, even they don't know exactly what it means. They don't know what leveling up means, but that was the term that their gods used. They have like adventurer guilds that operate like MMOs where you take quests and you get rewards. And this is part of their economy now because like these people from these games and they were such a high level in the game, it translates to like godlike power in this world. Like shit that would be level 30 in the game is like legendary in this world. And these people were level 100. So it completely changed their ecosystem, like their society, having these people from this video game. They don't know what a video game is. So the shit from the video game has affected their world. Now the main character's here. He's the next one because they haven't all come at once. They've come in different points of this world history. Now he's the next one. And he's like this.
Sorry.
So he's
Captain Thunderwolf says level up. Oh, you mean Reveru Upu?
You joke, but they do something like that because it's based on a series of books, and one of the characters says it wrong because they've heard the term once. So it's like lechel pup, ladle tup. What's that word? Like they do that, and then the main character he's like a skeleton thing. And he's become his character not only in appearance, but it's affected his mind. Like he doesn't feel the same way for humans anymore. His empathy has changed. And like so now and long story short, he goes on a quest to take over the world, and he has reasons. It evolves into that, but it's it's one of those shows where the main character is super powerful. No one's going to beat him. So the conflict is in other areas, including him having to live up to the ridiculous expectations that his servants who worship him like a god and think he's infallible. He has to live up to these expectations and this image that everyone has of him, of this infallible, all-knowing overlord. And this is a guy that was just a middle manager at a company. Like it's some office building. So like now has to never let these people know that he's not omnipotent. And making it worse, one of his servants, the guy that's in my avatar right now, is a brilliant strategist and pure fucking evil to the point this guy doesn't even know how evil he is or the shit that he's doing. But this dude, Demiurge, thinks he's so brilliant. Like, oh, my master already knows everything I'm doing. He already knows everything I'm planning. He's probably 5 steps ahead of me. And then meanwhile, our main character has to keep up with his brilliant subordinate and never let anybody know that he has no idea what's going on. So you have a main character trying to take over the world while living up to an impossible standard set by his servants.
So I'm assuming you watched that all the way through?
Yeah. I said before, the animation has a lot of problems in season 2 and 3. Because like a lot of production issues. I still love it. I love the characters, love the story, and I've been reading the books now.
Okay, well, I just haven't. You obviously have a lot more knowledge on it because I just thought it was super fucking boring, and I watched like 2 episodes and never.
Well, you're a crazy person because it had some amazing shit. I mean, because the main character adopts a second identity. I'm not going to get into why, but it's like an uber powerful adventure when he fights this one crazy chick, Clementine. It's one of the greatest shit I've ever seen. And the way he kills her is amazing. It's even more brutal in the books. His line to her was like some of the best it was one of those fucking fantastic movie one-liners.
Yeah.
There's so much good shit. It's very character driven too.
Well,
a lot of people expect it to be like, oh, it's a magic fighting show. Like, no, it's very character centric.
Yeah. Just to drop back to Nick here. Did they mention what other show was it? Relife or?
I asked that question so long ago, I don't even remember. And there's like
it was.
We should probably move on.
It was ReZero. I think.
Yeah, that show sucks.
ReZero is a bottom tier 6 out of 10 anime. That was way too long, and I won't comment further.
It's waifu bait isekai.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that. I'm trying to watch real shows.
Yep, let's roll it on for Nick.
Okay, let's move on. Here we go.
We've been going for a while, and I have been having an absolute blast. I gotta say, this has been one of the best shows I have ever been invited to. I am sad that I'm not getting sued by Tara Strong because now I don't have an excuse to come back. This has been such a fantastic time.
Oh, this has been great, and thank you, Nick, for letting me on.
Of course, we've still got more questions. Keck7Go, has any of you fine gentlemen of taste seen Yuri or Yaoi anime that you liked? My answer is no.
No.
I have one. God.
Well, you may have to kill yourself after this stream.
I'm sorry.
It's gonna be Yowie, isn't it? That's where this is leading. That's why
Yes.
it's taking him so long to say it.
No, there is one. There is like a 40-minute, if you want to say quote unquote anime movie called Dokusei, and it's very whitewashed backgrounds, and it's very detailed and in depth, and the animation is, I would say, above average, and you can knock it out in like an hour. Dokusei was really good. There is these 2-minute, I don't know if they're OVAs or specials, called Buddy Go, which I read the manga of. Those might be worth checking out after you read the manga, but they're so short that you should not watch them before you read them. But when it comes to yaoi, that's about it. And then there's also don't watch the one episode OVA called Fish in the Trap, because
That just sounds like a problem.
Yes, Fish in the Trap is an absolute clusterfuck between the manga and also the OVA that they released, because the OVA that they released is like basically explaining what happened before the manga starts, and it's an absolute 2 out of 10. Anyways, on to the next.
Zidane Leoncel from the Kill Stream.
Zidane!
He's in the chat. Yeah, he's asking for an opinion on Bible Black.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Isn't that
Nick,
like
do you know what Bible Black is?
It's like a high school rape hentai.
It's like
isn't it?
it's a very popular hentai.
No, I gotta say, I would actually recommend watching it for the English dub, which is the funniest thing I have ever seen. The English dub for Bible Black, they got a bunch of porn stars that can't act, that are all poorly cast, and it is the funniest shit. The main girl sounds like she smokes a cigarette like every minute. There's one of my favorite scenes is somebody falls off the roof, and the guys look, and you hear like the crowd gathering around, and like, oh no, something has happened, and then you hear a guy just go, oh my god, what happened?
Is it as funny as the Garzy's Wing Monogatari dub, or like
It's funnier, like the dub.
Is it funnier, or like maybe like?
It's so great. It's like, come here, you're gonna get this dick. Okay, give me that dick, honey. And she's supposed to be like 16. I'm against them.
And you can tell she's a worn out old hoe.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
amazing, especially that scene. Like, God knows, throughout the years, my buddies the guys that started AO, we've been just referencing that. Oh my God, what happened for like years. It's just the funniest thing. Is the fucking Bible Black dub.
Yeah, man, dubs can become a huge meme. One that I might recommend that's very obscure, as to where earlier you ripped on Digibro.
Yeah.
And he advocates that the funniest, worst anime dub he's ever seen is Garzy's Wing, which I can totally agree with. But for me, it is an anime called Piano, the Melody of a Young Girl's Heart. And I happened to watch it on like 7 swigs of fucking whiskey, and there is no story, nothing going on. And it's definitely not as funny as Garzy's Wing or maybe the Bible Black dub, but it is. If you watched enough anime, Nick might not get it, but if you watch a lot of anime and you just want to watch some dog shit production, just watch the Piano Melody of a Young Girl's Heart dub, and make sure you have liquor in your fucking system.
One of the best dubs for being just ridiculous, but I feel like this is what you kind of need to do if you're going to take liberties with a dub, is Cyber City 080808. It's a 3-episode long OVA. Yeah.
I watched the first episode and
guys.
I gave up super quick, but I happened to be sober.
I love it because it is just, Nick, you'd love it. It's beautifully animated. It's absolute schlock, and it knows it, and it's enjoying it. It's like in the future, like the super, super far future cyberpunk shit. Like there is a program where they've taken dangerous ex-cons, but given them a second chance. They're gonna get to be cops, but they're gonna have like explosive collars. So if they get out of line, blow their head off.
Yes.
And it's like there's
real cops should have that too.
The 3 main characters, like each episode. There's 3 episodes, and each one focuses on one of the 3 characters. And what they did, they just took the script and they ramped up the profanity to just comical levels, because these are 3 ex-cons in the dank cyber future, and it is wonderful. Like, this needs to be done more. I want this back in dubs where it's like, fuck it. Just have him say fuck just so often. Like, the guy might originally been saying, man, like, go away or piss off. But in the English dubs, like, go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. Like,
So it's like a Scorsese film or a Mammoth play.
Just fucking go. And it's amazing. And even better in the European release, they redid the soundtrack to like even better, because the soundtrack is kind of boring in the original. But then like in the European version, they made this new opening, this amazing guitar rock, and then they just added all this rock music that just fits the tone of the show way better, and it's like catchy, and it's like, damn, this is fly. It's just so good. And then the final episode is a fight with a vampire on a space station castle.
You guys mentioned Digibro, and it reminded me of this. Hold on.
Yeah, just
There we go.
sorry.
Oh, you guys can't hear this, can you? No. Oh, that's a shame.
I don't know if this is accurate because I don't know
If
the
you can play it, go
terminology
for it. But
of
I didn't want to
anime
keep you too
shit,
much longer,
but
so you can
are
go
a
on to your.
It's playing over us right now.
Lolicon?
All
right,
Yes.
I'll silence.
Does
myself.
that mean
Everybody can hear it.
What does that mean?
I'll send you guys.
It
the
means
link for
that
later.
I am a huge fan of illustrations of little girls getting fucked.
Oh.
Now,
Digibro. I don't know,
Digi-
man.
Then you come across someone online whose palate is a little more refined than the average guy. Like Digibro, see, he's a prince of bitter yo, rap god, anime fancier, a connoisseur of cunning, and he's making money off an audience of retards and hard crabs. You can eat meat for all I care. Anime was a mistake, and I'm the eraser. God savior, I can't explain it. No taste.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of
It's
this.
the
I
top
never listened to it,
one.
but I have heard the
Say,
song.
I swear that shit is fucking gayer than prison rape. But at least the gays had the decency to say, I don't know, fuck men, they're an age. 2D, not big, disgusting's what they say. And while it's just a drawing on a page, the thing that makes it come is that she's
digital
underage. What about the video games? They don't make you violent, nice try guy, but you wanted to fuck
This is
kids
so
before
weird
you
for
struck
us, 'cause
upon
we just
this
hear
shit, so
silence
I
and
do
see
not buy
Nick
it.
just
It's an
bobbing.
outlet for
Sorry,
my
I
urges.
can't even
Tell me
help
when
it.
do we start the purge? Cause pedophiles
No,
are a
I
bunch
get
of
it. No,
retarded sperms and it's gonna
saw
jump
it.
on this
I
earth.
followed it.
You're a Philistine who
Video
runs
show.
on fields. You're a
Just
pedophile who should be
to,
killed, but at least
not
return
to
to the hills. This ain't Kansas faggot, so
Make
click
it
your
go too
heels.
long, but I have not been in contact with Digibro,
Illustrations of little girls getting fucked. I'm a big fan of jerking my cock. To illustrations of little girls
is this the
getting fucked.
digital brony song?
No, it's the other one from Hard Men Working Hard.
So it's the actual rap. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's brilliant.
It is really good.
I will remind them that they're all next in the crosshair and their
I
loss
kinda
here
think
will
your
mean
guess
a loss
would
everywhere.
disagree on
It starts
most
with
of it
no more
because
Boku, no people,
Diction
freaks on the
fan
street, and
base
jokes
might not
about
really get
minorities
anime a
until
whole
it
lot.
affects everything
Yeah,
in
I mean, it's
everybody.
basically
I'm
the
sorry,
main
I
show
can't stand
without
idly by
the
while they
pucks.
take away my life. I will fight for pedo rights till I die. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Is he mentally compromised?
it's
Sean,
basically
it's time.
Neo
Cut his line,
Man
delete
show, so
everything
I
and
get
set
it.
it all on fire.
Yeah,
There's
well-
nothing inherently wrong with imagining a toddler sliding up and down your dong as long as it's not really
It's a
there.
different-
all
it's a
in
different
line and
audience.
in
They
the
don't
clear.
understand.
Your mind is
Yeah,
fucked.
they're
My mind
entitled
is laid a
to-
good
I
crust
get
after
it.
listening to you.
I get
Talk
it.
about
It's-
how you like
it's
your
dumb. The
pussy
only
gun.
reason
I'm sorry,
I
a honey is not honey and you're not a bee. Actually, you're a plague.
I respect him a lot as
You'd be
somebody
the
that
first to see a noose and
beforehand,
swing from a tree. Digi, stop.
actual series than I have, but he is when you talk to him, he is a genuine guy. But
Well, he's genuine something. I can tell you that much.
I guess.
Genuine
I guess.
creepy motherfucker, and I would not have him alone in the room with my future children.
Oh no, I don't. I mean, when it becomes that topic, if you want to talk about like,
Sorry, hold on.
Yep.
I apologize to the chat. My two guests could not hear the song which just ended, so you guys were talking that whole time and like no one heard you.
I'm
apologize.
sorry.
Oh, this is how very silly and humiliating. I feel so bad.
Play it again. Do it again.
Bro, did you? No. You guys
I've
will
never
have
been
to
so
listen to that
disrespected.
song. You have to listen to it later. It's
I will probably. Yeah.
It's fantastic. So
No, it's just a remix of basically Digibro being a pedophile to the original Digimon OP,
Yeah.
which is funny. It is funny.
no.
But-
That's a different song. You're thinking of
Oh,
the Digibro Digital Brony song.
Oh, you played a different one. Okay, yeah. No, I didn't hear it. Okay.
No, yeah, you need to listen to it. It's called the Lolicon by Hard Men Working Hard. It's
I have already heard it, bro. I listen to the Dick Show literally every day at work with my headphones in.
It's so good.
It is really good. Despite me not wanting to disrespect Digibro, I really like that song. I love everything on the Dick Show.
Oh, we can take jabs at people. It's okay. It's okay.
We can. We can. But yeah, you can get onto your super chats.
Yeah, let's go through a couple more. So then Keck7 Go then says JoJo, yes or no.
Yes. JoJo is amazing. JoJo is one of the most creative things I have ever seen. Like, fuck superheroes after JoJo. I don't give a shit. Oh, Spider-Man has the power of spiders. He could crawl on the walls. He could shoot a web. Okay. Does he have the power to create deadly moss that grows below where he's standing? But the rule is that it only grows below him. But if he could climb at the top of a skyscraper, he could grow the moss over an entire area. So in order to fight him, you got to avoid the moss and get that high. But he keeps going up higher. There's all kinds of crazy fucking just brain shit. Because no one has normal powers in JoJo. And all the character designs, the kind of shit you'd never see anywhere else in your life. And the stories are great. And the characters are memorable. And the superpowers are some shit that I don't even know how it comes out of this man's brain. And he clearly, even God himself must like this show. Because he has bestowed immortality to the author. Because the man does not age. You look at a picture of him from the 80s and now, same. He has not aged a day.
Someone's asking for the other Digibro song, which I'm looking for. I don't know. It should be on the Dick Show page here.
It should be on the SoundCloud. I can't remember. It's good. As much as I like Digibro, I can't remember what it is, but yeah.
I'm searching for it in the background. The next question is this is from the Crow 751. He says, I agree with you, Nick. Vegeta should have won and renewed the Saiyan race. Gohan and Piccolo should have fused into Piccolo Gohan. Pico Golahan. Rurouni Kenshin and One Piece are good ones to read too. Gundam Thunderbolt is a must. Wing is where it all started for me.
One Piece is great, but it has like some dips, like some shitty arcs, but those are minority. Generally, it's also much like JoJo, incredibly creative and has some really well told stories. Excellent villains. One of the best villains in anime I've ever seen, Crocodile. He's just fantastic. It's just that you gotta go in knowing that you'll be really into it for like years, and then all of a sudden, like, because it was consistently good until a point, but those arcs end and it goes good again. It's just you're like, oh, I wasn't expecting that crap.
My one problem with One Piece is not just that it's so long, but that I gave up after giving it so many chances. Because to me, the animation and also, I'm not going to say the background art, but One Piece, did it start in 1997? Is that right?
I don't know. One Piece looks like a disaster to me. It looks like it's way too long.
It never upgraded to the point where I cared about finishing. So I think I got almost 100 episodes in, and then I gave up.
Like the anime stops being good at after a certain arc. So after that, I switched them on. Because what happens is they used to adapt, like, let's say 5 chapters in an episode, good pace. And then they got a little too close, so they had to start stretching that shit. And it got to the point where it went from 5 chapters an episode to 1 chapter an episode, stretched for like 25 minutes.
It's very filler. It's stretched. And I dropped it. So I'm not gonna sit over here acting like I'm like a One Piece fan. But by all means, I enjoyed what I watched. But,
if anybody wants to check it out, which I'd recommend,
sure.
Watch it until the end of the Enies Lobby arc, where they go rescue one of their crew members from getting sent to this awful prison from a government installation. Once you're past there, switch to the manga, because after that, it goes to hell.
Okay.
And it already starts having problems around that time, but it just goes right to hell after that. So after that, just drop the anime.
All right. I dropped you guys a link in the chat, in the side chat, in the Hangouts chat.
All right.
That is to the Digibro song, and tell me when you're ready, because I'm gonna hit play. and we're gonna play it. And
Let's just keep this stream going. Let's go all night.
Yeah, we're not gonna let up on Digibro
I
here.
can't stop.
So tell me when you're both ready, and I'll do a 3, 2, 1 click.
I'm ready.
Okay, Landon, you ready?
Yep, let's do it.
3, 2, 1 click.
Oh, memories. I remember those.
Digibro, digital brony, Digibro is a pedophile. Digibro, digital brony, Digibro is a pedophile. He jerks it to illustrations of little girls getting fucked. Digibro, digital brony, Digibro is a pedophile. Digibro, digital brony, Digibro is a pedophile. Digibro, digital brony, Digibro.
Guys, it's not a pedophile. It's just drawings. It's just drawings. It's not real. So it's not a pedophile.
So there are people out there with very strong opinions about Digibro. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
We gotta get through because you're still getting super chats.
Yeah, I know. We gotta shut this thing down at some point. The Coke Master says,
Should I just come on more often? Because I get you all these super chats, man.
The Coke Master says, any of you guys into Gundam models? And I will say I'm not into any models because my painting skills are abysmal. I look like Michael J. Fox on a Coke bender when I paint. So
I had one. I don't know where it went. I only had one, and I was very proud of myself when I finished it, and it looked cool. And I don't know where it went. I'm sad. I think it was one I liked too. It was the Epion. That was it. It was the Epion. I was all jazzed because I thought that one was like super fucking cool. And I don't know what happened to it. I'm a sad boy.
No, I was always into the. They made a few Mobile Suit Gundam video games that I got into very young because, and I actually kind of want to, Nick, ask your guest here soon as well about. The first few anime I've ever
just
seen.
real quick, I'm going to have to start eating because I have a medical condition, and if I don't eat after a certain time, I'm going to start to mentally and physically fall apart, and since we've been streaming for a while, I'm going to have to grab some food. I don't have to leave the room. I have it in the room with me, but you're going to hear me chew, and I apologize.
No.
That's fine.
Dude, I'm probably of the least audio quality here, but Mobile Suit Gundam was one of the first things I've seen as a kid, hence what we talked about earlier when like the only 3 Gundam adaptations I've seen were 0080, Zeta Gundam, and the original. I've never read the Gundam novels. I never did. I have actually looking here on my fucking kitchen table, I have a original Mobile Suit Gundam mech build I have to craft and create myself, and I still haven't done it. But I've never read the novels.
I just glanced at the chat for the first time, and the first thing I see is his physical condition being fat. I don't think you understand how a hyperactive thyroid works. I couldn't get fat if I tried.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I can't hold on to my food. It burns too fast.
Yeah, I'm a 6'6" man who's only 150 pounds. I have trouble eating too. I get it.
I can't wait to eat. When this stream is done, I'm gonna go wolf something down. And I want to clarify something for the chat. I have no personal issue with Digibro, and I don't have any information that he is indeed a pedophile. I just think his appearance on the Dick Show, where he defended his lolicon position, was worded hilariously and just merits some fun ribbing. It's all in fun.
I just did you want to say something?
No, you're all you, buddy.
Okay, sorry. So Digibro, he maybe less so as our guest here, but Digibro is very knowledgeable in anime, and I respect him to death. I don't see.
That's a threat. I will respect you till you're dead.
I understand that the whole like the whole lolicon thing is weird, but I would assume that because I've been watching his content for like 4 years, I don't think this is Evangelion video. They are not.
Oh no, the stream disconnected. I'm not even kidding.
I don't know them personally, but Digibro, like he is just wholeheartedly from the bottom of my heart, he is just like us, like just like your guest here. Like he's just an anime fan, and he's just like any other guy who likes lolly stuff. Like he's not a pedophile.
Let's be clear. There's not any other guy who likes lolly stuff is not really a category of person.
Well, here this is a position. This is a position I've taken, and I think the whole of AO staff takes. If you jerk it to the image of a child in a sexual manner, I don't care if it's real or drawn. If you saw, hey, is that a child is in a sexual position? This sexually arouses me. That is quite literally the definition of a pedophile. So if you're jacking it to an image of a little girl's getting fucked, there's nothing else to call you. You could call yourself a lolicon, but that's just the Japanese word for pedophile. That's the word they use.
Sure. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. All I know is
if you're just like people say, oh, it's just drawings. Okay, yeah, that just means it's not illegal, and there's no crime being committed. Sure, I'm still judging you as a person. You're into kids getting fucked. You're a pedophile.
Yeah, I don't know anything amongst that, like anything further than that comment he ever made. But
well, there's also the his old roommate.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Let's not get deep into the Digibro
I respect him as an anime critic because I have watched anime for 13 years and he's seen more than me. So I only defend Digibro in that respect, but I don't want to comment any further on that.
All right, let's move on. In Frigano says NGE Stunk 2 ending ruins everything. That's Evangelion, sorry. Neil Purcell says, guess opinion on Raujin Z. It's my favorite anime.
Raujin Z, I haven't seen that in so long, but I remember enjoying it. It's like the story of like a like they make a robot bed for old people, like a nursing or hospital bed. It's like the ultimate bed or whatever. But like I can't remember, like becomes self-aware or something and goes on a rampage. And that's the general premise of Raujin Z that I remember.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah. Like, old man's bed goes on a rampage.
That sounds like how I expect my elderly years to go.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. How much anime have you guys seen?
I mean, I don't count. I just watch. I don't think of anime as its own thing. I just watch good shows, whether it's an anime, live action, cartoon. So I've seen a bunch of anime just because if anime has a lot of premises that are like, I'm gonna check that out, and then I've just sort of isolated it over the years just because I found that most, if not all, of my favorite shows ended up being anime.
Okay, well, I've autistically literally went through every anime in alphabetical order over the last 2 years, and this was ending last year, and read the summary and just was making sure I've seen it. And then I watched all of them, and then I came to the conclusion that like, oh, I've seen all these anime, and now I'm at the point where I've seen 600 and 39 anime. Like I completed that many, and I've dropped almost 200. So overall, one episode of over 800 is what I've seen. But yeah, I get it.
That's a lot of anime. Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Gawker's Death Rattle says, my wife adored Azumanga Daioh. Any more like that?
Oh, Azumanga Daioh. Your guest could probably comment on some. Azumanga Daioh, I would recommend Gaku in Utopia, Manabi Straight, if you like that.
I don't know. I can't think of a lot of shows like that aren't crap, that just kind of ape tried to ride on its coattails. Oh, sure. You know what actually she might like, but she'll think at first she won't? She's going to like, why? I said something like Azumanga Daioh. This isn't like Azumanga Daioh. And then she'll realize why. Cromartie High School.
Yeah.
Cromartie High School is one of the funniest anime ever made. One of the funniest shows I've ever seen in my life. It's bills itself like it's a school for delinquents, and it's going to be a bunch of tough guys, and it's even drawn in a weird shit, and a lot of weird shit goes on. Like Freddie Mercury just goes to the school. He's just alive and hanging out at this school, and he rides a giant horse, and there's gorillas at the school. And like since they're always just standing around talking, in the animation they do all kinds of weird stuff. Like they'll just be in a weird background, or they'll start stretching, or the animators just play around.
There's so many words that I don't understand.
Just Manabi straight.
If it's got a super long title, I generally don't have a lot of hope in it. So
okay, well that one it's a very beautiful, it's a very high school anime, but it's set in like this future where the population is so low that the need for high school is basically dead, and the dreams of those kids who want to have the high school life is kind of gone, So the show follows the last kids who have that dying dream, we're the last of a dying breed. And by the end, it's a pretty, I would say it's a pretty emotional, hey man, let's go off the bang. It's a very unique high school show.
All right, next one. Suto Clone says, "Holla to all the Legend of Galactic Heroes fans." We discussed that earlier, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And I'm a couple drinks deep, so I don't have the best memory. Boag says, "Overlord is a bad adaptation, but a great LNAD." I don't know what that
light
means.
novel. I don't know what the AD is. Light novel. It is. I can understand why if you read the books, you might not like the anime, but the anime is a great way to get into it and then read the books. And I really like the English dub, although there's a couple voices of minor characters that are kind of rough. But the main cast are all fantastically cast. It's fun to see some of this stuff animated, even if the animation in later seasons is rough because all the production problems that it went through. And again, just the performances of the English cast. My man Demiurge, just his English voice is just spot on. It's great to hear that dude just sounds like a snake, like a demon snake, and he's just the smugly saying the shit that he says. It's great to just see it, just act it out. There's just that visceral joy of just watching it come to life through animation, even if there's problems with the animation. Because, I grew up with animation. I love animation.
It's light novel adaptation.
Absolutely.
That's the AD.
Okay.
Not Annui Domina, which is Year of Our Lord. Suko Pseudo Clone says, "Let's all watch Grappler Baki." And I did want to ask you guys about Grappler Baki because I watched the OVA. The OVA or whatever
OVA.
Yeah, years ago, years and years ago, where he fights the cord cutting guy. I can't even remember his name. I loved that. I thought it was so fun. It was 45 minutes of murderous fighting that ends with him deciding not to break the guy's arm but to KO him instead. And,
well, here's the thing about Grappler Baki. It is horrifically badly drawn. And the author is a crazy jingoist. Half the plot is about how much America sucks, to the point where I think in his universe, Hillary Clinton won the election. And he's also you see, the Japanese love martial arts. But if you actually put them against martial arts throughout the entire world, they're terrible at it. They keep getting their asses handed to them in MMA. And the author of Baki, who is a massive jingoist, clearly has a hang-up about this.
Yeah. You can tell. I can tell even from my limited exposure to the series.
Yeah, Baki's father was the most amazing martial artist to the point he's the real reason America pulled out of Vietnam. This is not a joke.
Yujiro Hanma.
Yeah, he's the real reason because he scared off the Americans because he just went down to Vietnam to kill Americans for fun. And at one point, he hijacks George W. Bush's car and makes Bush drive him around. And he is just half the manga is jacking this character off, and it's just, the guy is clearly fucked, and like he's been drawing for 20 years and still can't master the human anatomy. If you look at the artwork from the Baki manga, it is some of the worst shit. These people just look like they're made of tumors. They don't look like human beings with body parts.
But see, I find it hilarious. Like
it's funny to laugh
that
at.
aspect of it.
It's funny to laugh at, but just as a work, it's absolutely terrible. And the guy writing it clearly has just all the issues. He's so many like weird nationalist inferiority complex.
To me,
no, Japan's actually great. It's best at everything. Shut up.
Yeah, Grappler Baki to me, and now I haven't seen every anime adaptation, but to me it seems like it does have its flaws. Like I will never think it's as good as the Fist of the North Star or maybe even Dragon Ball. Because this is kind of like, is Grappler Baki kind of like it's not even a shonen, is it like a seinen?
I think it's a seinen because it's more brutal.
It's more of a seinen.
And it goes into fucking American politics, so.
It kind of aims.
For those who don't know, by the way, seinen is stuff made for adults, like adult males.
Yeah, it's aimed more for adults, like Koi wa Amagari no Yuni, which was like a romance anime that was aimed more for adult men. Which is a manga that I read in high school, and that came out in winter of 2018. It's more like a seinen show in a different genre. Grappler Baki is kind of up there, but it's not. I haven't seen enough of it to really give a comment, but I think it's from what I've watched of the original. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they come out with the new anime this year? Right.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I have not seen that, so
if you want to see something that's like Baki but well written and well drawn, there's a manga that anybody that wants to read manga should check out. It's called Kengen Ashura.
Yes,
and the art is fantastic. It's a similar premise of like underground fighting, but it's actually good with like interesting characters, and it still has that over the top nature. There's this one dude that's like there's one guy that's straight up based on like Eminem. And he has that line. A couple panels with him became like memes, like where he said he never puts mayonnaise on his food because only gays eat stuff with white sticky stuff on it.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, one of the ultimate fighters in this. Everybody in AO affectionately names him the Giga Nigga. He's this huge black dude with face tattoos, and when you first see him, when he's being recruited, he's sitting in a bed with like 12 women hanging on him, and he's like, I think he's like one of the strongest people in this show or the manga. It needs a fucking adaptation. I think it's getting one, but it's gonna be one of those computer animated things. But it is a glory, and it has a lot of characters based on real world, infamous martial artists. Not just like famous ones, but like. And the premise is like it's underground fighting that's sort of a lot of heads of corporations and even heads of state participate in. Like they sponsor a fighter, and it's sort of like an underground sport for the rich and famous.
We can make that happen. Tim Cook, I will fight you in any ring, you scumbag. I will beat you harder than you beat all your slaves in Asia and Africa, you dirtbag. For kicking off Alex Jones off of Apple. You and I in a ring, Tim Cook, we will make it happen. And I will make you cry and weep and call me your dad and all sorts of stuff.
On to the next super chat.
In Kengan Ashura, like the head of McDonald's, which is like a slightly changed name, is actually Ronald McDonald. And they have a sponsored fighter, and I think it's the guy that looks like Eminem, I think. But yeah, it's fantastic and has great characters and great art. So it's everything Baki wishes it could be.
Yeah. On to the next.
We've got one left. And then thank God, because I'm going to die. I'm supposed to do another stream after this, guys. And I think I have to.
God damn it.
I think I have to push it to tomorrow because I'm like too drunk. And
the autism can't overcome it, Nick. Like, it can't overcome. We gotta drink. You gotta go to bed and just replace it, bub. Let's do it.
And I'm like leaving for Florida tomorrow, so I don't know when I'm gonna do it, but we're gonna figure it out.
I believe in you.
We're talking about hate speech on Stream Me, and we're gonna read unfriendly words from the court, from the Supreme Court, that would get us kicked off of YouTube. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it on Stream Me instead.
Sounds like a time.
So this is the last super chat. And thank you all for hanging out with us for so long. The Crow 751 says, I have every high grade Crossbone Gundam and the one non-Verka master grade. That was in reference to earlier his question about if we were into Gundam models. And that's pretty cool, my man. Like I said, I am the worst painter of all time. So that would, it's just, that's why I don't do any of the model stuff. I leave that up to artists who are skilled in that way, and I respect the heck out of them, and I'm very jealous of anyone with artistic ability, because I have none. It's really pathetic. So, I don't know. Did you guys have any closing thoughts? Thanks so much, of course, to Anime Outsiders and for Landon for joining us midstream. So, did you guys have anything else? Go for it.
This was amazingly fun. Like, I figured this would be a time. I didn't think I was going to have this much fun. Like I said, I'm sad that I'm not getting sued again, and I don't have an excuse to come back.
Well, you don't have to have a legal reason. It's just that's where I like to try and keep things, because it makes, you know, the show makes a little more sense if I have something specific to talk about. But many people have. My show started as a law-only show, but it started a year ago, and I was full-time lawyer, and now I'm scaling back, and like I said, doing more YouTube. So many people have suggested that I kind of broaden horizons and just have a lot more fun, and I'm more and more open to that by the day.
Yeah, if you ever want me back, I will do it in a heartbeat. This was a joy.
So
this was fantastic.
We'll do it. We'll do weeb streams. Maybe there'll be some like anime. Maybe there'll be some greater anime issue where it's not like your issue, but we have an anime crisis. Or we'll do a stream about how Harmony Gold can suck all of the giant peni that comes its way, and can get Seth Riched right off the earth. Because
Jesus Christ,
I hate them. They have kept my childhood love from me. Clash of the Bionoids should have been dubbed appropriately.
That's why we pirate.
Yeah, but and it should be available for me to just go buy it. Like, I just want to buy Clash of the Bionoids. Is that too hard? I want to see Ben Dixon with his name, whatever it is in the Japanese, get killed and called Turkey. Like, I want to see that. Except legally. So yeah.
One thing before we end this. To my friend, have you seen Metal Fighter Miku?
No.
Okay. That was the first anime I've ever seen. I would love to get on and talk to you about something. Not on particularly Nick's stream, but if you want to talk about some mecha anime or some like mid 90s or just in general anime, let's do it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when I'll be free, but...
No, I know you're a busy man. I'd say I'm over here working a normal job. I get it. I'm not popular or anything. I'm just Nick's personal anime recommender. I love Nick to death. Thank you so much, Nick, for getting me on.
Yeah,
I had a great time.
Thanks, guys. You have made 4 hours and 40 minutes not seem like 4 hours and 40 minutes. So that's
I am immensely flattered.
I'm immensely flattered, and also autism will reign. # does Dick eat ass?
Yes. Yeah, you know he does. And Cody. Oh wait, there's another. Stop sending super chats. Suko Clone says get Sriracha in Weeb stream. Maybe we'll do that. We'll see. I'll have to ask her if she's up for it. And one thing for Anime Outsiders, for Cody. If you get any updates on this, let me know, please. I would love to talk more if Tara Strong decides to flex on you in any other way. I have a feeling she won't. Like, well, I know.
They went after my... I never even mentioned this. They went after my website hoster. Now we got to find a new host because they got spooked. Our site host.
They spooked
Get me on, bub. Get me on.
Why? Stop. Okay, to anybody out there who runs any business, stop it. Stop it now. No one cares what these overpaid fluff girls think. No one cares. No one cares at all. No one cares about the Nazis. No one actually cares about the racists. No one cares. They'll still buy your ads. They'll still come to your websites. They'll still do it. Stop throwing people off the internet. The only people who should be thrown off the internet are giant vaginas like Yoriko at the Wall Street Journal. She should be thrown off the internet and right into the frickin' sun. I'm so tired of these concern trolls. They can all die. They can all die peacefully on an island alone of natural causes as soon as possible because we've got to stop. We've got to stop it. Stop throwing people off. We'll all still buy Coca-Cola even if Nazis are selling it to us. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
I bet Yoriko eats beehole. I bet she does.
Well, so we're looking for a new host. So the site may go offline temporarily. We got some stuff in mind.
Do you know Null?
It'll be a brief migration.
Do you know Null at all from Kiwi Farms?
And I know of him. I don't know him.
I think he still hosts. I could ask him if he'd be interested. Otherwise, if you've got other people, I mean, by all means. But yeah. If you can't find someone, let me know, because I'll make whatever connection I can, because I'm so freaking sick of people being thrown off the internet, especially by overgroomed white plastic vaginas. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired of that. Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I think we got a plan, so it should work out.
Well, if I can help in any way, please let me know.
Yeah, I mean, you're a cool dude. I can see why you were so highly recommended, because like the nanosecond this happened to us, we were getting referred to you, and I saw people tagging you about it. So I understand now. I see why you came so highly recommended.
And now, before I go, what was your name, my friend?
Cody.
Okay. It was awesome to get to talk to you as a fellow weeaboo. Thank you so much.
I don't know if I call myself a weeaboo, but it was good talking to you.
No, I know. You got a lot of anime knowledge, and I have mad respect for you. And thank you, Nick, for giving me the opportunity to do this.
You two hang out,
man.
You two hang out for just a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to blank out the screen, and I'm going to mute us. And then once it blanks out on the delay on YouTube kicks in, I'm gonna shut down the stream. But you two don't leave just yet. We'll do the warm goodbye.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you all for watching. Thank you in the chat for those of you who hung out for the entire 4 hours and 43 minutes. The Stream Me will happen probably tomorrow, because I think I gotta go to bed because I've got some stuff to do tomorrow. We're gonna make it happen. I don't like to tease, but this stream went longer than I expected in all of the best ways. So thank you for watching. I will announce the Stream Me stream as soon as I get it sorted out. And pro hate speech. We are for hate speech. Hate speech is the best speech.
Down with minorities.
Fuck yeah, we are.
No, down with everybody. Hate everybody, because everybody sucks. So yeah.
And they swallow too. They also swallow.
Yeah. And hate everybody with the most racial slurs you can possibly imagine. Anyway, we'll talk to you all soon. I will not have a stream on YouTube tomorrow. The Big Brain panel will be on Saturday at 11 p.m. Central, midnight Eastern. It will be myself. It will be Grand Admiral C, who was on the last Big Brain panel. Stephen Birch will not be there, but Keon Magana will be taking his place, and we should have a very drunk, very lawyerly stream talking about all sorts of issues. Come join us. Thank you all. You guys have a great night. Peace.
Bye.